2 runoff elections.
So send John and Raphael to Washington
to decide which party controls the U.S. Senate.
Come January 5th.
The American dream is on the ballot.
These are the people's U.S. Senate seats.
We're the last line of defense.
It's a high-dollar free-for-all.
Voter turnout explodes again.
This is my civic responsibility.
In a high-stakes race to the nation's capital.
For joining us on election night today is Georgia's Senate showdown. The stakes are high for both parties. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Folbaum, and this is it. The polls have just closed. 2 of the most high-profile races in recent political history, both of them right here in Georgia.
Incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler faces off against the man who hopes to become the first African-American Georgia senator, Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock.
And Democratic challenger Stern Ossoff is hoping to become the youngest senator to take office in quite some time, going head-to-head with incumbent GOP Senator David Perdue.
The races determine which party controls the Senate. Both Ossoff and Warnock have to win to make that happen. Otherwise, it remains a GOP-controlled Senate. CBS 46 with team coverage on the race, the candidates, and its impact on how this crucial runoff determines which party controls the Senate. Our experts, Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans, also in-house for political analysis. But first, let's go to Tracie Hutchins. Tracy, you're monitoring the election board tonight, and we're very early into the race, but we may not get a winner tonight.
Absolutely. It's unlikely that we'll see any major results and have any conclusions tonight. But certainly I can tell you we will see results earlier than we saw in the general election. As we recall, it took us about 10 days for the state to be called for a president-elect Joe Biden. But let's take a look at the big map here. Of course, we will be covering all this area here, county by county. Certainly Georgia, a very large state, 159 counties that we will be looking at one by one. But something I did want to show you, because this will likely determine the winner here. Some of these large clusters. This here is Metro Atlanta. This traditionally held by the Democrats. This line, this yellow line, this red line here, basically a line of demarcation. All this area here in the north controlled by Republicans. Of course, that's where President Trump, he rallied last night in the Dalton area. We do expect this area to turn out very heavily for Republicans. Also in areas here as well, to some major metropolitan areas. Do want to take a look at where Democrats will turn out in the area near Savannah. So really the concentration for Democrats will be in large metropolitan areas, because we've seen that tide really shift, and that could determine the key here across the state. But we will be looking as the numbers come in county by county. We will take a close look at these. Sean and Rick.
All right. Thank you, Tracy. Georgia's voting officials say average wait times to vote was between 1 and 2 minutes. CBS 46's Brittany Edney joins us in Fulton County tonight. And Brittany, from your vantage point, did you see the kind of turnout we saw in November for the presidential election?
Well, Sean, before we get into that, I have to talk to you about the latest thing that has happened. You know, the polls just closed, but as we've grown accustomed to here during Georgia politics, more drama, of course, is unfolding here during election night. The Fulton County Republican Party, they have filed a consent order against the Fulton County Board of Elections. Their complaint, essentially, their people can't get close enough to the action. Let me show you. See, right over here where you can see this line of barriers, that is where the monitors have been observing the process over the past few hours. But in that consent order, they are alleging that those monitors aren't close enough to be able to properly watch and observe everything that is happening as the county processes those absentee ballots. We spoke to one observer who says he doesn't believe that he's close enough either.
We can get to any one person is probably 25, 30 feet. And so you can't really observe much. You can't tell what anybody's doing. You couldn't tell if there was voter fraud or if there wasn't. You wouldn't know.
Now, all of this happening in the last 10 minutes. So as of yet, we have not heard back from Fulton County. And also, as far as that consent order, we haven't seen any of these barriers or anything that is kind of outlining that work area move. So we haven't seen anything come of this, but we are waiting to hear back. Again, this is just more drama that continues to unfold on another election night. Sean?
All right, thank you, Brittany. We'll
Thanks,
get back
Brittany.
to you.
All right, let's take a look at some numbers, or really a lack of numbers, to be honest with you, because we have 0% of the precincts reporting and 0% of the vote in. But this, of course, is the Loeffler-Warnock race, where you can see Kelly Loeffler's name there. The I next to it is for incumbent. She is the incumbent in this race. Warnock is the challenger. CBS 46's Adam Murphy is with the Loeffler camp. So, Adam, it's early goings. What's the mood there? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, good evening, guys. The stage is set here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. The Super Bowl of politics is underway. Every media outlet you could imagine is here, and we are expecting a large crowd to come in as well. This is ground zero for the Republicans, and I can tell you from the sign behind us, the theme for the night, hold the line. And we've heard Senator Kelly Loeffler repeatedly say she is the firewall to socialism in America. So earlier today, our camera, when Senator Loeffler capped off her 9-week sweep around the state with an appearance in Sandy Springs, she talked about how this is a turnout election for Republicans. The senator said Republicans must turn out in a big way today in order to win these 2 seats. Now, her team said today they are encouraged by reports of high voter turnout across the state, particularly in North Georgia following the president's rally in Dalton last night. They feel like the president's appearance helped get out the vote.
Look, the future of the country is on the ballot here in Georgia today. There's a stark contrast, the path of the American dream that I've been fighting for, or socialism. My opponent would bring socialism in the form of big government, higher taxes on every single hardworking Georgian family.
Now, I talked to Senator Loeffler's team this evening while I was here. They've informed me that she will arrive here at the hotel around 9 o'clock tonight and watch results in a room with her family. Her entire family, I'm told, is coming in from Illinois for the occasion. We've also heard that we could hear from Governor Brian Kemp and many others in the Republican Party throughout this evening, and we're going to be here throughout to bring you the very latest as numbers come in and speeches begin here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Adam, thank you. Atlanta's hip-hop community came out in full force for the Democrats during the pre. Jeezy, even Tyler Perry flew back to Georgia to cast his vote today. CBS 46's Ashley Thompson is with the Raphael Warnock camp. And Ashley, if Warnock wins, he will make history.
He would, Sean, but as I said earlier, he is more focused on others if he were to become a senator. Right now, we're in Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta. Take a look. Every TV in here turned to CNN, actually, people trying to make sense of all of this, what's happening. Warnock is actually not having an in-person watch party tonight. Instead, his campaign says he will be hosting some kind of Zoom event later this evening, possibly making some remarks. So right now, we are here at Manuel's Tavern. People are starting to come in. We know the polls just closed at 7 o'clock, so people are starting to make their way in here. Just a little bit about Warnock. If you haven't been seeing the many ads that are on TV, he's senior pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, the same church Martin Luther King Jr. pastored. Warnock grew up in Savannah, and his mother still lives there today. He says he's running to fight for affordable health care and working people instead of Wall Street. Now, in November, he got nearly 33% of the vote, more than 1.6 million votes, but that was not enough to avoid this runoff. Republican Kelly Loeffler got about 26% of the vote in November, getting nearly 1.3 million votes. I spoke with Warnock by phone earlier. He says he's done all he can up to this point, and he's eager to watch all of this play out.
We are leaving it all on the field. We've worked very hard, and but it's been good work because it comes from my own lifelong commitment to service. Very few people get to do what I'm doing right now, and so although the work is hard, I feel very honored, privileged even to be able to engage in it, to stand up for folks who are working every day.
So Warnock tells me he will be spending tonight with his family, watching the results roll in. He'll also be with a couple staff members. We will be here at Manuel's Tavern. This is a Democratic watch party. We expect many more people to be filling in anytime soon. We'll be here all night, and we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you. So we are very early into this race with only, we have 1% of the precincts reporting at this hour. And the early lead is going to Jon Ossoff. He has 60% of the vote. Incumbent David Perdue has 40%, but again, we are very early into this race. This is fluid, and it will certainly change. CBS 46's Melissa Stern is with Jon Ossoff's camp tonight. And Melissa, Ossoff has run and lost a congressional race before. Now he has his sights set on the Senate. He's got to be optimistic, at least with these early numbers.
Everyone is optimistic, and I spoke with Ossoff earlier today, and he says Georgia voters have a lot of power right now, and he's hopeful change is coming.
I've never been more excited to vote in my life.
Several voters at the Grant Park Recreation Center said they wanted to vote in person on Election Day.
I need to know, I need to see that my ballot had been physically cast.
More than 3 million people voted early in the 2 Senate runoff races.
I think it's a really important time. You know, we've seen a lot over the past 4 years, so it's a time to change.
And the early numbers show the races are very competitive.
I was very, very proud, especially at the American turnout, you know, the Latino turnout. I mean, we came out, we showed out, and we got the job done.
Democratic candidate Jon Ossoff says if the Democrats reclaim the Senate majority, quality of life will improve.
People need help right now, and help is coming. But we need to win the U.S. Senate to deliver that help, and that's why voting is so important.
Results of this election. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
All right. Thank you very much, Melissa. Well, one candidate who will not be on the campaign trail, stumping for last-minute votes, wasn't today, is the incumbent Senator David Perdue. That's because he is quarantined as a precaution after being exposed to someone with coronavirus. CBS 46's Haley Mason is with the Perdue camp tonight. It must be a little weird there, Haley, given that the candidate will be nowhere to be seen, right?
Rick, they're trying to keep their spirits high in light of that news, and despite that news, we're live inside the Grand Hyatt Ballroom where the GOP's watch party is taking place, and I'm just going to give you a feel for what's happening right now. Over to my left, your right, you see those candle-lit tall tables. You see people fraternizing, talking. Right outside those doors, what you can't see is they've laid out the red carpet, no pun intended. They've got hors d'oeuvres, bartenders, and it's just a party, if you will, despite what's going on with COVID. Most people are wearing masks, I do want to note. Nonetheless, Senator Perdue, he is now in quarantine after being exposed about 5 days ago to someone with COVID-19. I just talked to his campaign spokesperson a few minutes ago, actually. He tells me Senator Perdue is feeling great. He said he's been spending the day doing radio interviews and encouraging people to vote from his house. We do want to note that Perdue has tested negative multiple times for the coronavirus. So he's been sending in recorded messages. You see there on your screen, that was the Trump rally last night, where Perdue sent in a recorded message urging voters to save America by voting. Take a listen.
My opponent and Kelly's opponent will be nothing but rubber stamps for Chuck Schumer and this radical socialist agenda. Only you can stop them. The eyes of America are on us. Please vote and get everyone you know to vote. We won't get a second chance.
And that was Senator Perdue speaking in a recorded message at the rally last night at the Dalton Municipal Airport. Right now, though optimistic, his campaign is acknowledging that all polls right now are saying he and Ossoff are in a 50-50 tie. They're expecting every single vote to count toward getting them over the top, and they're hoping, of course, here that Perdue can maintain his seat. We'll be watching those results very closely and letting you know if he appears by Zoom if things look good. Reporting in Buckhead, Haley Mason, CBS 46 News.
Haley, thank you. This is an extraordinary runoff election, but the big question tonight, will voter turnout tilt the race in favor of either Republicans or the Democrats?
So
CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy is following that angle from a polling location in Gwinnett County tonight. Jamie, the polls are officially closed. Any idea, did you talk to any of the voters, who seem to have a stronger showing, the Republicans or the Democrats?
Sean, well, as we saw back in November, 2003, this was a very blue county then, and the Democratic people that I spoke to, Democratic poll watchers I spoke to, are very confident that once again that Gwinnett County will deliver a blue result. Now you can still see here just to my left that there are still people filling out ballots. These are people filling out provisional ballots that didn't come to the right precinct, their right voting precinct. So now they're having to fill out a provisional ballot, which means that it will be tabulated a little bit later than everything tonight. But certainly they wanted to make sure that their votes counted, to make sure they can deliver the county, their vote, to whichever Democratic or Republican Senate nominee. Now, throughout the day, we've been seeing decent lines coming through here. Certainly Gwinnett County has been absolutely pulling out for each of those Senate races. Now we will be going over to election headquarters here in Gwinnett County to look at the tabulation, to get the latest results, and we'll certainly be bringing those to you when they come in. But it hasn't been smooth for everyone. We spoke to a voter earlier on who had these problems to tell about.
When they checked my ID, the information in the database didn't match my ID. And that's why I'm even more frustrated, because this is the kind of race where every single vote is going to count, like every single one.
So the good news is for Alex Medina. He sent me this picture. After much arguing and much debate, he was able to get that vote in, so that's good news for him. And he was voting here in Gwinnett County and was voting Democratic, he told me as well. So as we said, we'll be heading over to the election headquarters here to look at the tabulation. We'll bring you the latest on that. For now, live in Gwinnett County, Jamie Kennedy for CBS 46 News.
Jamie Kennedy getting results. Thank you, Jamie. A lot of breaking news coming out of the Secretary of State's office tonight. Let's go straight to Megan Packer at the election live desk. Megan.
Well, Sean, at this point, it really does not sound like elections officials expect to have these races called tonight. We now know that the Secretary of State's office is asking counties to have their vote count to them by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Of course, some smaller counties may have their numbers into the state tonight, but that is what we are now hearing from the Secretary of State's office. 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon is the deadline that they are giving to the counties tonight. Take a listen to what Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said about this issue just a few hours ago.
I think it'll probably take till tomorrow sometime. Really depends on what is the difference in the vote totals, how close the races are. And so as soon as we can get those out to everyone, we know how important this is, not just for Georgia, but for our entire nation.
Eyes on Georgia tonight with these races and the election results starting to now trickle in now that polls are closed. Before polls opened today, more than 3 million people in our state had already voted, whether it was early in person or absentee by mail. Elections officials really don't know just yet how many people came out to vote today. They will have a better idea once the counties start to report their numbers. Again, that 1 o'clock deadline is what we're looking ahead to tomorrow, when the Secretary of State's office has asked counties to get that data into them. We're hearing that turnout was very light in some areas today, stronger in others. But again, as these numbers start to come in from the counties, it will start to paint a bigger picture of what exactly we saw turnout-wise today across the state. I'm Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk.
Megan, thank you. Let's get to our two political analysts. And joining us now are Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans. We're going to start with you, Rashad. Voters that were lifelong Republicans spoke to reporters today saying they were voting Democrat for the first time in today's runoff. Has this political discourse that we have seen backfired for the GOP?
Well, it definitely has. And remember, the narrative that really split Republicans in the state of Georgia came directly from President Donald J. Trump. Here's the truth of the matter. Democrats should sing the praises of Donald J. Trump. Trump has been able to do something in the Republican Party that no Democrat could have accomplished. He has split the Republican Party in Georgia to almost no repair. He has decreased the Republican brand significantly, and he has made a sentiment widespread and accepted that voting in this election will not count because the election is rigged or the election is unconstitutional, as he tweeted recently. So he has done damage in the Republican Party. And I have to remind people that just 2 weeks ago, 55% of conservatives who consider themselves to be very conservative in Georgia had doubts about participating in this runoff election because of the narrative of President Trump.
How big of a concern has that been for Republicans heading into these runoffs? To hear President Trump talk over and over again about how the election was rigged against him, against Republicans. He said it again last night when he was here in the state campaigning for them. To now expect those same Republicans who have had to listen to their president tell them that their vote back in November was rigged, how much of it is a concern that those voters are just going to sit this one out as a result?
Well, President Trump is the ultimate political lightning rod. I mean, I think in the modern political era, no one can rival him. He motivates his base as well as anyone on either side, and he also motivates the Democratic base. As far as how this is going to affect turnout, I think going into today, it cannot be disputed that it has affected turnout in northern Georgia. I mean, if you look in the 9th district and the 14th district, they are sitting around 60 to 70% turnout, which statewide is down. However, last night, President Trump coming to Dalton, rallying the troops. If you look at Catoosa County, Putnam County, Cherokee County, all of the turnout numbers are looking very, very strong. Those are very strong Republican counties. And so we will see. Only time will tell. I think going into today, Republicans were trailing, and they have to have a strong turnout. If they eclipse 1 million voters today, I think the Republicans win.
Rashad, tonight's runoff elections will decide the balance of power in the Senate. The Democrats must win both races to gain control. The Republicans only need one race, and recent polls show both races are in a dead heat. What dynamic will this race come down to? Party turnout, undecided voters? What is it in your opinion?
Nothing but turnout, not undecided voters. As a matter of fact, only 3% of Georgia voters consider themselves to be undecided coming into this runoff. Runoffs are about base politics. Who can excite and motivate their base? And that's why it's problematic when within the context of your own base, you have a message contrary to getting out and voting in a fair and adequate election. And that is why you're seeing not only Republican voters saying, I'm going to sit this one out. You also see Republican voters who have been really tired, for lack of a better word, of Trump's tactics. And that has created a significant opportunity for Democrats to actually win the state of Georgia. Really unheard of.
And Jake, you know, those Republicans, moderate Republicans who voted for Biden this time around because of their upset with the behavior of President Trump, might those same Republicans say, you know what, I voted for Biden sort of with gritted teeth, but now I want Biden to be checked in Washington. I want there to be Republicans in charge of something so that the Democrats, the progressives, can't just ram their agenda down through the throats of the entire country. So might those same moderates who voted for Biden in November go back to the Republicans in their vote today?
You know, Rick, that's a great question. And I think that hits the nail on the head. If you look at the November race, both Ossoff trailed Biden by 100,000 votes. Perdue beat Ossoff by 88,000 votes. It was same in the Loeffler race. And so what I told many people, and it is true, which was the November general elections were not a repudiation of Republican principles. In fact, the Republican Party did very well. It picked up around 10 seats in the House. Hopefully it holds the Senate. It really was a rejection of Donald Trump and his personality in a lot of ways. The Democrats have to make up a lot of ground. I mean, if you're comparing this race to November, Perdue again, 88,000, plus there was a Libertarian Hazel in the race. So they've got to close ground. But Republicans are swimming up current, and it's really all going to depend on base, as Rashad said, turnout in North Georgia.
With more than 3 million votes that have already been cast early in this election, Rashad, it has smashed previous records for a Georgia runoff. With so much at stake, if there isn't an outright overwhelming win by one of the candidates, could we see the same thing we saw during the primaries? Objections, recounts. What kind of timeline could we see before a winner is even announced?
Well, I think you will get an announced winner by the end of this week, next week at the latest. But remember, after you have an announced winner and certification, that's when legally you can start filing lawsuits. And if this election is close, even after certification, you may see the lawsuits happen. Those lawsuits really have no jurisdictional power until certified.
Jake, as a Republican, what are you most looking for tonight as these early results come in? We know that the absentee ballots that so many people used because of the pandemic, they were not counted prior to tonight. We do expect to get some of those mail-in totals soon. And if the trend from November continues, a lot of those, the majority of them went for Democrats. So what are you looking for in the early hours here as we watch these results trickle in?
Well, what I expect to happen is going to be the same thing that happened with me. They are going to count the early in-person votes first. And so Democrats vote in person early more frequently, but as those rural Georgia counties come in, you're going to see a wide margin more than likely go to the Republican candidates. I don't think it's going to be as big this time because mail-in voting declined by about 21%. So it's not going to be as big. The thing that we really have to look at is the turnout numbers in the rural counties, the turnout numbers in North Georgia, the turnout numbers in South Georgia. If those numbers eclipse 1 million, there's a very, very high likelihood that Republicans end up taking it. But one last point is we want to compare what the numbers are this time from what they were back in November. If the Democrats are leading, because these two elections are very, very similar, Democrats are better off now than they were in November, and vice versa for Republicans.
Rashad, polls officially closed at 7 o'clock. There are just probably a handful that are still open. Which counties are you going to be watching closely to show when we'll see which way this election may teeter toward?
You have 159 counties in Georgia. Out of that, 19 of those counties carry over 70% of the African American population. We are well aware that the black community votes in large number for the progressive or Democratic candidate, especially when you have a guy like Raphael Warnock on the ticket. That brings out African American voters, that brings out the black church, etc. I'm looking at metro counties because that's where your turnout is based purely on numbers. You're looking at Fulton County, DeKalb, Clayton County. And if you remember last time, it was really the whole world waiting on what happened in Clayton County to see would Joe Biden actually win the election in the state of Georgia. I think it will be something similar this time. And those counties typically count their votes last because they have so many votes to get through.
Clayco, I like that. I got to start using Clayco when I'm traveling around Clayton County. I want to talk a little bit about what's next, Jake, because for two of these candidates, there's going to be the winner of the Loeffler and Warnock race won't be serving a full term. This is just 2 years that they get to serve. That's the remainder of Johnny Isakson's term. And then 2 years from now, that seat will be up for re-election again for a full 6-year term that time. But if we have a close race here, do you expect that we're going to see a rematch between Loeffler and Warnock come 2 years from now?
I think that would be unlikely. I think that if Warnock wins, don't count out Doug Collins. I mean, Doug Collins was the guy that ran the first time. He gave Loeffler a run for her money, and he may throw his hat in the ring. I would expect a Doug Collins who is a further right candidate, and then I would also expect a more moderate candidate, maybe Attorney General Chris Carr. The one point that I'm going to bring up, and this is an interesting point for everyone to think about, is it a blessing or a curse for the Democrats to win both seats? Because if you look at history, whenever you have a new party president who takes over, the first subsequent midterms are very, very bad for that party. And this is a bipartisan issue. If the Democrats take complete control of the rulemaking body, the presidency, the U.S. House, U.S. Senate, and they don't get things done in a way that the American people like, there's only one party to blame, and that's the Democratic Party. So think about that, and that's a very interesting concept as we lead into tonight.
You're saying it might be better for Joe Biden to have a divided government, to have an opposition party that he can blame things on come the midterms.
That's exactly right. It gives him an out. And Trump, in his first term, he staggered. I think this was a big complaint because it reduced the amount of excuses that he could make, given he had complete control of Congress, had the presidency. If Biden has complete control, there's only one man to blame, and it's him and his party. And that's not a good thing going into a midterm subsequent to a new party presidency.
Rashad, I know you're chomping at the bit to respond to this because critics have watched President Trump have the support of the GOP in the Senate during his term of the presidency. What is your opinion on this?
I think it's how democracy works and how it should work. If you control the House, the Senate, the presidency, and you blow it, well, people are going to vote those individuals out, and you will see the House split. You will see Congress split. You will see it flip. That's just the way democracy works. And I will say this also. People keep saying that if we get Warnock and Ossoff in office, sent to D.C., that Democrats will simply control everything and it will be this leftist extreme agenda. That's fear-mongering. Don't fall for that. Here's what really happens. Those Democrats, you don't have 50. You only have 46 Democrats. Warnock would make it 48. You have 2 independent U.S. senators who caucus with Democrats, and the vast majority of Democrats in the U.S. Senate are not leftists. They are moderate to left, but definitely not extreme leftists. In other words, you will still have to govern in a way to make sure those Democrats have a consensus for your leadership. So it's not just everyone is a Democrat, and it's not just that Joe Biden will have more control over the Senate and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will be the tiebreaker. You still have to make sure that Democrats who are not on the same agenda as, let's say, a Nancy Pelosi are within the context of the legislation and approve the legislation.
All right, gentlemen, one last question. I'll let you answer this, Jake. After the election, all eyes are going to turn to D.C. on Wednesday, where the Electoral College will meet to certify the presidency. Is there any way in the world this will stop Biden from taking the oath of office on January 20th?
No. I mean, the likelihood is extremely low. I think a lot, if you look at the senators, that they are going to object. I think, listen, there have been a lot of issues about the election that I think need to be resolved, but they need to be resolved legislatively. Here in Georgia, I expect the General Assembly to go forward and initiate some real robust election reform. I hope they do it at the federal level as well. But each of these senators doing it, look at the names, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz. These are individuals that are prepping for a 2024 presidential run, and they want to distinguish themselves. And so the likelihood, I think, is very, very low to zero.
All right, gentlemen, we will be checking back with you throughout the evening. Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans. We'll see you again real soon. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's go straight to Tracie Hutchins. Tracy, you're monitoring the election board. Are you seeing any early numbers yet?
Actually, we are. So the board is starting to take shape right now. Let's give you a closer look. This whole checkerboard pattern here, because we do have a lot of ground to cover. 159 counties across our state, and we're starting to see a number of them pop up for David Perdue and Stern Ossoff as well. Right now, if we look at the numbers that have tabulated here, early numbers, this is probably about 10% precincts reporting so far. Need to double check that, but so far still kind of low numbers because most of those counties have not come in. Ossoff in the lead here by about 70,000 or so votes, about 60,000 votes. But we do expect these numbers to change as we go throughout the night, and we do expect these counties possibly to change as well. Fulton County right here, let's see, not quite a number of precincts reporting here, but so far Stern Ossoff taking most of those votes as well. We do want to take a look at the other race including Raphael Warnock and Kennedy Gwinnett. It's more than likely this will very much look the same. We'll take a closer look at it and zoom in just a little bit so you can see a little bit better perspective. Again, these numbers will change. Our political analysts have been talking about, we have those mail-in ballots that were sent in. A majority of Democrats have voted mail-in absentee. Most of who's gone to the polls today have been Republicans. So we do expect these numbers to change, but we will continue to keep an eye on it. And again, as Democrats and Republicans headed into Election Day today, I know both you, Sean and Rick, have looked at those early polling numbers. It was putting Ossoff and Warnock ahead of their Republican opponents by a little bit more than 1 percentage point. We will see if that continues to hold tonight.
Question, Tracy. As we look at your graphics over there on the big board, it says total votes and then selected votes. What are selected votes? Selected
votes are once we key in on a little county here. Let's see if we can go in on one, because again, a number of these are still tabulating. I'm going to take that off there and see if we can go into Washington County. And these are the selected votes in Washington County for Raphael Warnock, 1,100 and 1,300 for Kelly Loeffler. Let's take a look at another county, Fulton County, which there's a large population here. Fulton County, not quite all of the precincts reporting here, but the selected number of votes, 77,000 for Raphael Warnock, 18,000 for Kelly Loeffler. Again, what we do expect from a place like Fulton County, predominantly a metro county. We do expect that the Democrats will take a lot of these large metropolitan counties, but the Republicans, they're the ones who pick up those outlying areas, the smaller counties. So really, it's a matter of what pot do you want? A few large counties or a lot of little counties?
If I'm running for office, I want all the counties.
You want all the counties.
The big and the little ones.
It's not likely to happen, but yes, I do understand.
All right, thank you, Tracy. Well, the pandemic has really changed how candidates will have their campaign watch parties. CBS 46's Ashley Thompson is with the Raphael Warnock camp. And Ashley, Warnock, he's not even going to be where you are today.
No, he's with family and a few staff members. Because of COVID, he's not having a watch party, but I'm at Manuel's Tavern, and this is where Democrats are gathering to watch these election results roll in. You can see more people have arrived since we last saw you guys, and Manuel's Tavern is pretty influential. It's long been a meeting place for Democrats. In 1970, Jimmy Carter actually announced his gubernatorial campaign here. All right, well, now to the candidate I am covering tonight, Reverend Raphael Warnock, of course, in a heated runoff with Republican Kelly Loeffler. Warnock received the most votes in the race during the general election, but of course not enough to avoid this runoff. He spent the last few days of his campaign really trying to get people out to vote. He says he's pleased with early voting numbers, but really wanted people to remain engaged today. And as you mentioned, Sean, because of COVID putting a damper on everyone's plans, he will not be having an in-person party, but his camp tells me he will be making remarks, possibly via Zoom later tonight. But for now, I'm here at Manuel's Tavern as these results start to roll in. You can really see people kind of just on edge, on the edge of their seat, really anxious, just hoping the two Democrats win. For now, I'm live in Atlanta. Ashley Thompson, back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Ashley. We'll see you soon. Let's take a look at these numbers that are coming in. This is the Loeffler-Warnock race, and you can see right now this is only about 1% reporting, but Warnock out to an early lead. Again, very early going. I want to tell you that Gabriel Sterling from the Secretary of State's office just tweeting out that a big percentage of Fulton absentee by mail has been reported already. 76,680 mail-in ballots reported out of Fulton County, according to Gabriel Sterling. But again, these are the numbers in the Warnock-Loeffler race, and we'll be keeping our eye on that, of course. CBS 46's Adam Murphy is with the Loeffler camp. Adam, what's it like over there right now?
Well, good evening, guys. We're here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. I would say there are a few dozen people, supporters of the Republicans, that have arrived. The music is blaring in the background. They've got the stage, and their theme for the night, Hold the Line, obviously really playing off the idea that they need to hold the Senate, the Republicans, in order to prevent a complete control by the Democrats coming into this Congress and the new year. And so Republicans are cautiously optimistic this evening about the results. They realize it's an uphill battle with more than 3 million people voting early. That certainly favors the Democrats. I think they have a bit of an edge because of that. But that being said, the Republicans know that this is a turnout election for them. They feel pretty good about the early results that they're seeing from polling throughout the state, particularly in North Georgia, where the president was last night. They hope that that will give them the boost that they need to get over the top tonight. But again, we have a very long way to go. This is going to be a tough night for Republicans. They have to have that incredible turnout in order to pull this out. And again, with such incredible numbers prior to Election Day, that is a good sign for Democrats early on. And you're seeing, with very few numbers coming in right now, many of those votes being counted from early votes certainly favors the Democrats at this point in time. Now, I've also learned that Senator Loeffler will be here tonight. She's expected to arrive at the hotel about 9 o'clock to watch the results in one of the rooms here at the hotel. Her entire family has made the trip from Illinois and will be here. We're also expecting many other heavy hitters in the Republican Party to take the stage. Prior to hearing from Senator Loeffler, we're told somewhere in the 11 o'clock hour. So we're holding on tight, buckle up. It will be a long night, and as numbers continue to roll in and things change here, we'll have the very latest right here for CBS 46. We're live in Buckhead. Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Adam, we are buckled up with you. We're ready to go for a long night. You know, you don't usually talk about incumbents as political newcomers, but in this case, Kelly Loeffler is a political newcomer. She was appointed to this seat. This is really her first time campaigning, during the November election, and then, of course, for the runoffs today. When you talk to members of the Loeffler camp, how do they feel about how their candidate did handling the rigors of this campaign, especially with the eyes of the world on these candidates here in Georgia?
Well, Rick, they feel pretty good about things. I mean, yes, you're absolutely right. This is a new experience for Senator Loeffler. As we know, she was appointed by Governor Kemp, and she is not a long-sitting senator. She's new to the game. She has taken, of course, a full Trump support kind of approach throughout her campaign and siding with the president. Now, she doesn't bring to the table what a Saxby Chambliss brought as a United States Senator, or, of course, Johnny Isakson. I mean, those two guys had been in the Senate for many, many years. They were well established. But when you look at Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, you're absolutely right. They're new to the game, and that's not something that usually works well. Even though they are an incumbent, it doesn't necessarily work as well in their favor as it might if we were talking about a Saxby Chambliss or a Johnny Isakson that was trying to maintain a seat.
And Adam, last night in Dalton, Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent senator, was at the rally with President Trump, and she announced there that she plans to, tomorrow when the Electoral College will affirm the presidency of President-elect Joe Biden, that she will object to it. Has that reinvigorated her base to come out and vote for her today?
Well, I think it has. Last night, if you were watching the president's rally in Dalton, she made that public on stage. The president brought her up on stage. That was actually one of the first things she announced when she walked up on the stage. Of course, the crowd there was certainly excited to hear that. I think the timing of that was to perhaps re-energize her base or the base of the presidency. Because we know that certainly Trump supporters are in favor of that, especially hardcore Trump supporters. And she, as I said, has always kind of sided with the president throughout her term and time in the United States Senate. So I think that was certainly something that she wanted to do, but also realized might be a tactic she could use to get people fired up to go vote for her. We'll see what happens, though, and whether that works in her favor or not.
All right, Adam, we'll be checking back with you real soon. CBS 46's Haley Mason is with the David Perdue camp, the other Republican incumbent who is running tonight. And Haley, bring us up to date and tell us what the mood is like there.
Yeah, standing not too far from Adam, actually, and I can give you just a different vantage point on the feel of this room here at pretty much GOP headquarters here in Buckhead. You can see a lot more people have walked into the room. They have filled in these tables here with either drinks or hors d'oeuvres, and they're anticipating a long night. Their eyes have been glued to the screens that are above the stages here that are showing the precincts coming in with Ossoff and Warnock leading right now, but the gap is closing. Now, David Perdue is in quarantine right now. He was exposed to someone with COVID-19. He has tested negative multiple times, but he will not be appearing here tonight. His campaign spokesperson tells me if the numbers look good, that he will possibly make an appearance, possibly via Zoom. Meanwhile, he has been very active on Twitter. He appeared through a pre-recorded message at the Trump rally last night saying that if we win Georgia, we save America. On Twitter, he released a joint statement with Kelly Loeffler today saying they continue to encourage every Georgian to get out and vote, asking them to vote throughout the evening, and that these late votes would be absolutely crucial for this election. And right now, the polls have shown that Jon Ossoff and David Perdue have virtually been 50-50 neck and neck, just a heated, tight race here tonight. And so they're going to be glued to the screen. We know Loeffler will be in a room here at the Grand Hyatt, watching from home, trying to make sure that every single vote that they can count tonight will be closely watched. And so we'll be bringing you those results throughout the night as this party kicks off here. We probably expect to hear, I'll say, a word from Sonny Perdue, David Perdue's cousin. We know the GOP state spokesperson, chairman, is supposed to take the stage tonight. Still trying to get a few more details on who will show up to support Perdue, who can't show up for himself, you guys. Haley Mason, live in Buckhead for CBS 46 News.
Megan, Haley, thank you. And Stacey Abrams, who is a political activist and largely credited with turning Georgia blue, says this is going to be a tight race. And the Secretary of State's office is now confirming that every single poll location in Georgia is now closed. Let's go to Megan Packer at the live election desk with the headlines. Megan, good evening.
Hi, Sean and Rick. Yeah, we know there were some polling places that were granted extensions past that 7 o'clock closing time. The latest to close was just a few minutes ago at 7:40. The El Dorado precinct down in Tift County in South Georgia was granted the extension till 7:40. So as best we understand right now, all polling locations should be closed right now. We have been getting periodic updates tonight from the Secretary of State's office. By all accounts, they say it has been a smooth day with no major issues. Turnout has been light in some areas, stronger than others. Of course, there was a huge early in-person and absentee by mail voter turnout, so that took a lot of the pressure off the in-person election day voting today. We heard from Gabe Sterling in the Secretary of State's office just a little bit ago. I'll listen to what he had to say.
The one thing that's interesting when you have 159 counties, you know, you can nickel and dime yourself up to those numbers pretty quickly. So even on a mid-level turnout that was steady all day, you can still see some pretty big numbers. Because in the primary, we saw 880,000 overall, and it felt like the world was on fire. And we had 900 and some odd, close to 1 million on election day in November, and it didn't feel like that at all. So we are all still learning the system. We're all learning to kind of understand and gauge where we are in these things. So we could still see 1 million. I have no idea, and I have no gut feeling from it because it's all anecdotal, and you can't go by Twitter and Facebook.
Now, state officials have asked counties to get their numbers in by 1 o'clock tomorrow. That is an ask of them as far as getting an idea of the absentee by mail ballots that have come in. And I do see a tweet from Gabriel Sterling that he pushed out about 10 minutes ago. He says a big percentage of Fulton absentee by mail has been reported already. 76,680 mail-in ballots reported. Again, that's in Fulton County. So we will keep an eye on his Twitter account, and we have a crew with him getting updates there in person as well that we will pass along. But again, by all accounts, word from the Secretary of State's office tonight is that it's been a smooth day and very light in some spots.
All right. Thank you, Megan Packer. As of January 3rd, between the first round election and today's runoff, the Senate candidates in Georgia have raised a total of $452 million. Most of that money bought ads on TV, radio, digital, and social media. Dr. Amy Steigelwalt, professor of political science at Georgia State University and the editor-in-chief of the Justice System Journal, joins us for more insight. Dr. Steigelwalt, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
The airwaves, they were saturated. If no outright winner is determined tonight, do you expect us to see more ads with a different message?
I think the ads are probably going to be stopping because they've done their job, right? The votes have all been counted. We have reached the end of this. The final count that came out tonight is that there were $505 million worth of ads that were run on TV and radio during this runoff election, breaking all sorts of records. And so I think what we might see are some ads that are about the actual votes themselves. But I also think, given that all the reports are that everything's gone quite smoothly, we are likely to know results sooner rather than later. The question, of course, is whether or not the results will end up being close enough that it triggers a type of recount or something else like that.
I want to talk about Georgia in general, and maybe Georgia going forward here, because all of a sudden we find ourselves in a swing state. And these are the states traditionally that get the most amount of ads, the most amount of money spent, because presumably we are the states that are most swingable. So moving forward now, do you expect that every single election cycle Georgia is going to see this amount of ads, this amount of negative ads, just this kind of, confluence of ads coming at everybody from every direction?
Highly likely. What we are seeing in this race, and that we really saw sort of starting in many ways in 2018, continued through to 2020, is that, as you said, we are now a purple state. Democrats are able to now run a statewide election and get the vote out really across the state in ways that they hadn't been able to in past decades. And we have also seen, particularly in the metro Atlanta area, a real shift in voters that is eating away at kind of those last bastions of support that the Republican Party had. And so in that sense, it's highly unlikely that we're going to shift back. A lot of these trends look to be permanent, and that will mean that particularly these statewide races will continue to be contested heavily.
Incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, let's talk about her. She worked really hard to earn conservative cred. Yesterday at Trump's rally in Dalton, she announced that she plans to object the Electoral College affirming Joe Biden. Other members of the GOP already backing out. What does she gain if she follows through on this?
I think what she was trying to gain there was the support of the president, the full-throated support for him to say, get out, vote for Kelly Loeffler. She is a supporter of mine. The rally that was held yesterday in Dalton was in part because turnout has been incredibly low in the northwest part of the state, in the 14th congressional district, and other districts where if they didn't turn out to vote, then Senator Loeffler, as well as Senator Perdue, was really potentially going to struggle. And so I think a part of that was to ensure that that type of full-throated support for her and for Senator Perdue's campaign was given, because she wants to be able to return to the Senate and continue in that seat.
I want to ask you about something that we were discussing with one of our political analysts earlier this hour, Professor, and that is the moderate Republicans who may have voted for Joe Biden in November because they don't like this president, they don't like Trump's behavior, his theatrics, what have you. What do you think about those voters now who may have voted against Trump, but now Trump's not on the ballot this time around? Do you think that they return to the Republican fold rather than vote for Democrats once again?
Possibly. So there's some number of voters that we know in November voted for President Biden and also voted for David Perdue. And so we have, right, that's really capturing what you're talking about, those voters that were more comfortable, right, with David Perdue than with Donald Trump. And so I think there is a real question as to whether or not that group in particular, much less not really return to the fold, but did they turn out in this election? Or did the Republican infighting, the continued sort of fights over the presidential election that are continuing, the continued dominance, honestly, of President Trump over this race, did that influence them to potentially say, I'm simply not going to turn out and vote for anyone at all?
Dr. Amy, this is near and dear to your heart. You are the editor-in-chief of the Justice System Journal. If the Democrats, they pull through a historic win and win both Senate seats, Joe Biden will have support of both the House and the Senate, paving the way for very little opposition, some say, to get his policies passed. During the primaries, the president-elect was questioned if he would stack the Supreme Court. Would that be likely if Warnock and Ossoff wins?
I think what we're definitely going to see if Warnock and Ossoff both win is a concerted movement by the now Democratic, what now would be a Democratic Senate, to push through vacancies, particularly to the lower courts. Whether or not we'll see an expansion of the Supreme Court, it's possible. That one I think is probably a little bit less likely to be pushed through and will in part maybe be a reaction to whether or not there is concerted opposition put up even by the minority to stopping the ability of them to push through nominations and get them confirmed. But I do think that if we see that type of continued opposition to seating nominees from the president by the Republicans, that could reinvigorate those discussions about whether or not the size of the Supreme Court should be expanded.
What about the future of the Republican Party, Professor Steigerwalt? Because we see nationally the party grappling with how to deal with Trump and his continued insistence on a rigged election and whether or not to try to help him in his efforts to have the election results overturned. And then you have other Republicans, including the lieutenant governor here in Georgia, who are saying, look, this is not good. We've got to turn the page on Trump republicanism, get back to small government, individual responsibility, lower taxes kind of republicanism that Georgians and most conservatives around the country are used to. What do you see happening to the Republican Party post-Trump, both nationally and here in our state?
I think nationally, there's going to be a really big reckoning with whether or not, once he leaves office on January 20th, if he continues to play an outside role in affecting the Republican Party going forward. And I think that that's going to be a discussion they're going to need to have, and that they're also going to have to decide what do they do with those that were taking certain votes to be able to support the president. I think in Georgia, the Republican Party, in all honesty, has been having that conversation for a while. They're seeing particularly their support in the metro Atlanta area being eroded in the suburbs. And I think part of it is because those moderate Republicans have really kind of been pushed out of the party. And we've seen that with some of the primaries that have taken place in the Republican Party. And so again, I think there's going to be this real discussion of what does it mean to be a Republican, who should be a member of our party, how broad do we want to make that base, how much do we want to invite in those that may feel as though they don't have a home in the party anymore. And I think that's going to be a very real discussion for many years to come.
Tonight's race hasn't even been decided, and yesterday President Trump in Dalton said that he plans to come back to Georgia and he's going to campaign against the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, as well as the Secretary of State. What message is that sending to the GOP? It seems so divided.
It seems incredibly divided. The intra-party fighting that we've seen in Georgia really throughout this entire campaign, right? It really started when we saw the primary of Congressman Doug Lewis against Senator Loeffler, and really starting to divide the party there, and what really should have been kind of an easy primary for her in the sense of having been the incumbent senator. And so I think in that way, there is this real divisiveness. And I think we're also seeing that that we've seen across the state in the decreased turnout, especially even during the in-person early voting, and in sort of real questions to come as, for example, the legislature is going to be convened starting on Monday of how are they going to address these issues? Are they going to be able to get over those divides, or are we going to continue to see the party really being fractured on some of these questions, which are not actually essential policy disputes, but in many ways are about their loyalty or not to the President of the United States, who, as of January 20th, will no longer be the President of the United States. And so I think that that is a very interesting thing, because those aren't long-term policy disputes, but they have long-term implications for the ability of the various members of the party to get along and actually pass their agenda.
This is so interesting. I feel like I'm in one of your classes at Georgia State, Professor Steigerwald. I want to ask you about trust and faith in the system, because it has been tested perhaps like never before. And I saw some of the exit polling. These are polls that were conducted as voters were presumably leaving the polling places today after having voted. And they were asked specific questions. And one of them, of course, was about whether or not they felt that the election was fair, that the election back in November was conducted fairly. And if you broke it down, Democrats were much more likely, I think maybe even 3-1 over Republicans in terms of feeling as though they still had faith in the system. But what about those who do not? What about those Republican voters, conservative voters who believe what the president told them, that the election was rigged, even though there's been no evidence presented to that fact, but they believe that they were cheated in some way and that this system is rigged against them? How do we turn that around? How do we get that confidence level back to where it needs to be so that we can have real honest discussions about priorities and concerns here in Georgia?
That's a really great way to phrase it, because in many ways we do have to do a lot of work to get that back. It took a lot of time to be able to tear that down, and it is going to take a lot of work to build it back. Part of the issue is that when our leaders are the ones who are making those types of allegations, of course, people are going to believe them. Why would you doubt that, right? The leader of the free world would suggest that the elections are rigged if he didn't actually have information of that. And so it undercuts that doubt. And part of what's really important is that we talk a lot about being a nation of laws, but it's a nation of laws supported by people who have to follow those laws and have to uphold these sort of norms and values that we look to. And when those start to be eroded, we really run into issues. And so I think one of the things that we are going to need to see going forward is a concerted effort by various political leaders on all sides of the aisle, from all the different parties, from all the different factions, saying, no, our institutions are in fact legitimate.
Dr.
The people that work within them are doing a good job, and we need to keep going and support that.
Dr. Stargewalt, we appreciate your time. We're going to have to wrap this up. You have been very insightful, professor of political science at Georgia State University. We certainly thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
This is a CBS 46 News Special, Georgia's Senate Showdown.
All eyes on Georgia.
We're on them this time.
2 runoff elections.
So send John and Raphael to Washington
To decide which party controls the U.S. Senate.
Come January 5th.
The American dream is on the ballot.
These are the people's U.S. Senate seats.
We're the last line of defense.
It's a high-dollar free-for-all.
Voter turnout explodes again.
This is my civic responsibility.
In a high-stakes race to the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us on election night. Today is Georgia's Senate showdown, and the stakes are high for both parties. I'm Sean Gables.
And I'm Rick Fulba. I'm so glad you've chosen to join us for this historic evening. The polls are now closed. Precincts are beginning to send in their ballot counts. 2 of the most high-profile races in recent history on the line tonight, both of them, Sean, right here in Georgia.
Incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler faces off against the man who hopes to become the first African-American Georgia senator, Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock.
And Democratic challenger Jon Ossoff is hoping to become the youngest senator to take office in quite some time, going head-to-head with incumbent GOP Senator David Perdue.
The races determine which party controls the Senate. Both Ossoff and Warnock have to win to make that happen. Otherwise, it remains a GOP-controlled Senate. CBS 46 with team coverage on the race, the candidates, and its impact on how this crucial runoff determines which party will control the Senate. Our experts, Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans, also in-house for political analysis. But first, we're going to start with Tracie Hutchins. And Tracy, you have been monitoring the election board. I see the colors are starting to pop up. We know who's going which direction so far.
So far, still very early in the night, I can tell you. It's probably a little bit less than 20% of the precincts reporting across the state. Certainly, we have a very large state, 159 counties to look at. Want to give you a closer look at the race between Jon Ossoff and incumbent David Perdue. Early numbers showing Ossoff in the lead there by about 80,000 votes or so. Again, these are early numbers. These early numbers coming in as officials are tabulating those mail-in ballot, well, actually those early voting numbers, which we do know a majority of Democrats got out early and voted those 2 weeks before the election. We can zero in here county by county and take a closer look. Of course, here in the metro area in Fulton County, we did expect Jon Ossoff to hold on to that, and he has so far in Fulton County with, I think, about 16% of the precincts reporting. He's getting about 76,000 of the votes, 18,000 for David Perdue. Again, as the night goes on, we do expect these numbers to change, even these colors to flip here on the map. We want to give you a look actually at the other race in this Senate runoff here. Raphael Warnock against Kelly Loeffler. Warnock right now in the lead so far as we take a closer look at the state and zero in and see how he is doing. He is pretty much holding on to the same pattern that Jon Ossoff is as well in the metro area, kind of dominating the big 5 counties, as we say, in metro Atlanta, and holding on to some suburban counties as well. One of the interesting things here is Chatham County, which normally would go to Democrats. Right now, Kelly Loeffler has a majority of votes there. Really, it's only a handful, only 2% of the 92 precincts reporting, but Kelly Loeffler holding on, taking an early lead there. But again, we will continue to look at all these numbers as the night continues to change. It's all very interesting, isn't it, to kind of watch how things shake out. We do expect to have results much earlier than we did in the general election. Again, there were only 3 things on the ballot this time. Of course, the 2 Senate candidates and then another race as well. And then all of those early voting numbers, all elections officials had to do is hit tabulate. They did all the heavy lifting before tonight. So at 7 o'clock, all they had to do was hit that button.
And early is a relative term because it's not going to be tonight that we're going to know the winners here.
More than likely not.
Hear from officials that it could be a couple of days, perhaps maybe tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Thanks very much, Tracy. We'll check back with you as these numbers continue to come in. And let's take a closer look at them. You can see this is the Warnock-Loeffler race. The I next to Loeffler stands for incumbent. She is the Republican, and right now with about 5% of precincts reporting, she is behind Reverend Raphael Warnock, who of course was the lead pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church, the same church where of course Martin Luther King Jr. And his father pastored. He is a new entry into the political world, as is Kelly Loeffler, who was a businesswoman before she was tapped by Governor Kemp to serve out the remainder of Johnny Isakson's term when he retired due to health reasons. CBS 46's Adam Murphy is with the Kelly Loeffler camp tonight. And these are early numbers, Adam, so certainly no reason to get upset or to get too excited. But what are you hearing on your end?
Well, good evening, guys. It's still very early, but I'm going to tell you right now, there is no question about the fact that we are live at the center of the political universe tonight and at the home base for the Republicans here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. There are several dozen people, supporters that have arrived. They're watching results come in. Behind me on the stage, where we will hear from several guest speakers, they have a message tonight, and it says, hold the line. And that's been something the Republicans have been pushing. They want to hold the Senate in order to provide that checks and balances in the Congress. Now, earlier today, Senator Loeffler wrapped up her 9-week trip around the state, crisscrossing many communities in her sweep around Georgia with an appearance in Sandy Springs. She talked about how this is a turnout election for Republicans. We know the Democrats are going to do well in the early voting process with more than 3 million people voting. But the senator said Republicans must turn out in a very big way in order to win the election here tonight. Her team said they are cautiously optimistic and they are encouraged by reports of high voter turnout, particularly in North Georgia, following the president's rally last night in Dalton.
Look, the future of the country is on the ballot here in Georgia today. There's a stark contrast, the path of the American dream that I've been fighting for, or socialism. My opponent would bring socialism in the form of big government, higher taxes on every single hardworking Georgian family.
Now this just in, I received a list just moments ago of the distinguished speakers that will be talking tonight. Obviously, prior to hearing from Senator Kelly Loeffler around the 11 o'clock hour, I'm being told Republican Chair David Schaefer will be speaking. Governor Brian Kemp will be here, as well as former Governor Sonny Perdue, and he's the Agriculture Commissioner under the presidency of Donald Trump. So a lot to come here from the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. We're just getting started. It should be a very interesting night. Republicans, as I said, are cautiously optimistic, but no, it's going to be a hard road. We're live in Buckhead. Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
And Adam, Kelly Loeffler, she's bringing her entire family there to her campaign headquarters watch party to hopefully watch her win tonight.
Yeah, they're actually coming in from Illinois. And I recall back on November 3rd, on election night, her entire family made the trip from Illinois for her when she clinched the runoff. They're coming back. They're going to be here, the entire family, I'm told. Senator Loeffler will arrive around 9 o'clock tonight, watch some of the results with her family in a room here at the Grand Hyatt, and then we're expecting to hear from her hopefully sometime in the 11 o'clock hour.
And Adam, we should remind people a little bit about the history of Senator Loeffler, who was appointed to the seat. She didn't have to run for it. She was appointed by the governor, and it was against the wishes at the time of President Trump. whose preferred candidate was Doug Collins, the former congressman from here in Georgia. And it sort of has been a back and forth between them, of course, during the jungle primary back in November. And now I just wonder if, has she thoroughly convinced Trump supporters that she is on board with President Trump? Because a lot of them may have had doubts, given that the president didn't always support her.
Well, that's a very good point. No question the president would have liked to have seen, I think, initially Doug Collins in this position. That didn't happen. The governor went with Kelly Loeffler. That was a new name when she was appointed by the governor to many people here in the state of Georgia. They didn't know a lot about Kelly Loeffler and being a successful businesswoman, but she has really touted herself as a business outsider, someone who's created jobs, and she's also claims to have voted 100% pro-Trump. So she has made it very clear that she supports the president, and I think she's done whatever she needs to do to convince voters in Georgia that are true supporters of the president that she is their choice. So we'll see how it shakes out tonight. Definitely a much newer name to the game than Doug Collins. We'll see how that all pays off or doesn't pay off. We'll see how it all plays out, I should say, tonight when we have all of these numbers finally come in. And we may not know until tomorrow, but I think we'll have a better idea of where things are going later on this evening, perhaps in the 11 o'clock hour.
We know we'll be all over it tonight. Adam Murphy, thank you. Right now, every single polling location in the state of Georgia is closed, and Georgia voting officials have said the average wait time was between 1 and 2 minutes. CBS 46's Brittany Edney joins us in Fulton County tonight, where, Brittany, there has been some breaking news happening there.
Yeah, that's right, Sean, and I've just got an update for you from Fulton County. A spokesperson told me that they indeed received that consent order that a judge signed essentially after it was filed by the Fulton County GOP party against the Fulton County Board of Elections. So let's take this slow. Let me walk you through it a little bit. Essentially, that complaint was about access and how close their monitors could get to all of the action. If you look over here where you're seeing a few people walk along that exterior barrier, well, that is where the observers are supposed to stand. Now, the monitors, those they are pushing forward to get closer, and in fact, around a 10-foot radius where everything is happening. Now, Fulton County says that once they received that consent order, they have been trying to make those accommodations so it would fall in line with that order. So far, what we have seen and what Fulton County is telling us in response to is that they're creating kind of like a U shape around all of these barriers in this facility in order to make sure that that access is happening. Now, is it all going to be followed? We are still waiting to see. But I can tell you that right now there's a lot of pressure on Fulton County as they try to figure out, this last minute election night draw to make sure that they are following that Georgia judge's order, which would allow those monitors to get that access as they go ahead and oversee the continuation of the processing of all of these absentee ballots. Now, as far as the status of all these absentee ballots, we have heard from the Fulton County Board of Elections Director Richard Barron. He has said earlier in the evening that that is really where the focus is going to be as far as tonight's tabulations, as far as the numbers that they're going to focus on. And the hope is to really around the 11 p.m. to midnight hour to see those numbers come out. And then he also tells us this evening that the main he also tells us that the main priority, again, is to get those bulk of the absentee ballots in. Sean, Rick.
Thank you so much. Our special coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown will continue right after the break.
I'm Megan Packer at the live election desk, at the election live desk here in the CBS 46 newsroom. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuing live coverage as we stream a Senate showdown tonight in Georgia. We invite you to stay with us throughout the night for our continuing coverage from here at CBS 46 News. Big headlines tonight from the Secretary of State's office telling us no major issues reported on their end. There have been a few little hiccups here and there that they have been dealing with, but all in all, they say no major issues, quite slow in some parts of the state. A little bit in some voting precincts, and as these numbers start to come in, we'll get a better idea of what exactly the in-person voting turnout was today. A huge turnout, we've been telling you, for early voting. Before the polls opened today, more than 3 million people in Georgia had already voted, whether it was going out early in person or getting in an absentee by mail ballot in. So many people anxious to find out how many people came out today to vote in person. We'll also have a better idea of that tomorrow, because the Secretary of State's office has told us that they are asking counties to try to get their numbers into them by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that will paint a better picture of how many absentee by mail votes have come in and exactly how many people got those ballots into the drop boxes tonight before they were locked at 7 o'clock tonight. We have crews throughout the area tonight with the candidates and their campaigns. Our continuing coverage continues right now.
And welcome back to our coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. And the numbers are starting to come in, Sean. Let's take a look. This is the Kelly Loeffler, Reverend Raphael Warnock race now. 7% of precincts reporting. And Raphael Warnock holding on to that slim lead in the early going here. It is early going. We need to stress that. Too early to celebrate, too early to drown your sorrows as well. But these numbers are beginning to come in, and we'll share them with you as they do.
I'm sure they'll take what they can get right now. As you mentioned, Rick, the race is very early in the stage. The Ossoff-Perdue race is reporting 8% of the precincts are reporting. Jon Ossoff has the slight lead, 51% to David Perdue, who is the incumbent senator, with 49% of the vote. Again, this is early. We will continue to monitor these numbers, but in the meantime, this is an extraordinary runoff election. But the big question tonight, will voter turnout tilt the race in favor of the Republicans or the Democrats? CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy is following that angle from a polling location in Gwinnett County tonight. And Jamie, the polls are officially closed, but anybody who was still standing in line are still able to vote.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. They were, so we were at a provisional spot earlier, but we have now actually moved to the elections office here in Gwinnett County, and there was just a loud rupture a moment ago as the first ballots came in from the in-person voting from today. These aren't absentee or advanced in-person. These were the ballots that were cast today, and they only arrived literally minutes ago. So there's a huge rapturous applause for that as people start to begin the process. So here, this is where people will be looking at the ballots, certifying them, and then as we just scan over to the right there, you can see in that where all those monitors and computers are, that's where they will be tabulating them. So they haven't received any of them yet. As far as advanced in person, we saw from results yesterday, overwhelmingly there was a support for Ossoff and Warnock, as we know back in November 3. This was very much a Democratic stronghold here in Gwinnett County, so they were each had 70% of that early voting, but as we said, that's very much an early voting number looking at that. So in total, there was 267,400 votes that were from advanced in-person, mail-in ballot, and overseas military ballots that had come in. That was from this morning. So those are only still premature numbers, but there are 592,342 total registered voters here in Gwinnett County. So still a lot of ballots to come in. So we're all waiting in anticipation for them to see exactly sort of how that comes about and who exactly will win this in terms of what's happening, what you're looking at now. This will be the in-person voting from today will be counted, and out the back they're still getting in some of those absentee mailed ballots that they had coming in throughout the day. So we'll be closely monitoring those and bringing you the latest. For now, this is the latest in Gwinnett County. CBS 46, I'm Jamie Kennedy, sending it back to you.
All right, thank you, Jamie. CBS 46's Melissa Stern is with Jon Ossoff's camp tonight. And Melissa, we saw those early numbers that are already reporting. Ossoff has the slight edge. Again, this is very early in the race. I don't think that we're going to draw any conclusions that he's won it, but I'm sure they're optimistic.
Spoke to Ossoff earlier today, and he says Georgians have a lot of power right now, and he's hopeful that change is coming.
This is a vote for pretty much our lives.
Several voters at the Grant Park Recreation Center said they wanted to vote in person on Election Day.
I need to know, I need to see that my ballot had been physically cast.
More than 3 million people voted early in the 2 Senate runoff races.
We're living in a historic time, you know, and it feels good to be a part of that.
And the early numbers show the races are very competitive.
I was very, very proud, especially at the African American turnout. You know, the Latino turnout. I mean, we came out, we showed out, and we got the job done.
Democratic candidate Stern Ossoff says if the Democrats reclaim the Senate majority, quality of life will improve.
I feel great. I am so excited by the level of participation in early voting and looking forward to delivering for the people of Georgia. I spoke yesterday with President-elect Biden about how swiftly we can move on those $2,000 stimulus checks that the Senate is currently blocking.
Stay with us as we follow the results of this election. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
All right, thank you. Well, CBS 46's Haley Mason is with David Perdue's camp. And Haley, I saw a tweet from you a couple of minutes ago saying that there was an announcement in the room that the event is about to start.
Yeah, they gave the 10-minute warning that the official state GOP party would begin, and now we're about 3 minutes away from that start time. You can see behind me the stage is set and that a number of people are gathering right in front of that stage. They're watching with bated breath, really. They know the results are pouring in slowly and slowly closing that gap, but Warnock and Ossoff are in the lead right now as it stands, with results just still under about 30% of the precincts recording. And so these campaigns are cautiously optimistic and a unique experience for Perdue. He was not one to be in front of the camera often, not necessarily shy, but shied away from the camera and the media especially. And now when it's down to the final hour, he's in quarantine for his actual election. And so he's watching these results from home and has spent a significant amount of time on Twitter. He's been quarantined because he was exposed to COVID-19, but his spokesperson tells me that he has tested negative multiple times. He's feeling great, and he's feeling great about the results tonight. So we're hoping that he may make a Zoom appearance if the results begin to skew in his favor. But nonetheless, you see the screens there showing Kelly Loeffler. We're anticipating that this party is about to get underway for the state's GOP. That's David Perdue there on the screen. It's going to get a little loud in here, but people are celebrating and cautiously optimistic is the word here tonight, Rick. Sean.
Thank you, Haley. As we wait for the event, the official event, to get underway. And you mentioned the senators' reluctance to deal with the media. And of course, we at CBS 46 have tried to get interviews with the senator many, many times, requesting them only to be turned down. When you talk with people on the Perdue side of things, are they happy with the way their candidate ran the race, especially since the November 3rd general election? Are they happy with the way he ran during the campaign for the runoff?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I can't say if they are actually happy or not. I think hindsight will be 20/20 for this campaign. For the longest, he was very quiet, mum almost, as if he was not really an active participant in the race for a while. He really picked up with the bus tour mid-October and began to become more active on Twitter. And so at this point, he says that he never had many town halls because he did phone conferences with his constituents, but he makes a lot of criticism for that. And so right now, we'll wait to see if that approach worked in his favor or not.
And the state
This
GOP
program
chair
is
now
starting
taking.
right now, Rick.
Yes. We'll let you go to that so you can watch it, report back to us. Haley Mason live for us at Republican headquarters tonight. Thanks, Haley.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
Oh, and we had great weather for Election Day temperatures. See, this is what's real life. This is really what's behind me. And this is what you see on TV, the magic of television. Temperatures have been above average all week. The average high this time of year is 52. The past 7 days, we have been well above that. Right now, though, it's getting chilly. It's a cold night ahead. 47 in Atlanta, 40 in Canton, 41 in Carrollton, and it will get downright cold. Freezing temperatures tonight, so bundle up. It is going to get cold as we head through the evening hours. Big reason for that, no rain out there. Really, we don't even have clouds over the area. Just a really nice night ahead. We will see increasing clouds late tomorrow, so we'll start off sunny. We'll see some clouds late in the day, but otherwise another beautiful day as temperatures warm up to the 50s. We'll get up to 55 degrees tomorrow in Atlanta, 56 in Athens, 52 in LJ, 53 in Canton. Now, tomorrow's dry, but after that, changes move back in. Starting on Thursday, that's when our next weather maker moves in with a 60% chance of rain on Thursday, then some rain on Friday morning. Now, it will come with very cold air, at least in the far North Georgia mountains. Because of that, you see those pinks? That is a rain-snow mix possible, and we could even see snow, straight snow, and elevations above 2,000 feet. So very few of us are going to get it, but we will be cold enough, or at least close to it, that we could see some flurries Thursday night through Friday morning. It is going to be cold here in Atlanta. No snow for Metro Atlanta, but we will see a cold rain. In fact, you look at highs Thursday, Friday when that system moves in, highs will only be in the 40s. Even on Saturday, highs only in the 40s. And you look ahead to the middle of next week, and next week, our temperature outlook is cold with below average temperatures. So the past 7 days were well above average. The next 7 days are below average, with the exception of tomorrow. So enjoy tomorrow while it lasts before the rain and colder temperatures move back in.
Thank you, Jen, and we'll be right back. Our coverage continues right after this.
Hi, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuing live streaming coverage of this Senate showdown here in Georgia. The eyes of the nation are on our state tonight. We invite you to continue to join us throughout the night as the numbers continue to come in right here on our CBS 46 streaming app and on our website, along with us on air on Peachtree TV and later on tonight on CBS 46 News. We're hearing from our crews who are set up with the candidates and their campaigns, different watch parties and locations throughout the night. We have our team ready to bring you the very latest. We are keeping in touch with the Secretary of State's office. They tell us they have reported no major issues today, and overall they're saying that things went very smoothly on this election day. Of course, we've been telling you it was a huge turnout for early in-person and absentee by mail voting. More than 3 million people in Georgia had already cast their ballots before the polls opened this morning. So we don't yet know how many people came out to vote today. We will have a better idea of that tomorrow. The state has asked for counties by 1 o'clock tomorrow to get their numbers into them. That will give us a better idea, especially of those absentee by mail ballots that have come in. Now, a few precincts stayed open late tonight after that 7 o'clock deadline, and the latest was in Ware County until 8 o'clock tonight, and that is now closed. So we are now here at 8:26. All of the polling locations are closed now throughout the state, so we are keeping an eye on the numbers as they come in. Again, all polling locations now closed across the state of Georgia. Our coverage continues now.
And welcome back to CBS 46's coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown on this historic night here in the Peach State. All eyes on Georgia tonight, and the numbers are starting to come in for the Kelly Loeffler, Reverend Raphael Warnock race. We put them up on the board here, and this is early going. Of course, we know for a fact that these numbers will change throughout the evening, but so far with 11% of the precincts reporting Reverend Warnock with a pretty sizable lead over the incumbent Kelly Loeffler. Both of these candidates political newcomers, even though Kelly Loeffler is the incumbent. She did not really have a background in politics prior to being appointed to that Senate seat by Governor Kemp back in 2019 after Senator Isaacson resigned due to health problems.
The second seat that's up for grabs tonight in the U.S. Senate runoff race is Stern Ossoff and David Perdue. Stern Ossoff hoping to become the youngest person ever elected into Senate. He has a slight edge right now with 12% of the precincts reporting, 55% for Stern Ossoff. The incumbent David Perdue lagging behind 45%. But again, we're very early into this race. Let's go to Tracie Hutchins. And Tracy, you're at you're monitoring the election board tonight. We're very early in the race, and you've mentioned it. We may not get a winner tonight.
We may not, because of course we're talking about 159 counties where elections officials have to count here. I want to give you a closer look at those numbers. Ours lagging behind just on this big board, just ever so slightly. But in the major metropolitan area, you can see John Ossoff taking a majority of the numbers here. His counties are highlighted in blue. If we take a closer look at Fulton County, he taking the majority, the lion's share of the votes here, 272,000 to David Perdue's 94,000. And let's take a look at our other race as well. Eric, let's take just a closer look here and take a look at the total number of votes. Nearly 1 million for Raphael Warnock here, and Murphy Loeffler behind just ever so slightly. Of course, we will continue to keep an eye on all of the counties, of course, here in the metro area as well as across the state. It is still early, as we've all been saying, but those numbers will continue to trickle in.
All right, Tracy, thank you.
Well, the pandemic has really changed how candidates have their watch parties. We're going to break that down right after the break. Stick around for Georgia's Senate Showdown.
And I'm Megan Packer in the CBS 46 newsroom at the election live desk. Our streaming coverage continues right now. You know, we are hearing from the Secretary of State's office today. Both Secretary Brad Raffensperger and Voting System Implementation Manager Gabe Sterling have both said it is unlikely that we will know the outcome of these two races tonight. They are asking for counties to get their numbers in. They're asking them, it's not a mandate, to get them into the state by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So again, there is a very good chance that we will not know the outcome of these two races tonight. But of course, as precincts report, we're bringing you the very latest with these numbers, and we're going to our crews throughout Metro Atlanta. They're set up with the different candidates, their campaigns, at watch parties, keeping in close contact with the candidates as well as they start to watch these numbers come in. More than 3 million people voted early in Georgia as the eyes of the nation have been watching our state over these past few weeks during the early voting period. And then today, of course, being election day, polls were open from 7 to 7. We don't know yet how many Georgians came out to cast their ballot today. We'll have a better idea of that tomorrow. The Secretary of State's office has reported very few issues today. There have been a few things here or there, but overall they say they've called it a steady day, light even in some areas. So they've really reported no major issues. Now, there was a Ware County location that was the last polling precinct to close tonight. That closed at 8 o'clock. So right now at 8:30 on the dot, polling locations across the state are closed. We invite you to join us for our continuing coverage on air on Peachtree TV and right here on our streaming app right now.
Welcome back to our special election coverage of the Georgia Senate Showdown. Governor Kemp is at the Grand Hyatt Ballroom in Buckhead. Speaking right now, let's listen in.
State in the country for business because of the things that they have been doing. They've provided great leadership. I want to thank Bubba and his family for their service and thank them for fighting hard in this runoff. I also want to mention how much I have enjoyed fighting with David Perdue. You know, David was on the bus tour with us back in 2018. Trying to, save the soul of our state, as we said, at every stop. We went to 91 counties in the last 3 weeks with the campaign, and David and his family and others were on those at many of those bus stops. And since I became governor, I've had the opportunity to work with him a lot, especially on the Hurricane Michael relief that Senator Perdue really led the charge on in Washington with the leadership of Secretary Perdue and USDA and the Ag Department, our Ag Commissioner Gary Black. But it was David that was on the ground every day up there in D.C. And I know a lot of people here wondered sometimes why they didn't see him that much. But it's because he was taking our priorities to the halls of Congress and to the White House to get help for our farmers. And I'll be forever grateful, and our state will as well, for the great work that he did. And as you guys know, David is he's an outsider. He's a business guy. He has taken that mentality to Washington, D.C., which is why he built such a powerful relationship with the president, because he's exactly the same way, an outsider, a business guy. And they all went up there and were fighting the swamp. And I want to thank David for that as well, and the president as well. But I was also honored to appoint someone to the United States Senate when another great Georgian and a great American, Johnny Isakson, decided to retire. And there's not a finer man that served the Republican Party in Georgia in politics than Johnny Isakson, I will tell you that. But I really felt like when I appointed Kelly that I was appointing someone a lot like the president and a lot like David Perdue, a political outsider, a novice to campaigns, as you remember, back early in the first election, but also someone that had literally lived the American dream, from being a farm girl to buying the New York Stock Exchange and moving all over the country, you know, having to make her own way. First member of their family to graduate from college and be able to follow their dreams and be very successful. And they've made a great team up in Washington over these last many months. And I think, you know, I knew I was appointing a conservative when I appointed Kelly. I knew I was appointing a fighter. And I think we have all seen that, certainly over the last few months and the last 9 weeks with both Kelly and David. So I am grateful for how hard they have fought for our state, how hard they have fought to save our country and to be the red wall that stops socialism and all the many other things that we have talked about. But I want to, and we clap for that too. I want to leave you with just a couple of things. Number one, I want to thank you all on behalf of my family for your thoughts and prayers. This has been, you know, this has been a tough time for our family for a lot of reasons, not just because of the U.S. Senate race and Bubba's race, but just because of what we've been going through, what every state's been going through with the pandemic, civil unrest, unprecedented things that we've had to deal with in our state, the tragic loss of a young life way too soon that was a love of our family and a love of Lucy's. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate every single day people calling and texting me and letting us know that they're praying for me. And we feel that. And I just want to thank you how hard you all have been working to hold it for Harrison. And I want to say this to all the people that knew that young man, 20 years old, that contagious smile, as I said at his service, that goofy demeanor that he had so much, that made you love him so much, that camaraderie that the people that are in this room and have been on the campaign trail over all these many months that worked with him and loved him because of that, people that knew him because of friendships with Lucy and our family, the elected officials like myself at high places, you know, Senator Perdue, Senator Loeffler, myself, he worked or volunteered for all of us. He could go up and speak to the Secretary of Agriculture, a former governor, a U.S. Senator, to a governor, just like he could speak to any one of you. I mean, he was the salt of the earth. And it has been heartbreaking for our family. But it's also been heartbreaking for the Deal family. And they are with us tonight. And I want to let you all know how much we appreciate you all also saying to us that you have been praying for his parents, Kurt and Jenny, and his sisters, Hannah and Hallie. And I hope y'all will just give a warm welcome to the Deal family tonight. And if you would allow me, I'd like to lead us in a word of prayer as I close out tonight. And then we get on to the celebrating. But Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the many blessings that you have given us. I want to thank you for the life of Harrison Deal and all that he brought to my family, to myself, to his family, to this state, to these many people that he knew. I want to thank you for the light and the life that he has given to this state and all that his principled upbringing, his values, and his commitment to the things that we believe in, he left like we did on the field. And we will miss him, but we know that we will never forget him. And I just ask that you continue to bless his family, our family, and all those that knew and worked with Harrison. I pray this in your son's name, who I know Harrison was a believer in, is with now. And we will do as he would want. We will keep on chopping. Amen. Thank you.
We have been listening to Governor Brian Kemp as he thanks supporters for their efforts toward getting Senators Kelly Loeffler and incumbent David Perdue elected. Rick, we heard him say that he was requesting prayers from those who have been supportive of him and his family. He says this has been a very challenging and difficult time.
Yeah, he was referring to the death during the campaign of a 20-year-old aide to the Loeffler campaign, a young man named Harrison Deal, who also happened to have been the boyfriend of one of the governor's daughters. And so a very deeply felt loss for the Kemp family, for the Loeffler campaign, a tragedy for them during this campaign. And of course, we add our voices to the many that have offered sympathies and condolences to the Deal family. Our coverage continues of election night runoffs right here in Georgia, right after this.
Hi, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuing coverage on this election night in Georgia, for our coverage of this Senate showdown. Weeks and weeks of coverage have been leading up to this night, and we thank you for being a part of it and for turning to us for your coverage tonight as we watch these numbers come in. Of course, these two Senate runoff races that will determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate in Washington. So the numbers are starting to come in. Every single precinct in the state of Georgia is now closed. Polls were open today from 7 to 7. There were a few that were granted permission to stay open a few minutes late for one reason or another. Some went to 7:01, 7:04. The latest was open in Ware County until 8 o'clock. But again, all of the precincts are now closed across the state. The Secretary of State's office has been reporting no major issues, a few hiccups here or there. They did tell us about an issue with the My Voter page. They looked into it after there were some irregularities coming from one specific IP address. They tell us that officials did look into that. It turned out to be nothing of bigger concern for them. We also know in Fulton County, Republicans filed, they took Fulton County to court because of an issue with opaque barriers that had been set up between workers and monitors. And so that resulted in them taking down those barriers, putting up tape on the floor. And so they did end up taking down those opaque barriers. So that's an issue reported in Fulton County. We're staying in close contact with our crews who are set up with different elections officials and campaigns throughout the night. We will continue to bring you more information about issues as they pop up. Our coverage continues now.
And Rick Fulbam along with Sean Gables, thank you so much for joining CBS 46 coverage of this historic night here in Georgia, Sean, where not one but two Senate runoff races have the eyes of the world on them. And this is one of the contests between Reverend Raphael Warnock and the incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. You can see about 17% of the precincts reporting their results. And Reverend Warnock with a pretty sizable lead. He has had a lead in the early going, and he's able to hold on to it, at least up until this point. He's been able to hold on to it. Of course, there are still many, many precincts around the state some of which we are sure will benefit Senator Loeffler. Many of those precincts have yet to report their totals, and so we'll keep our eye on this as the numbers are sure to change.
This is very early in the race, and with only at this hour, it looks like that is that 12%? It's so small. I can barely see.
18%.
Is that 18? Thank you, Rick. 18% of the precincts reporting. And in the Ossoff and David Perdue race, the incumbent David Perdue trailing Jon Ossoff so far, 53% to 47%. And just a reminder here that, this is the runoff election for Georgia's 2 U.S. Senate seats, but also the Public Service Commissioner, which is not getting a lot of publicity, but that's up for grabs too. Now, the pandemic, it has really changed how candidates campaign. CBS 46's Ashley Thompson is with Raphael Warnock's camp. And Ashley, because of COVID, Warnock has made the decision that he is going to watch the results with his family at home.
Yeah, he's with his family at home right now and a couple staffers watching the results roll in. But we are at Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta, and this is where some Democrats are watching these results. A lot of people here are nervous, so good thing they've got a couple beers in front of them. I'm going to talk to this woman over here. Her name is Kelly Hooper. She's going to explain to us why she wanted to come over here and watch these results at this particular bar. Hey, Kelly. All right, so tell the crowd why you wanted to come to Manuel's Tavern to watch the results roll in.
Well, this is the best place to watch anything regarding politics. I mean, this is a historic bar. This is where you come to watch anything related to politics and to see what's going on. So we had to come.
And how are you feeling? I know I 49% of the vote in. How you feeling right now?
I'm nervous. I think I still have PTSD from 2016, and I'm still tired from November, but I'm excited. I'm really excited, and I can't wait to see the rest of the results come in.
And you told me, you mobilized voters to get to the polls with your sorority. Kind of explain that.
Yeah, so I'm the one of the social action chairs for the Atlanta Suburban Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta, and we have been involved in our service areas, which is Fulton County, Fayette County, and Clayton County. We had billboards up, bus signs up. We sent over 100,000 text messages to potential voters to encourage them to vote. We've been very active, and I've done work personally with Fair Fight and with other organizations here in Georgia. So I am committed. I, worked with my checkbook and I worked with my feet. I'm tired, but it's all for a good cause, and I can't wait to see Warnock and Ossoff win.
And it all comes down to this: why do they need to win?
They need to win. This is so important. I was telling my children, this is about our democracy. I mean, this is democracy in action. And if we can get those 2 seats in the Senate, then I think that Biden has a chance of really getting some very good work done in his first 4 years. And so that's what I'm really hoping for.
All right. Well, thank you, Kelly. Not long ago, the bar actually erupted into applause when they showed some of those some of those voting numbers. But we know those are still very early numbers. But we're going to let them be excited for now. But a lot of people on the edge of their seats here at Manuel's Tavern, just really hoping this goes in their favor. They really want Ossoff and Warnock to take it home. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ashley.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
Oh, and it's starting to get chilly. We were in the upper 50s this afternoon, and now we're in the upper 40s. So we've already dropped 10 degrees, and we'll continue to drop tonight. We have clear skies. If you look for a cloud, there are hardly any out there. And because of that clear skies, the dry air, it will get clear and cold tonight. It's already clear, but it will get cold as we drop down to 32 degrees in Atlanta. Tomorrow, waking up cold, but another gorgeous day. We will see increasing clouds. So although starting off sunny, we'll see some clouds throughout the afternoon, but a great day. We'll get up to 55. So another comfortable day before things start to change. So enjoy these highs. 53 in Gainesville tomorrow, 56 in Athens, 57 in LaGrange. After tomorrow, temperatures drop and the rain chances go up. Highest chance of rain is on Thursday with a 60% chance of showers. The rain comes to an end early Friday morning. Then we get a break over the weekend, but additional rain moves in early next week. The first round arrives Thursday afternoon. So Thursday morning will be dry. By the afternoon, a cold rain moves in. Highs only in the 40s on Thursday. As the rain starts, temperatures will start to drop across the board, but especially in the North Georgia mountains. As of now, looks like temperatures will be very close to freezing. So a couple of degrees one way or the other will make a big difference as far as who sees the snow and how much snow we get, and if we even get the snow. But as of now, looks like we'll be flirting with that 32-degree mark by Friday morning, and that means just a couple of flurries or a rain-snow mix in the North Georgia mountains. Totals very light. max 2 inches in elevations above 2,000 feet. Otherwise, just a cold rain for most of North Georgia. We do get a break over the weekend, but then another chance of rain on Monday. As of now, it's a 40% chance of rain. So it's a system we're watching closely. This one is moving in from the south, and it will bring rain. And again, with cold temperatures. And as we get that collide here, we could get a few areas of rain snow mix in the far North Georgia mountains. So not a lot. Rain chances, or at least snow chances, are low, but at least we could see a little bit of a mix in the mountains 2 times, once on Thursday night into Friday morning and once on Monday. Temperatures overall this week will be much cooler and below average with lots of 40s in the forecast.
All right. Thank you very much, Jen. Take a quick break. We have some brand new numbers that have just come in, and we'll have them for you after this.
Hi, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk here at CBS 46 News. We thank you for turning to us tonight as we track every move with this Senate showdown. Of course, all eyes on Georgia across the country, and we are covering it from all angles for you tonight. We have our teams with the candidates at watch parties, with voters who are watching the numbers come in. So many weeks have been leading up to this night. So many people anxious and eager to see what comes out of tonight. More than 3 million people in our state voted early, whether it was coming out during the early in-person voting period or whether they mailed in absentee by mail ballots. So we don't yet know how many people came out today to vote in person. Many people wanting to know if it hit that 1 million mark and if it will be 4 to 5 million as far as the total number of votes in Georgia. The Secretary of State's office tells us they just don't know yet. They are still watching to wait for these numbers to come in. Now, tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that is when the Secretary of State's office is asking counties to get their numbers into them by that time, if they can, to at least give them a better idea of the absentee by mail voting numbers that they're dealing with. Of course, a lot of the smaller counties will have no problem. They can probably get their numbers in tonight. Some of the bigger counties, especially here in Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb, the bigger counties here in Metro will have until that 1 o'clock deadline tomorrow, not a deadline, an asking time that the Secretary of State's office asked them to get those numbers in by. They tell us that it really went smoothly today. No major issues reported from the state. There were some precincts that were allowed to stay open past that 7 p.m. closing time. The latest was in Ware County at 8 o'clock tonight. There was also Tift County had a location that stayed open until 7:40, but everything is now closed and the numbers are being tallied. Our coverage continues now.
And welcome back to our coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. We told you some new numbers just in, and let's put them up on the board and show you right now. This is 21% of the precincts, almost a quarter of the precincts reporting, and Reverend Raphael Warnock is still holding a lead over the incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler.
And let's look at the other race, the seat that's up for grabs. This race is with incumbent David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. Jon Ossoff with 22% of the precincts reporting, continuing to show a slight edge over the incumbent, 52% to 48%. But again, we are very early in the race. Let's get to our 2 political analysts. Joining us now, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Jake Evans. You both have seen those early polling numbers. Both Democratic candidates, Rashad, seem to be trending ahead, but no one's going to call this race yet.
Nope, not at all. Too early to call, and you will see those numbers fluctuate as the night continues. But here's what's important. Jon Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock, they're doing quite well as it relates to the precincts that are reporting. The rest of the is told when North Georgia and South Georgia comes in at a larger number, and they still hold their own. They don't necessarily have to win these areas, and they're not expected to, but if they perform in a way that is competitive, they may lock this thing up sooner than people think.
Jake, I'm looking at some of the raw numbers that are featured on the Secretary of State's homepage. I keep hitting refresh every couple of minutes to see as these numbers come in. But we're starting to see a little bit of a trend here in the early going. Yes, both Democrats are ahead of the Republicans, but there is a big difference because the lead that Raphael Warnock has over Kelly Loeffler is a bit larger than the lead that Jon Ossoff has over David Perdue. Do you think that this is going to hold, that we could very likely see the Republicans win in one of the races, Senator Perdue, and see a Democrat, Reverend Warnock, win in the other race?
That's a great observation, Rick, and that was one of my first takeaways. Right now, you have got Warnock going about 3 to 4% ahead of Ossoff, and vice versa as far as Perdue and Loeffler. If this race gets very, very close, as it did in the presidential last go-around, as it was for Perdue as far as being forced into a runoff, that could make a material difference. There is undoubtedly a trend. And what's even more important is the southeast and southwest Georgia vote is not coming in yet, hardly at all. That is part of the vote where, if we remember, David Perdue's cousin was Sonny Perdue. Sonny Perdue was a vet. The Perdue family was a very, very large farmer family down in that south part of the state. The African-American voters, many of which are farmers in the South, are actually going more heavily towards Perdue. I didn't think there would be a split in this, but if it gets very close, and I expect it to continue to tighten, there could very well be a split, which would be a phenomenon we haven't seen in a long time in a race like this.
Political activist Stacey Abrams Rashad has stated that she does expect this to go down to the wire. It's going to be a tight race. I know from looking at Twitter that the President-elect Joe Biden is closely watching this race. President Trump watching the race, but interesting here is that he and Vice President Mike Pence are not watching the results together. Mike Pence has mentioned that he is going to watch it somewhere else, not with the president. Is this starting to show even a divide within the GOP? Are they concerned tonight?
Well, of course they're concerned, and there's already friction between the president and the vice president, Mike Pence, and that friction is going to continue. And I predict that when the certification happens of the Electoral College, you will see that turbulence between these two become even more pronounced. As far as this race is concerned, this is going to be a nail biter. But here's the reality. It should not have been this close. Kelly Loeffler, the reason why she's not doing as well is because she's the weaker of the two Republican candidates. She is an appointed U.S. Senator, and she does not have the longevity as far as electoral politics as Perdue. And Jake is right. Perdue, the Perdue family, is well loved, especially in Southwest Georgia. But you have Democratic strongholds like Dougherty County. They're going to show up and show out for Ossoff and Warnock.
Okay, we're going to see how this shakes out. Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans, we both appreciate your time, and we'll definitely come back to you for more insight tonight.
And we're going to take a quick break. We've got more for you right after this. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you for continuing to join us for our continuing live coverage tonight. We are on the CBS 46 streaming app, CBS46.com, and Peachtree TV, and later on tonight, CBS 46. So however you are watching, from wherever you are watching, we thank you for joining us. We have our team spread out across Metro Atlanta with campaigns, with watch parties, just with voters who are out and about tonight watching these election results come in. We have our team here in our CBS 46 newsroom working hard for you. So let's talk about where things stand right now. All of the polls are closed in the state of Georgia. They were open today from 7 to 7. There were a few that were allowed to stay open a little bit later, but everything is closed now. And so now we wait to see what the numbers look like as they come in. We've been staying in touch with the Secretary of State's office today. They do not expect to have these races called tonight. They expect to have a better idea tomorrow afternoon, mid-afternoon, how things are looking. They gave a 1 o'clock time frame for the counties to get their numbers to them. If they can, that will at least give a better idea of all of the outstanding absentee by mail ballots that still have to be processed. We know that more than 3 million people voted early, so that really relieved some of the pressure of this election day voting turnout. Very short in and out, not even wait times, I would call it, just people in and out at their polling locations, and so many locations where it was very late today. Secretary of State's office office, as some spots in the state did have a little bit of a heavier presence. But again, with more than 3 million people voting one way or another before Election Day, really did relieve some of that burden today. They tell us that it really was smooth, that it was steady, no major issues. If something popped up, it sounds like they quickly addressed it with investigators. There were some issues that went before a judge, including one we've told you about in Fulton County tonight, where the GOP went to court over an issue with opaque barriers that was up between election workers and monitors. They did end up taking down those barriers and putting tape on the floor to give better access for monitors. We'll continue to keep you updated on issues as we learn more.
Welcome back to Georgia Senate Showdown. We have another hour coming your way.
The numbers are rolling in. These are the raw numbers. We're going to go over them. We have a lot more straight ahead. Keep it right here on CBS 46 News.
Hi, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer, back with you at the Election Live Desk as we continue our Senate Showdown coverage here from CBS 46. Not only do we have our team of reporters spread out throughout Metro Atlanta, but we have our expert analysts really breaking down what we've been seeing today and over the past few weeks as well, with all eyes on Georgia across the country. We are with the campaigns, we are with watch parties, we are with voters who are just coming out to watch it tonight. Of course, a watch party right now in this day and age is not what it would normally look like in years past. And so people are really just adapting to how they can get together tonight in one way or another to watch the numbers come in. So we're on the CBS 46 streaming app right now, CBS46.com. We also invite you to join us for CBS 46 News at 9 on Peachtree TV. Beginning at 10 o'clock, flip over to CBS 46 News, and we will be on from 10 o'clock until at least 11:30, but we will be on air with you as late as we need to tonight to keep you updated. But there's a very good chance that this will be going until tomorrow when we get a better idea of what exactly is happening with all of the final numbers and the results of these two Senate races. More than 3 million people voted early, so they need to go through absentee ballots that came in, all the absentee ballots that were dropped off today. Keep in mind, people could still drop them off at, the drop boxes set up across the state. So they were locked at 7 o'clock tonight. So they all have to be processed. But the good news coming from Secretary of State's office tonight is that there have been no major issues. They say that things have gone smoothly. So we will stay in touch with them and bring you updates as we get more. Our continuing live coverage continues right now. Join us.
All eyes on Georgia.
The whole world is watching the people of Georgia. Make sure your voice is heard.
A Senate showdown like no other.
The future of the country is on the ballot here in Georgia today.
This is history unfolding in Georgia right now.
The fate of Congress in the hands of voters.
I cannot name the reasons and how important this election is.
CBS 46 team coverage starts right now. And thanks for joining us. Right now, millions of people watching Georgia politics very, very closely. Anxiously awaiting results in one of the most important Senate races, actually dual races that we have ever seen. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rick Fulbaugh.
And I'm Sean Gables. Tonight, it is all on the line. Control of the Senate hanging in the balance. Republican incumbents fighting hard to keep their seats. Senator David Perdue faces John Ossoff, and Senator Kelly Loeffler is up against Reverend Raphael Warnock. If Ossoff and Warnock win, it will give Democrats majority in the Senate and the House, shaping what President-elect Biden can achieve in his administration. Tonight, we've got team coverage of the Senate showdown. Our entire CBS 46 team spread out across the state, getting all of your questions answered.
And tonight, the results just trickle in the Ossoff-Perdue race. Let's take a look at the numbers with 30% of the precincts reporting. And look at this race. Look at these numbers. 20,000 votes are between them, the difference between Ossoff and Perdue, with the political newcomer Ossoff hanging on to a slim lead. But percentage-wise, it's 50-50, Sean. Too close to call.
Let's go to the Loeffler-Warnock race. This one also is close, but the Democrat, Reverend Raphael Warnock, has the slight edge, 51% to incumbent Kelly Loeffler's 49%, and we have 30% of the precincts reporting at this hour. Let's go straight to Tracie Hutchins. You're at the big board tonight, breaking down the results county by county. You're seeing those early numbers, slight edge for the Democrats tonight.
Yeah, slight edge, Sean and Rick, but we're seeing that edge and that margin really narrow as the night goes on. It's interesting because not that long ago, there was about a 5% percentage point difference between the Republicans and the Democrats in each of those races, respectively. But let's give you a closer look at the John Ossoff, David Perdue race. Our numbers lagging behind just ever so slightly on this big board. It takes a lot of energy to kind of tabulate all this when you look at the numbers statewide. But again, John Ossoff in the lead here, David Perdue trailing behind by only just about 20,000 votes or so. When we take a closer look at where those numbers are coming from, we can see here in Fulton County, this is where John Ossoff has got a majority, a lion's share of the votes here, some 272,000 votes just in Fulton County alone. And of course, this big block is what we did expect the Democrats to hold on to, this metro area where a majority of those urban voters are, and that's who's turning out for John Ossoff. All right, let's take a look at another race here. Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock as the map zooms out here. More than 1 million votes for each of those, 1.2 million for each of them. Again, Raphael Warnock in the lead just ever so slightly there. We will zero into the state and get a closer look as we get this a little bit bigger for you. It's always better to see that. Again, maintaining this lion's share here. Now, again, one of our analysts, Jake Evans, mentioned we're looking closely at this southern area here. Want to highlight that for you if we can. This is where we're expecting more votes to come in for Republicans, and also in this area here, that's really more or less a Republican stronghold. Again, Democrats holding these major cities, major metropolitan cities. But again, things are changing ever so slightly with, I think, about 30% of the votes coming in right now. We will continue to watch this throughout the night, county by county. Rick, we want to head over to you now.
All right, Tracy. Well, if it feels like this has been a never-ending election season, it's kind of because it has been. These four candidates strenuously campaigning all over the state, and tonight they are anxiously awaiting the results, just like the rest of us. CBS 46's Adam Murphy spending the day with Senator Kelly Loeffler. He is at headquarters where they're gathered watching the returns come in tonight. And Adam, a lot of excitement there in the room as the Republicans look to narrow the gap there, and they're drawing close with the Democrats.
Well, it's interesting. Just moments ago on one of the broadcasts here at the Grand Hyatt, the numbers just flipped, putting Senator David Perdue slightly ahead. So it is neck and neck. This crowd erupted. As you said, the race is becoming tighter and tighter, and we expected that as the night goes along. This is a hold the line gathering and celebration tonight for the Republicans. And earlier today, Senator Loeffler capped off over her 9-week sweep around the state with an appearance in Sandy Springs. She talked about how this is a turnout election for Republicans. The senator said Republicans had to turn out in a big way on Election Day. Her team is feeling pretty good about things, encouraged by reports of high voter turnout across the state, and particularly in North Georgia, following the president's rally in Dalton last night. A short while ago, we heard from some distinguished speakers within the Republican Party. Republican Party chair in the state of Georgia, David Schaefer, spoke to the crowd. We also heard from Secretary of Agriculture and former Georgia Governor Sonny Perdue. Crowd very excited to hear that. And then just a while ago, Governor Brian Kemp took the stage, and here's what he had to say.
But I really felt like when I appointed Kelly that I was appointing someone a lot like the president and a lot like David Perdue, a political outsider, a novice to campaigns, as you remember back early in the first election, but also someone that had literally lived the American dream.
Now, if you took a look there at that picture of the governor, that video, he was wearing a hat with his red tie and suit. It said, "Hold it for Harrison," referring to Harrison Deal, a staffer for Kelly Loeffler, who died in a tragic car crash last month. We'll have more on that coming up at the bottom of the hour. And we'll follow these results and have the latest for you. Live in Buckhead, Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Adam, thank you. Let's go to Ashley Thompson. She is live covering the Reverend Raphael Warnock's campaign. And Ashley, Warnock clearly his campaign has got to be excited about, 30% of the precincts are reporting he does have a slight edge.
And you know what? When I spoke with him earlier, he said he was leaving it all on the field. He said he's done all he can do up to today. Now he's at home with his family watching these results roll in. And right now we're at Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta with some Democrats watching the election coverage. You can see people kind of just glued to television screens. I've been speaking with them. A lot of them really nervous. Warnock, of course, in a heated race with Republican Kelly Loeffler, still remains too close to call with 60% of that vote in. For background, Warnock received the most votes in this race during the general election, but not enough to avoid this runoff. Warnock has spent the last few days of his campaign really trying to get people to the polls. He says he is pleased with early voting numbers, but he wanted people to remain engaged today. So on the heels of this runoff, Kelly Loeffler vowed to object to the certification of President-elect Joe Biden's Electoral College win, even as Republican officials in Georgia say there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Like I mentioned, I spoke with Warnock by phone this afternoon. For all of this Republican infighting and false allegations, here's what he had to say.
The folks who are undermining our democracy right now, trying to undermine faith in the process, are elected officials. And Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue have aided and abetted this process. And so
ridiculously attacked by the President of the United States. If he's watching us right now.
And so Warnock, like we mentioned, will not be having an in-person watch party tonight, but we hear that he will be possibly making some remarks at the end of the night. For now, we are live at Manuel's Tavern with some Democrats. Ashley Thompson, we're hearing some applause somewhere. Ashley Thompson, CBS 46 News. We'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Ashley, thank you. Senator David Perdue still in quarantine tonight. He was exposed to someone with the coronavirus. He's tested negative, but he is not at the watch party where so many other Republicans are eagerly awaiting results.
But you can bet he's watching the results. CBS 46's Haley Mason is live covering his campaign. And Haley, despite him not being there, his supporters are.
You said him not being there, what, Sean?
His supporters are.
Well, his supporters certainly are here, and the energy in the room has certainly ticked up a notch in the last 2 minutes. That's because the broadcast that they're watching on the screens here shows David Perdue getting closer and closer to Ossoff. At the point of about 2 minutes ago, it was 50-50, and now it's a little bit lower for the broadcast that they're referring to. But nonetheless, they cheered again when Loeffler gained a little bit of ground in her race as well against Raphael Warnock. So the energy definitely shifting in the room from cautiously optimistic to jubilant even at times, and it's probably going to toggle back and forth throughout the night as the precincts continue to tabulate and count and reflect those votes. But nonetheless, a number of Republican leaders in this room tonight cautiously optimistic and hopeful. So is Perdue from his home. Haley Mason in Buckhead for CBS 46 News.
Haley, thank you. Let's go to CBS 46's Melissa Stern now. She's covering John Ossoff's campaign. And, Melissa, we're watching these results come in. It has been a seesaw of sorts. Ossoff ahead. Now Perdue is ahead. Warnock ahead. Then it's Kelly Loeffler. But right now, Ossoff seems to be losing that edge. But it's still early in the game.
Yeah, well, Ossoff told me earlier today that he was very excited by the number of people that voted early in this election, and he's hoping that the numbers are even stronger today.
I've never been more excited to vote in my life.
Several voters at the Grant Park Recreation Center said they wanted to vote in person on Election Day.
I need to see that my ballot had been physically cast.
More than 3 million people voted early in the 2 Senate runoff races.
I think it's a really important time. We've seen a lot over the past 4 years, so it's a time to change.
And the early numbers show the races are very competitive.
I was very, very proud, especially of the African American turnout. The Latino turnout. I mean, we came out, we showed out, and we got the job done.
Democratic candidate John Ossoff says if the Democrats reclaim the Senate majority, quality of life will improve.
People need help right now, and help is coming. but we need to win the U.S. Senate to deliver that help, and that's why voting is so important.
Ossoff tells me that if the Democrats win tonight, one of the first things he wants to get working on is getting those $2,000 stimulus checks out as soon as possible. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
Thank you, Melissa. Back in November, election results took several days. So how long before we see results this time around? The prediction from Georgia's Secretary of State's office. That's next.
And another lawsuit filed by the Trump administration blocked. Why a Georgia judge dismissed the case.
You're watching CBS 46 special coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown. We'll be right back.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live team coverage here on this election night in Georgia for the Senate showdown. We have you covered from all angles tonight right here on our CBS 46 streaming app and on CBS46.com. Also on your TV on Peachtree TV right now, and coming up at 10 o'clock, flip over to CBS 46 News. We've got our team spread out tonight with the candidates at watch parties, with voters watching the numbers come in. We will be here into the early morning hours, and then tomorrow as we begin to learn more. I'm just reading an update right now from our crew stationed up with the Secretary of State's office today. They've been telling us that there have been no major issues reported from the Secretary of State's office tonight. Also saying that many of the Fulton and DeKalb County absentee ballots have already been reported. And so we are waiting to get some final numbers from them. We are keeping you updated every step of the way with not only the numbers when they come in, but reaction with our crews on the ground and our analysts here tonight. Our live team coverage continues right now. We invite you to join us.
Welcome back to Georgia's Senate showdown, our special election coverage. More than 3 million Georgians voted before today. That's out of about 5.4 million total registered voters. We checked several polling places around the state, and overall things went relatively smooth. There were a couple of issues that kept some of those locations open late. A precinct in Powder Springs stayed open 10 minutes late because voting started 10 minutes late this morning. According to election officials, there was a slight problem getting those machines up and running.
Also, a slight problem in Columbia County, and it caught President Trump's attention. That is a Republican stronghold. President Trump fired off tweets about malfunctioning voting machines at precincts in that county, and he claimed the Dominion machines were not working in certain Republican strongholds. That, we're told, is false. The Georgia Secretary of State's office quickly shutting that down. Gabriel Sterling responding to the president, saying the problem was resolved hours before the president tweeted, adding that voting continued on backup emergency ballots. Well, Georgia's Secretary of State's office has been providing updates all night long.
CBS 46's Harry Sandler live in Atlanta tonight. And Harry, any idea when we could see these final results?
Well, it's still going to be a few days probably on the results, but what we can tell you is that what we're hearing from the Secretary of State's office is that the Republicans have taken the biggest hit that they're going to take in this count tonight. And that's mainly because of Fulton and DeKalb County and their absentee ballots being counted and reported. So from here on out, we're told by Gabe Sterling, who runs the election for the Secretary of State, that from here on out, it's going to be a lot of nickel and diming for votes in smaller counties and those rural counties looking for Republican votes. So if Loeffler and Perdue, as they come back, it's not going to be, you know, in large amounts. It's going to be in very small amounts. Some good news to report, like you said before, no major voting issues to report. Statewide, the average wait time in the metro area was about 5 minutes. In some rural counties, it was about an hour. And then one county south of Georgia in the Okefenokee Swamp, there were only so many roads to a precinct. there's only so many roads to a precinct there. There was a crash outside of one of the precincts or nearby, and because of that crash, voters had to take a 45-minute detour. And for that reason, Ware County, again, all the way south of Georgia, extended voting hours till 8 p.m., just after 8 p.m. Back to you.
Sounds fair to me. All right. Thank you very much, Harry. We'll check back with you in a bit. Let's check on the results of both of these runoff races right now, starting with incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, who is up against Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock. And you can see that she has closed the gap to now under 10,000 votes in the early going here. We're not quite at the 50% of precincts reporting mark yet, 42%. But right now, Reverend Warnock's lead, which was once pretty considerable, has now shrunk to under 10,000 votes, Sean.
And let's look at the other race. This is with the incumbent David Perdue against Stern Ossoff. And right now, it is too close to call. It is really a super tight race. Very few votes are separating the two. With it looks like there's 47% of the precincts reporting. We're going to continue to monitor that for you. Meanwhile, Georgia's most populated county will play a huge role in the results. CBS 46's Brittany Edney live at the Georgia World Congress Center in Fulton County. And Brittany, there was a consent order placed. What is that all about?
Yeah, Sean, well, let me give you the latest update that we have from that consent order, with Fulton County telling us that they have made some changes to make sure that they are falling in line with that consent order, Sean. So let's run through what the changes are really quickly. So over here to the left at the end of these barriers, that's where previously, observers were allowed to stand in order to watch everything that was happening here today. Now those barriers down towards the middle, essentially kind of like a canal, has been carved out towards the middle of that, and they can now walk through there. Where they were on the outside, now they can go straight now down the middle. The other part of the change is that the monitors, they are allowed to walk around, and that has been successful as well, I'm told, from some of the GOP party representatives who have been out here, not only delivering that consent order, but also speaking with Fulton County officials about these changes that need to be made. But as far as some of the results and where we're currently standing here in Fulton County, election officials also tell us that nearly 400,000 votes in total were cast in this runoff from Fulton County, including both the in-person today and overall those early voting and also those absentee votes as well. Richard Barron, the Fulton County Elections Director, says he expects a bulk of the numbers to be reported to tonight.
We should be able to process almost all, if not all, ballots tonight. And we are uploading, we will be uploading early voting results shortly. We will continue working tonight until probably around 2 a.m.
Now you're taking a look at what we believe is a group of observers, again, now over towards that area that has been a change. So we have seen Fulton County making those accommodations after that consent order came in from a judge earlier this evening. We're going to stay on top of everything and bring you more later on, not only here, but online and on social media as well. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Brittany Edney, CBS 46 News.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
The weather was perfect on Election Day. It was pretty comfortable this morning. Lows were in the 40s instead of the 30s, and we reached highs near 60 this afternoon. Still gorgeous outside, clear skies, but it is getting pretty chilly out there, and tonight will be much colder than it was last night. 44 right now in Lawrenceville, 45 in Marietta. Dallas and Paulding County already seeing temperatures in the 30s, and we'll all be in the 30s by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. Right now, 30s in Canton, 40 in Carrollton and Rome, 38 in Hiawassee, but temperatures will drop to the low 30s early tomorrow morning, and those are tonight's lows. That's more than 10 degrees colder than last night. That's because we have no cloud cover, virtually no cloud cover out there. Very dry air, so that's going to allow those temperatures to drop quickly. Starting off sunny, then we'll see some clouds building in from the west tomorrow, so we will see increasing clouds, but overall a very beautiful day as we warm to the mid-50s. So another really comfortable one as we get up to 55 in Atlanta, 56 in Athens. We will be dry tomorrow, that's the last dry day before our next big weather maker, which will bring rain Thursday into Friday. We get a break over the weekend, but we do get additional rain early next week. Here's the next big one moving in from the west, starting off as cold rain, remaining cold rain in metro Atlanta, but far northeast Georgia will be cold enough that we could see a few flurries, and elevations above 2,000 feet could see 1 to 2 inches of snow. We do stay cold as well, so it will be a cold rain. Highs only in the 40s on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, with temperatures staying below average as we head into our temperature outlook for mid-January. It is looking cold for the southeast, and you can see it here on the 7-day outlook. Lots of 40s in that 7-day outlook.
All right, thank you, Jen. Tomorrow, Joe Biden's presidential win will be confirmed by Congress, but that's not stopping President Trump from claiming victory. Still ahead, his last-ditch effort to turn his loss into a win.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live streaming coverage. We are on your TV and your tablets and your smartphones tonight on CBS46.com, our CBS 46 streaming app, Peachtree TV right now, and then CBS 46 starting at 10 o'clock. We'll be on there from 10 until we ever need to be on tonight to keep you updated. So we are prepared to be here late into the night, early morning hours to bring you the very latest as we get updates from the campaigns, from the Secretary of State's office here in Georgia, and as we watch these numbers come in. Now, keep in mind, we've been hearing from a lot of elections officials today. They are doubting that we will know the outcome of these races tonight. This will be going into the next few days. Now, tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we'll have a better idea of some of the numbers because the Secretary of State's office has asked counties to give them their numbers by 1 o'clock tomorrow if they can, specifically talking about those absentee by mail ballots that have been turned in. People have been mailing them in over the past couple of weeks during the early voting period. People could drop them off today at the drop box locations across the state. They were locked up at 7 o'clock tonight. And then as for the numbers from polling locations, all of the polling locations are now closed. Polls opened from 7 to 7 today. There were a few across the state for one reason or another. They were granted permission to stay open a little bit later. The latest was in Ware County, given permission to stay open until 8 o'clock tonight. But we're now at 9:24 p.m. on this election night. Polling locations are closed. Numbers are starting to trickle in, and we've got you updated with them all night. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our special election coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. This is a live look at our nation's capital. A big day for Congress tomorrow as members convene to approve the Electoral College vote certifying Joe Biden as the next president. But President Trump continues to refuse to concede.
CBS 46 anchor Tracie Hutchins looking at the president's last-ditch effort to turn his decisive loss into a win. Tracy.
He is certainly trying to. Sean and Rick, well, we elect 2 senators here in the state of Georgia. President Trump, he has the support of dozens of House members and senators to try and overturn November's general election results.
And they're not taking this White House. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now.
President Trump is calling on a key ally to challenge the election results when Congress meets tomorrow to certify President-elect Joe Biden's victory.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
13 Republican senators have promised to come through for the president in challenging the results.
I will object to the Electoral College vote.
The president's fight against the election has caused a rift within the Republican Party between those that accept the results and those backing the president's effort.
People will remember the people that don't support us.
Last month, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell privately urged his colleagues not to contest the Electoral College vote. Republicans supporting certification say there is no evidence of fraud to overturn the results. Among them, West Virginia's Shelley Moore Capito, who warned refusing to count a state's electoral votes in the absence of such evidence would disenfranchise millions of American voters.
I don't want to have our votes overturned by other members of Congress from other places. I don't see in the Constitution where we even actually have that authority, quite honestly, and I read it again this morning.
Thousands of President Trump's supporters plan to protest outside of the Capitol during Wednesday's proceedings.
And the Secretary of State's office getting set to hold another news conference. We are waiting for that to happen. You can see they've put the visual aids back up that were used in a news conference yesterday where they talked about claims, rumors versus the facts. They have been trying to dispel a lot of the conspiracy theories that have been spread by President Trump and his supporters, saying that the election in Georgia was stolen from them. The Secretary of State's office, run by Republicans, by the way, adamantly denying that anything was stolen, saying that there has been zero evidence of any widespread voter fraud that would have overturned the results here in the state of Georgia. And they're getting ready to hold another news conference right now. That is the gentleman there who is the American Sign Language interpreter for these news conferences. We're going to keep our eye on that podium, and we'll take you back to the Secretary of State's office as soon as that news conference begins.
Let me just tell you something. We're going to be inaugurated, period.
The Vice President-elect Kamala Harris saying that she and President-elect Joe Biden are not too concerned about that vote tomorrow, the counting of the Electoral College votes in Congress. VP-elect Harris says that she is already making plans for after they take office, and that includes, she says, getting more stimulus money into the hands of Americans. Meantime, the leader of a far-right pro-Trump group called the Proud Boys has now been banned from Washington, D.C., and he is facing charges tonight. Police say that Henry Tarrio vandalized a Black Lives Matter banner during a Washington, D.C. protest last month. He was also in possession of 2 high-capacity firearm magazines, which is illegal in Washington, D.C. As I mentioned, he's been banned from the Capitol, where tomorrow Trump supporters are planning a major rally to protest his election defeat.
Tonight's runoff races are unlike anything we've ever seen, and that includes the price tag. The jaw-dropping cost of campaigns. Up next.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live streaming coverage right now. We have our teams spread out throughout Metro Atlanta tonight with the campaigns, with watch parties, with voters who are out and about watching these results come in. So we do have you covered from all angles. Really, it's been a quiet night from the Secretary of State's office. You saw right there that we're expecting to get an update from them at any moment. But what they've been telling us so far is that it was a steady day, that it was pretty light in many parts of the state because, of course, there was such a huge turnout of early voting. More than 3 million Georgians came out to cast an early ballot, whether it was in person or if they mailed in an absentee by mail ballot. So we really don't know just how many people came out today and if we will hit that 5 million mark of early voting or what exactly the final numbers will be. We've been telling you that the Secretary of State's office is asking counties to try to get their numbers into them by 1 o'clock tomorrow. So that really is the bottom line, as we likely will not know the outcome of these races tonight. Smaller counties, of course, will be able to get their numbers in, but some of these bigger Metro Atlanta counties will take into tomorrow to get some of their data to the Secretary of State's office. There were some issues in Fulton County. We told you Republicans there took Fulton County to court over an issue with some opaque barriers that had been set up between election monitors and the workers. They did end up taking down those barriers, and they put up some tape on the ground to allow people to have a better view monitoring the election workers. An issue with the My Voter page that was resolved. We'll talk more about that throughout the night, but all in all, a quiet night for the Secretary of State.
We've got a Senate showdown here in Georgia, and the stakes are about as high as they can get. Republican Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler fighting Democratic challengers Stern Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. The prize? Control of the Senate. Here's a look at where things stand right now in the Loeffler-Warnock race. We have at least 47% of the precincts reporting, and as we've been telling you all night long, even Stacey Abrams, who is credited with turning Georgia blue in the primary election, said she expects this to go down to the wire, and it's a tie at this point. 50% for Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, and the Reverend Raphael Warnock also at 50%, but Kelly Loeffler has now taken a slight edge. In the Ossoff-Perdue race, that too has 47% of the precincts reporting. Perdue has pulled away. We're still early into this ballot counting, but David Perdue, the incumbent, right now leading by 51% of the vote. Stern Ossoff with 49%.
And this is really in line with what a lot of people have been saying, that this is going to go down to the wire. So we're going to be here late tonight, and we most likely won't have definitive answers until tomorrow. But CBS 46's Tracie Hutchins is joining us now from the big board. And Tracy, I know you've been looking at these numbers as they have come in. They have narrowed considerably in just the last few minutes.
Oh, absolutely. We've been watching little by little as that lead that the Democrats had been chipped away by Republicans. Want to give you a closer look here at the race between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue as we go county by county and zoom in here for you to get a closer look. And we can see most of the map now filled in here. I will zoom in just a little bit more so you can see only just a few little counties left to count, but a majority, the lion's share of these counties across the state, especially here in the South, you can see it's really being taken by the Republicans here in the South and here in the North as well. These numbers we will continue to watch again as those absentee ballots come in. Most of them have been counted in the metro area in Fulton and DeKalb counties, but again, it's today's vote that they are still counting in some of these other smaller counties. We will continue to keep an eye on it. Sean?
All right. Thank you, Tracy. Democrat Jon Ossoff has been out in full force in recent weeks trying to push for support.
And let's check in now with CBS 46's Melissa Stern, who's been covering the Jon Ossoff campaign today. She spoke with the candidate earlier in the day. Melissa, what are you hearing?
Well, Ossoff told me that he's excited by the number of people that voted early in this election, and he's hopeful that the numbers from today are even stronger. We were at the Grant Park Recreation Center polling location earlier today, and everyone we spoke to said it took them less than 5 minutes to vote. Ossoff has spent the last several months urging everyone to get to the polls and vote and participate in this historic moment. Control of the U.S. Senate is at stake, and Ossoff says he hopes Georgia voters took advantage of their last opportunity to vote today.
I feel great. I am so excited by the level of participation in early voting and looking forward to delivering for the people of Georgia. I spoke yesterday with President-elect Biden about how swiftly we can move on those $2,000 stimulus checks that the Senate is currently blocking.
Yeah, and as he just said, Ossoff told me earlier today that if the Democrats win tonight, one of the first things that he wants to get working on is getting those $2,000 stimulus checks as soon as possible. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
That is something the Democrats certainly want to try to make happen. Thank you, Melissa. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Meantime, Senator David Perdue also eagerly awaiting results, hoping for another term, another 6 years in Washington, D.C. CBS 46's Haley Mason covering his campaign tonight, and the senator is not there tonight, but his supporters are out in full force.
Yes, the energy in the room is remarkably different. There's a marked difference in the tone, the vibe, the feel. That cautious optimism has turned to just flat out optimism here amongst the GOP supporters. Basically, David Perdue has been in quarantine at his house after being exposed to someone with COVID-19. He's tested negative multiple times, but of course is staying away from people. So his campaign team tells me he's been feeling good. He's been feeling good about the results. And right now, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler have both gained slight edges over their opponents. So here in this room where the state GOP leaders and supporters are all gathered, they're hoping that it continues in that trend. But they do know that this is going to be a long night. They do know that as precinct by precinct adds ballots and starts adding those absentee ballots and provisional ballots, that this thing is going to be very, very close, a neck and neck heat, and very much so contentious still. Governor Kemp took the stage a short while ago and talked about his time working with Perdue.
David that was on the ground every day up there in D.C. And I know a lot of people here wondered sometimes why they didn't see him that much, but it's because he was taking our priorities to the halls of Congress and to the White House to get help for our farmers. And I'll be forever grateful, and our state will as well.
I do want to note that the GOP state chairman took the stage as well to speak, saying that besides God, they trust no one, and that the party is monitoring the election, monitoring the counting, and they're going to be staying on top of any possible irregularities, which is the theme throughout this election cycle, with the GOP very, very distrusting of this process right now. Haley Mason in Buckhead, CBS 46 News.
Haley, thank you. Reverend Raphael Warnock hoping to make big changes if elected to the Senate.
And he is in a big fight against Senator Kelly Loeffler. Let's check in with Ashley Thompson, who is live covering Raphael Warnock's campaigns at a famous bar that's known for its politics, and it's a favorite of Democrats. Ashley.
That's right. And, you know, these razor thin margins have people here watching the election results the edge of their seats. I keep my eyes to the TV and Loeffler goes up, and then I turn around, Warnock goes up and breaks out in applause in here. But as you mentioned, Rick, we are at Manuel's Tavern. Of course, this is a famous meeting spot for influential Democrats. In 1970, as I mentioned earlier, Jimmy Carter announced his gubernatorial campaign here. Now, Reverend Raphael Warnock in this heated race with Republican Kelly Loeffler, still too close to call. A lot of people in this bar do not like that. You know, Warnock received the most votes during the general election back in November, but not enough votes to avoid this runoff. Warnock is not here today because of COVID. His campaign is not having a watch party. He is at home with family, though, and we are here with Democrats watching these election results roll in. Still too close to call, but I believe over 70% of the vote in. It's crazy that these races are so close here in Georgia. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Actually, we'll check back with you in a bit. Let's check in. Oh, we got to go to that news conference. Adam, we'll check back with you in a moment. This is the news conference at the Secretary of State's office.
Miller,
Gabriel Stern
Mitchell,
talking. Let's listen.
Monroe, Oconee, Oglethorpe, Pierce, Pulaski, Putnam, Rabun, Rockdale, Schley, Screven, Seminole, Tift, Toombs, Towns, Union, Upson, Warren, Wayne, Webster, Wilcox, and Wilkes. Those are the counties that have completed all of their work so far. We have lots of votes that are still out there. We're approaching 3 million that have been reported, and we do not know full turnout today because we do not have all of the election day ballots recorded so far. So with that, I will take your questions. I cannot do the math in my head, but that looks about right from looking at the sheet.
And they've completed counting?
They've completed everything. Okay. That is all their stuff is in, all their absentee by mail, and it was the last bit of it. So they are completed, they are done. They're sending in what we call the 5-column report, which is the final report to say that we have done all of our work.
Do you know what's going on with Cobb and Gwinnett and why they're going a little slower?
I did see that they have both reported some of their results, but I don't have any inside information as to why they have not reported other stuff. The biggest tranche of votes that exists out there in a single bucket right now still looks to be the advanced voting in DeKalb County. That's the largest single one probably still out there, but we have several counties that have reported only partial election day and nothing else. Places like Bartow, Barrow, places like that along those lines that do not have all those put in yet. So it's going to be, I refer to it as a nickel and dime scratching and clawing over the next several hours as these continue to come in. And there's big tranches of votes for Democrats, and there's lots of little tranches of votes for Republicans, which is kind of what you expect to see. You see large blue sections around the cities and lots of little red sections in the rest of the state. And they all add up by nickel and dimes. And, you know, one of the things I talked about when you walk on the Appalachian Trail is that ounces equal pounds. So when you have small things that start adding together over time, that can even things out. So it's going to be a long night for all.
We've been listening to Gabriel Sterling with Georgia's Secretary of State's office, giving us a breakdown that there are a few counties who have completed the count of their votes. He says there have been at least 3 million votes counted, but his office is not aware, Rick, of the full turnout, but they are expecting a tranche, as he says, a big tranche of advance votes from DeKalb counties, more large tranches of Democratic votes, and then a bunch of small tranches for Republicans, but they plan to add them all up and hopefully get the results, if not tonight, within the next 2 days.
I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer with some breaking news out of the nation's capital tonight. Federal officials there are investigating a threat made against the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. This is what we are learning from CBS News. The threat was broadcast to multiple air traffic controllers in New York on Monday. Take a listen to exclusive audio CBS News obtained about this.
into the Capitol Wednesday. Soleimani will be avenged.
You can hear it there saying flying a plane into the Capitol on Wednesday. Now, the Pentagon and other agencies were reportedly briefed about this recording. Federal officials do not believe this threat is credible, but they are investigating how someone was able to breach the aviation frequencies. Of course, that would be a major concern. Tomorrow, of course, is when Congress will meet in the nation's capital to count the Electoral College votes from November's election. There's been a lot of talk about lawmakers gathering tomorrow in Washington for that. The threat refers to Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you heard there, who was killed last year in a drone strike ordered by President Donald Trump. We are keeping a very close eye. If any additional developments come out about this, we will keep you updated. And right now, according to authorities, it is unclear who exactly sent that threat. I'm Megan Packer at the Breaking News Live Desk. Back into you.
Thank you, Megan. Well, there's so much on the line tonight, and the outcome of these Senate runoffs will have a huge impact on the political future, not just here in Georgia, but of the entire country.
Let's bring in political journalist Greg Bluestein for some perspective. He's with Atlanta's newspaper here. Everyone knows the AJC. Let's talk about in November. Democrats were the big winners in Georgia. What would it take for them to win tonight?
Great question. The Democrats in Georgia are aiming for the Republican. They want 40% white support and 30% of the overall electorate. They can get those two marks like they did in November with Joe Biden race. They feel like they can win this race.
Greg, we're having some difficulty with audio with our interview. We're going to take a quick break and try to reassess the situation, and we'll come back to Greg Bluestein with the AJC. Stick around.
Right after this. Don't go away.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live coverage tonight. We are on air and streaming right now on CBS46.com and our CBS 46 streaming app. We just heard a few moments ago from Gabe Sterling, the election system implementation manager for the state. He said that there are several counties in Georgia tonight who have completed their work and are ready to turn their information into the state. But still, they do not have a good idea yet of the full turnout yet. Some big counties will still be working through their votes tonight and into tomorrow. But again, that is the latest update that we're hearing from the Secretary of State's office, that several, at least a dozen, it sounded like, that he counted off, have completed their work tonight. But of course, we've got 159 counties, so many more to go. So we have you covered tonight on air and online. So we hope you join us into the late hours of the night, into the early morning hours as well. We've got our team spread out with candidates at watch parties, just with voters who are out and about. Of course, watching election results on such a big night is looking a lot different this year compared to years past. But we are dedicated to bringing you live team coverage tonight as we watch the numbers come in. Of course, not only Georgia, but the eyes of the nation are on these two runoff races here to determine who will hold the power in the U.S. Senate. So we have you covered. And the good news is from the Secretary of State's office is that they have reported no major issues. There have been some issues that have come up today, but for the most part, they have described it as a steady day that has gone pretty smoothly. So we'll stay in touch with them and bring you updates throughout the night.
There has been a huge push to get people to the polls on Election Day in Gwinnett County.
And that area could weigh heavily on the outcome of this election. CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy joining us live from the Election and Registration Office there. Jamie, what are you hearing?
Well, look, just take a look, Rick. It's very, very frantic here at the moment. So many ballots coming in now, and this is from today's voting system that people have gone out and voted at. So this right here that you're looking at now, this is where they check in the bags of ballots from the different voting precincts before they go into where you can see this glassed area and all these computers and monitors. That's where the tabulation happens at the moment. So there's long lines of people coming in. It's very, very frantic. On, as you can imagine, people were clapping as the first ballots were going on. Everyone very, very excited. Now, this was a very blue county back on November 3rd, and it seems things are looking to go the same way. Right now, Raphael Warnock and Stern Ossoff are both have roughly around 63% of the votes. Now, this is in stark contrast to a little bit earlier with 82% and 78%. Now, there was problems back on November 3 here in Gwinnett. There's many observers here with eagle eyes.
The end result's going to be interesting to sit there and watch. It's much better here with the chain of custody because part of it is the memory cards, we don't know outside of when they come in the front door where they've, come out of the machines and those things, but they're all coming in packets. They're all marked. They're all being, walked through a system. They're being recorded, so they've improved it quite a bit from the other elections up here.
So as you heard there, people are certainly more happy with how things are going now as opposed to before. We did hear a little bit of a problem with a scanner in Peachtree Corners, the precinct there. 9 people were affected by a scanner going down, but they say that those people were able to vote. It was resolved very quickly, so things overall running very smoothly here in Gwinnett. For now, this is the latest here in Gwinnett County. Jamie Kennedy for CBS 46 News.
Now, CBS Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
And temperatures dropping pretty quickly over North Georgia. Right now, 47 in Atlanta, 38 right now in Cherokee County. It's 38 in Canton, 40 right now in Carrollton and Rome. And it is going to be colder tonight compared to last night. Last night, lows were in the 40s. Tonight, they'll be in the low 30s. A big reason for that, we don't have all the clouds. Last night was very cloudy. That acted as an insulating blanket, kept us a little more comfortable. But without those clouds tonight, it will be colder. And we're dropping down to 32 degrees tonight. We'll be clear and cold. No rain at all. No rain really expected tomorrow, but we do have big changes after tomorrow. So enjoy what we have in store for Wednesday, because although waking up cold in the low 30s, we'll be in the mid 50s in the afternoon with increasing clouds. No rain expected tomorrow, but after tomorrow, things will start to change. Until then, temperatures above average, mid to low 50s. Then we'll only be in the 40s after that as those rain chances move in. Highest chance of rain is Thursday. That's a 60% chance of rain. That continues through Friday morning. We get a break over the weekend, but early next week, another chance of rain in the forecast. So lots of changes ahead. Here's a look at the first chance of rain moving in. Dry Thursday morning, but by Thursday afternoon, rain moves in from the west. As it does, cold air is moving into North Georgia. Temperatures will be well above freezing in metro Atlanta, so this is just going to be a cold rain. But as we get some colder air in the North Georgia mountains, we'll be cold enough to at least squeeze out a little bit of a wintry mix early Friday morning. And this is for mainly northeast Georgia. Accumulations very light, if any at all. None in metro Atlanta, but could see 1 to 2 inches and elevations above 2,000 feet in the North Georgia mountains. Another round of rain moves in on Monday. Most of this moisture will stay to our south, but it will be just enough to bring us a cold rain, perhaps even a little bit of a wintry mix across northeast Georgia. Temperatures will be cold this week with highs only in the 40s on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and again on Monday.
All right, thank you, Jen. Still ahead tonight, Georgians and even Americans are not the only ones with their eyes on the election. We're taking a look across the globe at the impact of Georgia's runoffs.
Hi there. Thanks for joining us. I'm Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. You are watching the CBS 46 Live continuing coverage of this Senate showdown night. It is election night here in Georgia. The eyes of the nation are on our 2 Senate runoff races to determine which party will hold the balance of power in the U.S. Senate in Washington. So we have you covered from all angles tonight. We've got our teams out and about with the campaigns, with watch parties, with voters watching the turnout. And you heard just a few minutes ago live on our air from Gabe Sterling with the Secretary of State's office, and he gave us an update on where things stand right now. He named several counties who are done with their work, that they are able to turn in their results and their information over to the state. But of course, still a long way to go for some of the bigger counties in metro Atlanta, so we will not have a final outcome tonight. We will not know the outcome of these races most likely tonight. That is what we've been hearing from the officials with the Secretary of State's office. So we're looking at tomorrow, if not maybe into the next few days. Not only do they have to go through numbers that came in today from the in-person voting, but of course all of the absentee by mail ballots. It was a huge, very impressive early voting turnout here in Georgia over the past few weeks. More than 3 million Georgians voted early, whether they came out to do it in person or whether they mailed in their absentee by mail votes. So the state and the counties still have to go through all of those. And so we are keeping you updated as soon as we learn updates from the numbers and what they are looking like. So Polls were open today, of course, 7 to 7 here in Georgia. There were a few that were granted permission for one reason or another to stay open later tonight. But again, 9:51 right now here in Atlanta. All of the polls in Georgia are closed. Secretary of State's office reports no major problems, but we're staying in very close contact with them tonight. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. I'm Megan Packer with CBS 46 News. We join you and invite you to join us for a continuing.
Mainly, I was procrastinating during early voting, so I never really had the experience to vote on a regular day. So I just came out to experience it.
Actually, I just wanted to do it on the day. Normally, I vote early, but today I just wanted to do it on the day.
Millions of Georgians making their voices heard in this January runoff, but it's not just Georgians focused in on this election, or even Americans for that matter.
That's right. The eyes of the world are on the Peach State. CBS 46's Tracy Brag found journalists from all over that have come to Atlanta to record history.
This is history unfolding in Georgia right now.
Democratic Senate candidate Stern Ossoff approached a jam-packed mic stand this morning.
Good morning, everybody.
There were microphones from American news outlets as well as those from nearly every corner of the world.
Does anybody have a second mic stand?
There were crews from the UK, France, Germany, Lebanon, as well as Belgium and Japan, just to name a few.
Georgia voters have never had more power than you have today. That's the reason the whole world is watching us in Georgia. That's the reason everybody needs to get out to the polls and make their voices heard.
Power is exactly what's at stake. If Democrats Stern Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock both win, control of the U.S. Senate goes to the Democrats. If one or both of their competitors, incumbent Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, win, Republicans remain in control. The feeling of limbo until the results are in is shared by citizens not only of this country, but of the entire world.
I think the world has their eyes on us right now, and that they want to see us get back to some kind of normalcy, because we have a lot of impact on the world, and I'm sure that they know that this election will have a lot to do with that.
Reporting in Atlanta, I'm Tracy Brag, CBS 46 News.
You're watching CBS 46's special coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown. We'll be right back.
Hi there, I'm Megan Packer with CBS 46 News. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live streaming coverage. We got an update just a little while ago from Gabe Sterling, the voting system implementation manager with the state. I'm reading through the list of the counties that he named. This is who has gotten all of their election reporting in, talking about election day reporting, all absentee by mail, and it is a few dozen. So there are several of Georgia's counties who have been able to go ahead and report their information to the state right now. No major metro Atlanta counties. The bigger counties will be taking some time as well, but that is what we're hearing. One of the biggest, most recent updates from Secretary of State's office tonight is that there are a few dozen counties that are good and ready to get this information in to the state. So you are watching our continuing coverage. We are with you throughout the night into tomorrow, of course, as long as it takes to get some answers here in this Senate showdown. Of course, the eyes of the nation on Georgia tonight. So we have our team spread out throughout the county. They are with the candidates. They are getting reaction from them. We are hearing from voters who are out and about tonight. Many people, a large number of people, more than 3 million Georgians came out to vote early, whether they were doing it in person or getting their absentee by mail ballots in. So now it's just waiting and watching to see what happens tonight. So we are with the candidates. You know, some are having watch parties, but others aren't. We are hearing from some of our teams tonight saying some of the candidates are just choosing to be at home, of course, given what's happening right now with the pandemic. And so this is a watch party night like no other in years past. Of course, this night would look normally so different with big gatherings and get-togethers, but a lot of people just keeping it quiet tonight. So we're staying in touch with the candidates to get their reaction as they learn more and as we do see some numbers trickle in. So join us right now on air on our streaming app and right now on air as well. Thanks for staying with us here at CBS 46 News. I'm Megan Packer.
And welcome back to our coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. These numbers still coming in. But as you look at the numbers on your screen, with about 60% of precincts reporting, Kelly Loeffler with a slight lead there. And we can move over to the other race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. David Perdue, the incumbent, with a slight lead there. However, there's one in particular media outlet, the Cook Political Report, which is a very respected nonpartisan political watcher, that is calling the race for Warnock and saying that at this point Ossoff too is favored, and they're judging that based on the locations, the counties where there are still votes that have yet to be counted. These counties, according to the Cook Political Report, will benefit the Democratic candidates.
And we heard from Gabrielle Storni with the Secretary of State's office that there is a huge tranche of votes that he is still waiting to count from DeKalb County, as well as some smaller Republican tranches from smaller counties. We're going to continue to monitor this situation, but again, as it stands, with over 60% of the precincts reporting, the incumbent David Perdue has the slight lead, and Kelly Loeffler has the slight lead for the other race. We're going to be back on our other, coming up at 11 o'clock on CBS 46. Thank you for watching CBS 46 at 9, and making us your choice for news on Peachtree TV.
Thanks for watching CBS 46 News. Watch us live wherever you are on our website, our mobile, and our streaming news app. You can also watch us on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Hi there, I'm Megan Packer with CBS 46 News. Thank you so much for staying with us for our continuing live streaming coverage. We are getting ready to be back on your TVs coming up at 10 o'clock, but we thank you if you're joining us on your tablet or your smartphone from wherever you may be watching tonight. We know the eyes of the nation are on Georgia tonight, so we thank you for turning to us to keep you updated every step of the way tonight as we get these numbers coming in, getting reaction from the campaigns, from the candidates, from Georgia voters. Of course, so many Georgia voters have been out voting early in recent weeks. More than 3 million people cast a ballot one way or another, waiting to see what the final turnout was today as far as who made that decision to come out on this Election Day Tuesday. We've been staying in close contact with the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Tonight I'm looking at something that Gabe Sterling said earlier today. He just said that every one of the elections that they've had recently has been different, had their own new sets of ways of making things seem a bit crazy, he said. But he really said that today has been relatively light. He says it's been, calm for the most part. Really no major issues. That has been the good news. There have, of course, been some things that have arisen, but nothing that has been a major slowdown. There were a few precincts that were allowed to stay open a few minutes past closing time. In Fulton County, we've told you, Republicans there took Fulton County to court over the issue of some barriers that were set up. They were opaque barriers, and people took issue with watchers not being able to see the workers doing their work there. Those barriers did end up coming down. There was also an issue with the My Voter page, some irregularities coming from a certain IP address, but officials say they looked into that and that turned out to not be a bigger issue. Those are just a few of the things that have popped up tonight, but all in all, Secretary of State's office says it has been a steady and more or less quiet day.
All eyes on Georgia.
The whole world is watching the people of Georgia.
Make sure your voice is heard.
A Senate showdown like no other.
The future of the country is on the ballot here in Georgia today.
This is history unfolding in Georgia right now.
The fate of Congress in the hands of voters.
I cannot name the reasons and how important this election is.
CBS 46 team coverage starts right now. And good evening. Millions of people all over the world, including our nation's capital, watching Georgia politics very, very closely, anxiously awaiting results in two of the most important Senate races we have ever seen. We are so glad you're with us. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Sean Gables. Tonight, it is all on the line. Control of the Senate hanging in the balance. Republican incumbents are fighting hard to keep their seats tonight. Senator David Perdue faces off Jon Ossoff, and Senator Kelly Loeffler up against the Reverend Raphael Warnock. If Ossoff and Warnock win, it will give Democrats majority in the Senate and the House, shaping what President-elect Biden can achieve in his administration. Now tonight, we've got team coverage of the Senate showdown. Our entire CBS 46 team spread out across the state, getting all of your questions answered.
And tonight, the results have been coming in pretty steadily over the last hour or so since the polls closed at 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at the numbers with 61% of the precincts reporting. And you can see the incumbent Senator David Perdue, who was behind a bit in the early going, has now pulled ahead of the Democratic challenger, Jon Ossoff. And you can see it's a very slim margin, but he is ahead there. And let's take a look at the other race. This is the Loeffler-Warnock race. And again, you see the incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler with a slight lead over Raphael Warnock. She overtook him within the last 20 minutes or so. But we should note that there are a number of Democratic strongholds that have yet to turn in their results yet. And a lot of those results, a lot of those ballots are expected to go to the Democrats. So it is still very early and too close to call.
Too close to call, Rick. But you had mentioned earlier in our earlier shows that the Cook Political Report, which is a very respected organization, CBS46 is not calling the race for Loeffler and Warnock, but we've already seen that the Cook Political Report is reporting that race is going to Warnock. We even have a former presidential he tried to run for president in the U.S., Andrew Yang, tweeting, "Welcome to the U.S. Senate, Reverend Warnock." We're going to continue to monitor that. But let's go to Tracie Hutchins. She's live at the big board, breaking down the results county by county, razor-thin margins.
Oh, absolutely. As they say, it's not over till it's over, right? And we still have the rest of the night to get through. But we watched throughout the night, Democrats taking the lead, then Republicans in the lead. And just in the last few minutes, it looks as though that lead that the Republicans had in this race, David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, that lead had narrowed just a bit. You can see here now David Perdue leading by about 70,000 votes. Just a few minutes ago, he was leading by over 100,000 votes. As we take a look at the state, county by county, there's a lot of ground to cover here. 159 counties. And these blocks, these big blocks that Democrats are taking here in blue are in major metropolitan cities. Of course, when we look at Fulton County there and also in Cobb County, which used to be Republican, now it is staunchly blue, it is looking like. And again, some other votes are still coming in these large metropolitan areas. So we're waiting to see that. But one thing I did want to point out as well as I unclick that, Peach County, which is kind of in the middle of the state, not a lot of people have been there, but in previous reports in the general election, we kind of looked at that as the bellwether county, and right now it is Republican. But again, we will continue to see. We only have a few more counties here left that have not reported yet, but we will watch this map as it changes throughout the night. And of course, we will continue to stay on top of it. And of note, Sean and Rick, the counties have until January 15th. That's when they have to certify all their votes. But of course, we will know the results well before that.
Okay, Tracy, thank you. Well, it has been a seemingly never-ending election season, hasn't it? These four candidates campaigning all over the state, trying to score some victories. And tonight they are anxiously awaiting the results like the rest of us. CBS46's Murphy spent the day with Senator Kelly Loeffler, and he is at the watch party tonight in Buckhead, the Buckhead section of Atlanta. Adam, what's the mood there as these races are very tight?
Good evening, guys. The energy is high. The applause is loud. Exactly what you would expect from what we're calling the Super Bowl of politics here in Atlanta. I will tell you, the Dems got out to an early lead. The Republicans have clawed back and made this extremely close, like you have talked about. Razor-thin differences right now, but it's become very competitive, and the crowd here at the GOP event are super excited about what they're seeing and what is still out there. Now, I will say we've heard from several distinguished guests as well at the event today, and you're looking at some footage from earlier today. Senator Kelly Loeffler was out making her last appearance. She's been crisscrossing the state for the last 9 weeks. She made that appearance in Sandy Springs today as voters were driving by and casting their ballots as well. But here at this event, let me talk about what we also saw here. Several distinguished speakers were back here at the ballroom at the Grand Hyatt, including Georgia Republican Chair David Schaefer, Secretary of Agriculture and former Governor Sonny Perdue, and Governor Brian Kemp. It was an emotional moment when Governor Kemp took the stage. He was wearing a hat that said, "Hold it for Harrison," referring to Harrison Deal, a former Kelly Loeffler staffer who was tragically killed in a car accident last month. And this is what he had to say about it.
20 years old, that contagious smile, as I said at his service, that goofy demeanor that he had so much, that made you love him so much, that camaraderie that the people that are in this room and have been on the campaign trail over all these many months that worked with him and loved him because of that.
Now, the governor went on to say that Republicans are the wall to stop socialism in America, that red wall that they've been talking about. We also understand that Senator Loeffler is here at the Grand Hyatt right now in a room. Her family has traveled here to watch these results all the way from Illinois, and she will be making an appearance as well as a Zoom call or Zoom appearance from David Perdue that we are expecting since he's in quarantine, all within the next hour. So a lot to come. We'll be on top of it and have the very latest as developments become available. Live in Buckhead tonight, Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Adam, thank you. CBS News is now reporting about half of the votes cast in Georgia's runoff elections have been counted, but 90% of those are absentee ballots. Let's go to Ashley Thompson. She's covering the Reverend Raphael Warnock's campaign. And Ashley, the Cook Political Report, CBS 46 is not calling the race, but they are. Has that group that you're with heard that they're calling the race for him?
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of just taking that with a grain of salt. A lot of people on Twitter and a lot of other publications are calling it right now, but we know CBS is not and some other national networks are not. So we're kind of just sitting tight for now. Meantime, we made our way outside here at Manuel's Tavern. Sizable crowd out here watching the results. And something really cool is happening right here. There's a man named Brendan Littman. He's over here with the spray paint, and he's spraying these pictures for people. You guys obviously got Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but if you take a look over here, we'll let Josh kind of pan this way. You could see all of the different influential politicians and people that he is spray painting for free here for all of the people who are here watching the election results. Now, I'm here with Olga, and Olga actually worked as a poll watcher today, and now she's here. How are you feeling? And obviously you hope Warnock and Ossoff pull it out.
I'm feeling good from the numbers I saw when I was closing down our polling location. It looked really good for the Democratic Party, but of course that's going to change as the state's results come in, so I'm not counting my eggs until they're hatched.
Absolutely. And why is it so important to you that those two pull it out?
I mean, it's just really, really important to me to feel represented by the people that are being elected to a state I live in, and I'm not from Georgia, so I've moved here, and I like seeing my friends and I represented, just because we're not from here. I mean, we live here now, this is my home, and I really enjoy the home I've made here, so I like seeing that, seeing my interests represented, just like any other voter.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to wrap it, but how cool are these little spray paintings? We're going to try to talk with Brendan and our next hit. He's obviously very busy here behind us, but for now, we're live at Manuel's Tavern. Ashley Thompson, CBS 46 News.
All right, Ashley, thank you. Senator David Perdue, the incumbent, is still in quarantine tonight after coming into contact with someone who has the coronavirus. The senator, we're told, has tested positive, and he is eagerly awaiting the results. I tested negative. I apologize. He's tested negative, and he's eagerly awaiting the results.
CBS 46's Haley Mason live covering this angle of the campaign. Haley, the mood in there, the crowd has grown significantly. Is it energized? Do they think he can pull it out?
It's certainly energized. They've gone from cautious optimism to a little bit of celebration here at the GOP campaign event, the Watch Night event. And Rick, yes, David Perdue has tested negative multiple times, but is still in quarantine after being exposed with COVID-19. Nonetheless, this is the difference here tonight. They're no longer just relying on the other news organization. They've got the Secretary of State's office webpage up on the screen right now with just under 78% of the precincts reporting David Perdue is leading Jon Ossoff 50.90%, and Ossoff is at 49.10%. So still very, very tight margins here, but both Loeffler and Perdue leading at 50% above their opponent. So that's why that crowd in this room is pretty excited right now. They're feeling good right now because this is going to be a hard-fought race. Again, this is 77.99%, still not even at 78%. So a lot more tabulations to do, provisional ballots, absentee ballots. We want to take you to a little bit of sound that we heard from David Perdue last night as he quarantined but spoke at a Trump rally through video in Dalton.
Tomorrow is the last chance we will have to save all that President Trump has accomplished and to hold the line against this radical socialist agenda of the Democrats. As the original outsider, I was one of only 2 U.S. senators to endorse then candidate Donald Trump in early 2016.
And that is how David Perdue has had to appear in these last days, when I know he would rather be on the campaign trail, but he's had to send in pre-recorded videos. We're expecting that he might do a Zoom interview tonight. Reporting live in Buckhead, Haley Mason, CBS 46 News.
Thank you, Haley. Let's go to CBS 46's Melissa Stern now. She's covering Jon Ossoff's campaign. And Melissa, we've been watching these early returns, and it has the lead that Ossoff had is starting to shrink. It is razor thin at this hour.
Yeah, well, it's quiet here now, but earlier today, voters at this polling location told me they're hopeful change is coming.
This is a vote for pretty much our lives.
Several voters at the Grant Park Recreation Center said they wanted to vote in person on Election Day.
I need to see that my ballot had been physically cast.
More than 3 million people voted early in the 2 Senate runoff races.
We're living in a historic time, you know, and it feels good to be a part of that.
And the early numbers show the races are very competitive.
I was very, very proud, especially of the African American turnout. You know, the Latino turnout. I mean, we came out, we showed out, and we got the job done.
Democratic candidate Jon Ossoff says if the Democrats reclaim the Senate majority, quality of life will improve.
I feel great. I am so excited by the level of participation in early voting and looking forward to delivering for the people of Georgia. I spoke yesterday with President-elect Biden about how swiftly we can move on those $2,000 stimulus checks that the Senate is currently blocking.
Ossoff told me earlier today that if the Democrats win, that the quality of life for Americans will improve. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
Melissa, thank you. Back in November, election results took several days. So the question tonight, how long before we could see results with the Senate runoff election? The prediction from Georgia's Secretary of State's office up next.
You're watching CBS 46 special coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown. Don't go away.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live team coverage here streaming tonight and on your TVs from wherever you are watching. We thank you so much. You heard it right there. How long will it take for us to get these results in after several days of waiting in November? We are expecting it to be at least a day or two, it sounds like, from the Secretary of State's office. We heard from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today, also Gabe Sterling in his office. They are not expecting final races called tonight just because of the volume of what different counties are working with. Now, Gabe Sterling did update us a little while ago and said that there are several dozen counties who are done counting everything. They are ready to turn their data into the state, but the larger metro Atlanta counties still have to get through their data and get their numbers in. We know that the Secretary of State's office has asked counties to try to get their numbers into them by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So we will keep you updated just as soon as we learn more about the numbers that come out of the different counties and how it's looking by that 1 o'clock time frame tomorrow afternoon. But all in all, the Secretary of State's office, elections officials have called it smooth and steady today with no major issues. Our continuing coverage continues right now. We thank you for joining us here at CBS 46 tonight.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. And the Georgia Secretary of State's office has been providing updates, of course, on the runoff elections all night long.
CBS 46's Harry Samler joins us live in Atlanta tonight. Harry, what's the latest? What are you hearing?
It's really unusual because, you know, over an hour ago, the last time we were live, the Democrats, the candidates had a big lead, and you hit the refresh button on your screen, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, what's happening here? And it's almost exactly what the Secretary of State's office predicted. You know, there was a big chunk of Democratic votes that came in from Fulton County, mainly because the absentee ballots had been counted, and again in DeKalb County as well. So that gave Democrats an early lead. But now we're starting to see a lot of those other counties, the Republican counties, come in as well. And then all of a sudden you see everything kind of changes. Let's go ahead and hear from Gabe Sterling. He came out just a little while ago and gave us an update, and he kind of described this evening as kind of a seesaw. Let's hear what he had to say.
It's going to be, I refer to it as a nickel and dime scratching and clawing over the next several hours as these continue to come in. And there's big tranches of votes for Democrats, and there's lots of little tranches of votes for Republicans, which is kind of what you expect to see.
So the Republican candidates, Loeffler and Perdue, are going to be looking to those smaller counties, some of which haven't reported yet. But again, it's not going to be in large batches. They're going to be going for smaller batches of votes. So we could be going back the other direction because, again, we have Democratic votes still waiting to come in, and big chunks of them, and then lots of little chunks, as he said, from Republican counties. So it's hard to say what will happen and where we'll be an hour from now, but we're going to be here throughout all of this and bring you updates throughout the night. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Harry. Let's check in on the results of both runoff races. Let's start with Loeffler and Warnock. We are seeing over 70% of the precincts now reporting, and again, the margin is very close, but Loeffler has pushed ahead so far. The incumbent has 51% of the vote, the Reverend Warnock 49%. And let's look at also the Ossoff and Perdue race. The incumbent right now, with also 72% of the precincts reporting, has 51% of the vote. Jon Ossoff with 49%.
Well, there's so much on the line tonight, and the outcome of these two Senate runoffs will have a huge impact on the political future, not just of our state, but of the entire country.
Let's bring in political journalist Greg Bluestein for some perspective. Greg, you have one of the best Twitter feeds on politics. You're with the AJC. Give us some perspective. Back in November, Democrats were the big winners in Georgia. What would it take for them to win tonight, and how would it impact the incoming administration?
Yeah, look, Democrats are relying on huge turnout in Metro Atlanta, but also the predominantly African-American rural counties where so far they're either nearing their November general election turnout or even in some cases exceeding it, which is remarkable. It shows you that African-American turnout is just soaring. And what Democrats usually look for is for African-American turnout to be about 30% of the overall electorate. And it's looking like they could exceed that tonight if these trends keep on continuing.
Greg, we just heard from Gabe Sterling, who talked about the big batches of votes that have yet to be counted that are expected to go Democratic, and then the little batches of votes in the southern part of the state and in the northern part of the state that are expected to go for the Republican candidates here. Are there enough of those Republican votes still left to count to put them over the top when you add in all of these Democratic votes as well?
Yeah, that's a great question because right now Republicans are clinging to a narrow lead, but Democrats are very optimistic because there's hundreds of thousands of votes left in Metro Atlanta, including DeKalb County, where these votes will split heavily in favor of Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. And Republicans think there still might be enough in Floyd County and other Republican areas, but it's going to be very, very tight for them. They have a very narrow path right now.
Greg, you know, Twitter can be a platform to fuel a lot of rumors, but there are some legitimate political groups that are respected. The Cook Political Report, amongst others, are predicting a win for at least Warnock. I mean, for the Reverend Raphael Warnock. We're not calling that race yet, but from knowing that DeKalb County still has a large tranche of votes left to count, what is your position? Do you see that possibly that Warnock could edge this out tonight?
Warnock could edge this out tonight, which is remarkable because, you know, we were all thinking this could be an overnight affair, that this could drag on till Thursday or even Friday. And there's a chance because of speedier vote counts in Fulton County particularly, where a lot of votes are already in, and there might be some networks that call this race once DeKalb's tranche of votes is totally in.
Greg, final question, just a couple of seconds. The Trump effect. What do you think it has been so far if we look at the storylines that are crossing?
Yeah, if Republicans end up losing, he will be the story of the race. Either way, he's one of the main stories of the race. But if they lose, people will start finger pointing at the president for his false narrative of a rigged election, sending conflicting messages to the Republican loyal base here in Georgia.
Well, Greg, we already know the Secretary of State, Gabrielle Sterling, had given that comment to CNN tonight that he says it will fall squarely on the shoulders of President Trump if the Republicans lose. We thank you for your time tonight.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk. Tonight we are hearing from Stacey Abrams, of course, the former gubernatorial candidate here in Georgia, credited through her organization with getting so many people out and interested in voting. She was asked if she feels so far, based on what she has seen, that this is a fair and legitimate election.
I do. I think we continue to make progress. Now, let's be clear. We have not fully eliminated voter suppression in Georgia or across the country, but we have made dramatic strides from even June and certainly from 2018.
And she says that steady turnout across the state has signaled that people are interested. Again, we are watching the numbers come in with you tonight, keeping you updated every step of the way. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk.
Tomorrow, Joe Biden's presidential win will be confirmed by Congress, but that is not stopping President Trump from claiming victory. Still ahead, his last-ditch efforts to turn his loss into a win.
Hi there, I'm Megan Packer. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuing live team coverage tonight here at CBS 46. We thank you for watching us on our live stream right now and on your TVs. So we are watching these numbers come in, and you heard from Greg Bluestein there just a few minutes ago with the AJC. We could start to see some numbers come in a little bit quicker tonight than what we first thought. We had been hearing throughout the day and into this evening from Secretary of State and elections officials that they were expecting this to go into at least tomorrow, if not over the next few days. But we will wait and see what the reporting looks like tonight from different counties in Metro Atlanta. Gabe Sterling with the state told us earlier tonight that there are a few dozen counties that are done. They are done with their counting and they are ready to get their data reported into the state. Still waiting to hear from the larger Metro Atlanta counties, but we are, of course, updating numbers as they come in, keeping you updated every step of the way. The other thing that we've been hearing from the Secretary of State's office is that there have been no major issues for them on their end so far. A few things have popped up here and there that they have tackled, but all in all, they said it's been pretty smooth. They called it steady, even quiet in some areas today. Of course, more than 3 million people voted early, so that took a huge amount of the burden and pressure off of this election day today. Still don't know how many people came out to cast their ballots today. All of that is still being tabulated and calculated. So we are waiting to see what these final numbers will be. Precincts are open from 7 to 7 tonight. Some counties, just a few really, were able to stay open a little bit past that 7 o'clock hour tonight. So as the numbers come in, we're keeping you updated every step of the way. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Georgia's Senate Showdown, our special election coverage. And here's a live look at our nation's capital. A big day for Congress tomorrow as members convene to approve the Electoral College vote certifying Joe Biden as the next president. But President Trump continues to refuse to concede.
CBS 46 anchor Tracie Hutchins looking at the president's last-ditch effort to try to turn his decisive loss into a win. Tracy.
He's certainly still trying to do that, Rick and Sean. President Trump has the support, though, of dozens of House members and senators to try and overturn November's general election results.
They're not taking this White House. We're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now.
President Trump is calling on a key ally to challenge the election results when Congress meets tomorrow to certify President-elect Joe Biden's victory.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
13 Republican senators have promised to come through for the president in challenging the results.
I will object to the Electoral College vote.
The president's fight against the election has caused a rift within the Republican Party between those that accept the results and those backing the president's effort.
People will remember the people that don't support us.
Last month, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell privately urged his colleagues not to contest the Electoral College vote. Republicans supporting certification say there is no evidence of fraud to overturn the results. Among them, West Virginia's Shelley Moore Capito, who warned refusing to count a state's electoral votes in the absence of such evidence would disenfranchise millions of American voters.
I don't want to have our votes overturned by other members of Congress from other places. I don't see in the Constitution where we even actually have that authority, quite honestly, and I read it again this morning.
Thousands of President Trump's supporters plan to protest outside of the Capitol during Wednesday's proceedings. Now, some businesses in Washington, D.C., we've learned they've already boarded up in anticipation that there could be some violence associated with the protests. Sean?
Tracy, thank you. Right now in Washington, there are several protests taking place. The groups speaking out ahead of tomorrow's congressional vote. The rallies have local officials bracing for a potential night of violence. We're already hearing reports in the Black Lives Matter plaza that police are now using mace to push some of those violent agitators back. Many businesses have already boarded up, and the mayor is requesting help from the National Guard.
Well, tonight's runoff race is unlike anything we've ever seen in this state, and that includes the price tag. The jaw-dropping cost of the campaigns coming up next.
And our coverage continues right now on our CBS 46 streaming app and CBS46.com. Thanks for being with us. I'm Megan Packer. We have you covered tonight from all angles. Of course, all eyes are on Georgia, really across the country tonight. We're waiting to see what happens with these two Senate runoff races that will determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. We have teams with the candidates tonight, with their campaigns, with watch parties, out with voters. We are monitoring social media. So we are really working to keep you updated every step of the way. And interesting turn of events here in the past little bit. Waiting to see if we may see numbers reported earlier than first expected. We had been hearing throughout the evening from the Secretary of State's office that this may be into tomorrow, if not the next few days after that. But we are waiting to see just how quickly some of the larger metro counties will get some of their numbers reported tonight. So we already heard that several dozen Georgia counties are ready to turn in their data. They are reporting ready to go to get that turned into the Secretary of State's office. Especially many eyes right now are on Fulton and DeKalb counties, watching them turn in some of their results. Of course, more than 3 million people in Georgia voted early. So a lot of those absentee by mail ballots have to be tabulated. People had until 7 o'clock tonight to drop them off at the drop-off locations, the boxes that were locked at 7 o'clock tonight. So we are staying in very close contact with the Secretary of State's office here at CBS 46. We will keep you updated as we learn more from them. They've been doing a good job of keeping us updated throughout the night. Our coverage continues on our streaming app right now and on your TV. I'm Megan Packer. Thanks for being with us.
Welcome back. We've got the Senate showdown here in Georgia, and the stakes are high, and it's really as high as it can get. Republican Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler fighting Democratic challengers Stern Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. The prize? Control of the Senate. And here's a look at where things stand right now. Let's start with the Loeffler-Warnock race. We have at least 74% of the precincts reporting. The margin is very thin, but Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent, has edged ahead with 51% of the vote. Warnock not far behind with 49%. And the Ossoff-Perdue race, it has been a close one too, but it's been a seesaw. 1 minute Ossoff is up, and then again he goes down. Right now the incumbent, David Perdue, is leading by a razor-thin margin, 51% to 49%.
CBS 46's Tracie Hutchins joining us now, and it's not so much the votes that have been counted, perhaps at this point. It's really more the votes that haven't been counted yet.
Exactly. And I think that's what, in some cases, the Democrats are counting on, because as we've been talking about, this has been a seesaw all night. Early on, the Democrats were in the lead, both of them respectively, Raphael Warnock and Stern Ossoff. And now the Republicans, Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, they have taken over the lead. In this case, the race between Warnock and Loeffler, Loeffler taking the lead by about 60,000 votes, 70,000 votes or so. So again, Rick, those votes that you were talking about that have not been counted yet, we do know at least in DeKalb County here, they are still looking at counting some more votes. DeKalb County, certainly more of urban area, a large African-American population. Democrats are counting on this county and some others as well to kind of bring them over the top. This one of many counties we will continue to look at too. Let's give you a quick look at the race for the other race, including Jon Ossoff and David Perdue, as we look. Most of the counties, I think about 90%, 90 of the 159 counties we've learned so far have basically said they've counted all that they need to, but we still have a lot of other counties to get to. Again, for David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, the map looks pretty much the same. The Democratic strongholds here in the metro area, metro Atlanta, and near Augusta, that area too, taking a lot of the Democratic votes as well in here near Savannah. Actually, this one, by the way, in Chatham County, this you can consider a Democratic stronghold. This is where Reverend Raphael Warnock is from, in that Savannah area there. So he was expected to take Chatham County, but we will continue to take a close look at this map and continue countdown. It's just ever so interesting to watch the lead kind of go from one way to the other. As Gabriel Sterling mentioned, I think he will be the most quoted man of the night. Of course, the implementations manager for the Secretary of State's office, he says, you know, ounces add up to pounds, and that's what the Republicans are counting on.
We all know that from the eating that we've done during the coronavirus. And I just want to mention here that the president is tweeting out now. It says it looks like they're setting up a big, what he calls voter dump against the Republican candidates, waiting to see how many votes they need. And Sean, this was the president's complaint during the general election when he lost the state of Georgia. And that is not because of anything that was done improperly or illegally. It was simply because that's the way it goes. These votes are counted and you get a certain number of votes, a certain group of votes, and then another group of votes. And we are about to get a big group of votes from DeKalb County, which is, of course, in the metro area, a heavily Democratic area. And you can already see the writing on the wall here. The president is expecting these numbers to come down in favor of the Democrats.
Yeah, Gabrielle Sterling with the Secretary of State's office says that if the GOP candidates lose in this race tonight, it will fall squarely on the shoulders of President Trump. Meanwhile, Democrat Jon Ossoff, he has been out in full force in recent weeks trying to push for support.
Let's check in now with CBS 46's Melissa Stern, who spoke with the candidate earlier today. Melissa, what's it like over there?
Well, it's quiet here now, but earlier today, voters at this polling location told me they're hopeful that change is coming. Everyone we spoke to at the Grant Park Recreation Center polling location said it took them less than 5 minutes to vote. Ossoff has spent the last several months urging everyone to get to the polls and vote and participate in this historic moment. Control of the U.S. Senate is at stake, and Ossoff says he hopes Georgia voters took advantage of their last opportunity to vote today.
I feel great. I am so excited by the level of participation in early voting and looking forward to delivering for the people of Georgia. I spoke yesterday with President-elect Biden about how swiftly we can move on those $2,000 stimulus checks that the Senate is currently blocking.
Ossoff told me today that if the Democrats win, he believes that quality of life for Americans will improve. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
Thank you, Melissa. Senator David Perdue also awaiting results, hoping for another 6-year term. CBS 46's Haley Mason covering his campaign. Haley, what's it like over there?
Right now, Rick, it is still a spirit of optimism and excitement, but some of these metro Atlanta counties, which we know skew Democratic, may change the mood in this room. But David Perdue at home watching these results because he's in quarantine from being exposed to COVID. Well, he said early on today on Twitter that it would come down to just the difference of a few votes in a few precincts across the state, and that is what we are seeing play out here tonight. Just across the room, people are glued to the screen of the Secretary of State's website now, reporting just a little over 80% of the precincts reporting, and Perdue right now with 51%, Jon Ossoff 49%, even Loeffler just squeaking ahead of Warnock as well on those reporting, those returns. So right now, optimism, but I would say this optimism is turning a little more cautious as they know more Metro Atlanta ballots are being counted tonight. So, Rick, we're going to be here through the night. We're going to be monitoring this and talking with Perdue's campaign, who is speaking on his behalf pretty much. They're saying that he may talk on Zoom if the votes continue to go in his favor. Reporting live in Buckhead, Haley Mason, CBS 46 News.
Haley, thank you. The Reverend Raphael Warnock could become possibly the first African-American senator from Georgia if he's elected to the Senate.
That would be a huge deal. He is in a big fight, though, before he can claim history, against Senator Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to the seat by Governor Kemp. Let's check in with Ashley Thompson, who's live tonight covering Raphael Warnock's campaign for us. Hi, Ashley.
Hey, Rick, and there are media outlets already calling this race, and some respected political forecasters also calling this race, but CBS News is not, and some other major outlets are not as well. I have been in touch with the Warnock campaign. We are all just kind of sitting tight, hanging tight, and watching what happens. Right now, we are at Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta. This is a watch party for the Democrats. A lot of people out here just watching the results roll in on a big screen under the tent. Here's what's going on out back. You can see people kind of just hanging out. There's some acrylic spray paintings of Warnock, Ossoff, and some other influential Democrats happening. Big screen with the results on it. We've been speaking with people all night. They are nervous, but they are hopeful. That seems to be the theme with all of the campaigns that we've been following tonight. I actually spoke with Warnock earlier today, and here is what he had to say about Kelly Loeffler kind of going along with the president's baseless claims of election fraud.
The folks who are undermining our democracy right now, trying to undermine faith in the process, are elected officials. And Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue have aided and abetted this process. And so what people need to do about that is to unelect them, fire them.
And Warnock certainly hopes that happens tonight. Giving you a closer view of some of these acrylic spray paintings are really just incredible. And we've got the artist right here behind me. His name is Brendan Littman, and he's kind of just doing this for free. People are walking up to this tent and telling them who they'd like spray painted, and he's doing it for them. So it's a really cool watch party out here. Although Warnock is not here, he is at home with his family watching these results roll in. But I am in touch with his campaign, and I'm learning that he may be making some remarks virtually later tonight, so stay tuned. For now, I'm live in Atlanta. Ashley Thompson, CBS 46 News.
Okay, Ashley, thank you. Let's check in once again with CBS 46's Adam Murphy covering the Loeffler campaign. And we mentioned, Adam, that there are some media outlets that have already called this race for Reverend Warnock. Has that news filtered down to the ballroom where you are, and what's the reaction been?
Well, I can tell you this, Rick. GOP supporters at this point in time are holding on to hope with a slim margin of a lead, but they understand, as you talked about, there is a large batch of votes that will be dumped in DeKalb County as well as Cobb County. Both of those areas tend to lean Democratic, so it is expected to tighten and maybe put the Democrats back out front. So that is why people are hanging on to hope here and just hoping that they can maintain this lead that they have. But that being said, we've heard from several Republican distinguished speakers this evening, including Governor Brian Kemp. He spoke a short while ago, and this is what he had to say about Senator Kelly Loeffler.
But I really felt like when I appointed Kelly, that I was appointing someone a lot like the president and a lot like David Perdue, a political outsider, a novice to campaigns, as you remember back early in the first election, but also someone that had literally lived the American dream.
Now, we understand that Kelly Loeffler is here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead watching the results in a room with her family. They've come in from Illinois. We understand we may hear from her within the next 35, 45 minutes or so. We also know that David Perdue is not physically here. He's in quarantine, but he is expected to make some sort of appearance via Zoom. So a lot more to come from here in Buckhead. We're going to stay on top of it. As soon as we have more, we'll share it with you. Live in Buckhead, Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Thank you, Adam. And Gabrielle Sterling just tweeted just a few minutes ago that in DeKalb County, he's expecting to dump in any moment now 171,000 votes from DeKalb County, which we just heard Adam say is predominantly trending towards Democratic. Well, there is.
When we use the word, though, I just want to clarify, when we use the word dump, it has sort of a negative connotation. It is simply the releasing of results. There's nothing negative, there's nothing improper about the dumping of brand new ballot results.
Right, and that comes directly from Gabrielle Sterling with Secretary of State. Well, there is a lot to unpack with this election, and the stakes are high.
Let's talk once again to CBS 46 political analyst, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. And Rashad, as we take a look at these numbers that are coming in and we know what's left out there still to be counted and tabulated, what do you think?
Republicans are in trouble. Remember, DeKalb County per capita is the most Democratic county in the state of Georgia. Those numbers are not going to be leaning toward the Democrats. They will be overwhelming for the Democrats in this election. I got to tell you, people that watch numbers, they understand that this is going to be a nail biter. Republicans are not in a good place right now. Democrats are secretly excited, but they are also cautious not to celebrate too soon. Bottom line, you really have a battleground race here with these two U.S. Senate runoffs, and with some noted media outlets as well as politicals calling it already for Warnock. It is a significant shift in the state of Georgia.
We're also hearing, Rashad, that, you know, the African American vote, the early exit polls are showing that the turnout has been exceptional as it was with the primaries, and the Republican, for lack of better words, the white vote has not been anything that has been spectacular, and they really needed to turn out to give Loeffler and Perdue that edge.
Yeah, here's what happened. The president of the United States is a double-edged sword. While, yes, he does his political base, he also deflates others within the Republican Party, especially with his battles with Governor Brian Kemp as well as Secretary of State Raffensperger. Both of these individuals are elected statewide Republicans. Beyond that, he also turns off a lot of Republicans just because of his tactics and his style as president of the United States. That has definitely been damaging the Republican brand into these two Republican U.S. senators.
Rashad, thanks very much. Rashad mentioned the Georgia Secretary of State, Harry Samler, our reporter for CBS 46, standing by now with the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Harry, you're talking to him now.
I am talking to him now. I wish I was Adam Sandler, but I am Harry Samler, and I'm here with the Secretary. I am here with the Secretary of State. I always wanted to be him. He was very funny. I want to talk about tonight's election because, you know, an hour ago, it's one way and it's going back and forth and it's kind of like a seesaw. So can you just give us an overview of how things have gone today?
Well, DeKalb County's getting ready to do a major upload, so it may go another way. So we just have to tell voters to just be patient because we have the absentee ballot votes to finish scanning and getting those tabulated. So probably be, you know, still sometime around noon tomorrow. But maybe tonight you'll have a good idea of which way this race is going.
And in DeKalb County, what we're talking about, 180,000 ballots?
I think it's about right now about 137, I thought, was early votes.
Okay.
So there'll be other votes obviously coming in there, but the early vote that were done and getting those uploaded.
All right. You must be, I imagine at this point, pretty exhausted, both mentally.
Oh, it's still early. We have many hours to go. So no, we're not anywhere near done yet. So. I know our staff will be here all night long. And
no major issues to report?
No major issues. Everything is going relatively smoothly. And so it takes a process of time, especially to really get the absentee ballots tabulated. First of all, ballots came in today. And so you have to go ahead and do the signature match. And then you have to separate the envelopes. And then you have to run it through the scanner. And that all takes time.
And, you know, you've received so much criticism from Republican voters who have questioned the legitimacy of the election. What do you say to those people who are watching tonight about this election?
Well, the vote is secure, and we have an auditable paper ballot, and that means that we can do a hand recount if we had to, like we did back in November, and we could actually then do a total recount and scan those ballots again if it's within 0.5%. And so that's the good thing, that your official ballot will be there, and we have to keep those records for 2 years.
No, I don't imagine at this point any word from the executive branch of the government.
Oh, I wouldn't think so. This is a race for Georgians. I know it has national significance, but I'm sure all the candidates are watching it closely. I'm sure our governor is, and everyone that in Georgia is watching this. It's a very important race for all of us.
And when do you expect that we'll have the results? I know most people have said, what, two or 3 days?
Oh, no, I think we'll have it much sooner than that. In the state election board, we passed a rule that requires the county to begin that scanning process 1 week and 1 day before Tuesday. And so they've been scanning those ballots, not tabulating, but scanning them. So that's why we're getting the results much sooner tonight.
Okay. Anything that you want to add that we haven't touched on so far?
No. I know that it's going to be a seesaw battle. Obviously, candidates got their people out, and we'll just wait and see where it all goes.
So you expect it to you expect it to swing Democratic again?
Well, when DeKalb County puts out their votes, it very well could go that way because we know that's just a stronger Democratic area, and then we'll have other areas that will go the other way. So it'll go back and forth, and we'll just see where it all goes at the end of the day.
Okay. Last question: have you spoken with the governor?
No. I wouldn't. I tell him what I've just told you, and he's watching it, I'm sure, just because we're all anxiously waiting to get the final results.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, an hour ago it was one way, and now it's swinging back the other way. But still, many more votes to be counted. We'll be here to bring that to you. And thank you again for speaking with us, Mr. Secretary. All right, back to you guys.
Harry, we have to ask this question, and I know that the Secretary of State, we don't get this undivided attention often. President Trump was in Dalton. He said that during that rally that he plans to come back to Georgia and basically oust Governor Kemp as well as the Secretary of State. Does the Secretary of State have a response to that?
So yesterday, the president made the comment that he was coming back to Georgia and that he was going to oust. You've probably heard the governor and yourself. At this point, do you have any more responses to the president?
No, we had our conversation, and today we're just focused on getting the results done and getting that all reported to Georgians, and that's our focus. And then we actually have a House race, which is a special election, which will be happening also. So we still have plenty on our plate, and then we jump into session next Monday, and I'm sure that the General Assembly have a very robust schedule to look at election reform and a lot of other bills.
All right, before you go, guys, any more questions? You got one more?
You did a fantastic job. Harry Samler, we appreciate your time, and the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, as well. We're going to continue our special election coverage
Thank you very much.
of Georgia's Senate showdown right after the break.
Hi there, I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live streaming coverage right now. We just heard from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that they are getting ready to upload more than 100,000 of DeKalb County ballots, and that is expected to push these numbers toward the Democratic side right now. But he says on the flip side, other areas as they upload throughout the night as well will swing the numbers in different directions. But again, waiting to see what these DeKalb County votes do when they are uploaded soon. He still says it will probably be noon tomorrow when we maybe see some finalized numbers. We've been hearing from him and others in his office tonight that some of the bigger metro counties will take some time to get all of their data reported. So they had originally given counties a 1 o'clock time frame tomorrow, asking them to try to get their data in by 1 o'clock tomorrow. There are several dozen counties in Georgia who have already reported their data. They've got it all together, ready to turn it into the state. He also said that the vote is secure. Our Harry Samler there speaking with him, asking him what he would want to say, especially to his fellow Republicans who have been criticizing him in recent weeks. And he says, yes, the vote is secure. So that is the latest from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger tonight. We are staying in close contact with his office. They also report that there have been no major issues. That has been some positive news coming from their office tonight. A couple hiccups here and there, different things that have been taken care of, but all in all, they have called it a smooth day, a steady day, and he says it is still early. So a long night ahead, no doubt, for elections workers, and we're right here with you, bringing you updates throughout the night.
Welcome back to our special election coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. And there has been a huge push to get people to the polls on Election Day in Gwinnett County.
And Gwinnett could have a serious impact on the election results here in the state. CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy is live at a very busy election and registration office. So describe the scene for us. What's everybody doing behind you?
Well, Rick, right now you can see the last of the ballots coming in here from the different precincts. There was huge lines before of all the ballots coming in from the different precincts, but now they just have finished the last ones, and now it's all about the tabulation room. So we've got 113 out of 156 precincts complete here now in Gwinnett County. So we're just waiting on those last few ones to come through, which is a good thing. But now this has been a very blue county back on November 3, and it seems that things are looking the same way. On the last check there of results and how they're looking for each of the Senate candidates, we're looking at around 60% for both Stern Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, 60% of the votes in their favour there. So they did come down from around 70% each. Now this is still early days yet, but the good news is that we expect election results tonight.
We always, as a board, we always joke and we always kind of take a little poll of when it's going to be. But I'm guessing, let me turn around for a sec. I'm guessing between midnight and 1 a.m., I think.
So that's really good news because everyone is just on pins and needles. They really want to know the results here, which is the good news. As far as any problems that happened here, there was one precinct that they said had to stay open for 4 minutes because of a minor hiccup, and another one, there was a scanner that was down for a little bit of time, which affected 9 people's voting ballots, but they were able to rectify all of that. So great news as we know what happened to November 3rd here as far as election scanners and stuff like that. For now, this is the latest in Gwinnett County. Jamie Kennedy for CBS 46 News.
Jamie, thanks for the update. Well, the two runoffs that we are witnessing now are the most expensive Senate races of all time. Combined, Democrats and Republicans coughed up nearly $500 million. Around $255 million was spent on the Ossoff and Perdue race, another $241 million spent on Warnock versus Loeffler, and that puts the race as the second and third most expensive Senate races ever.
You're watching CBS 46's special coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown. We'll be right back.
And our streaming coverage continues right now. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. Thank you for staying with us tonight. All eyes right now really on DeKalb County, as we've been hearing from election officials that they are getting ready to upload more than 171,000 advance votes. These are early in-person votes that should be uploaded soon. We're hearing that from Gabe Sterling in the Secretary of State's office, and Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary himself, just told our Harry Samler. So waiting to see what those DeKalb County numbers do when those are uploaded. Several counties still working to get all of their numbers together. Good chance some of them might not have their data in tonight. So we are expecting this to go into tomorrow in one way or another. Although when Secretary of State Raffensperger was speaking to us a little while ago, he said we might have a good idea how things are looking tonight. But when it comes to the final numbers, there's a very good chance that this is going into tomorrow. So we've got you covered from all angles tonight. Our teams are there on the ground talking to the Secretary and also others in his office. We have our teams with the candidates, with their campaigns, also out with voters who are eagerly watching these numbers come in tonight. So we're staying with you right here on our live stream, also on your TV until we need to tonight. We'll be back right there with you tomorrow because, of course, not only Georgia, but the eyes of the nation are on our state tonight as we watch these two Senate runoff races determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. We're also watching some breaking news from the nation's capital tonight where protesters are starting to gather. I'll have a live look from the nation's capital coming up on air on our 11 o'clock news. So those stories and much more throughout the night. So we're going to get back to our live coverage on your TV in just a few minutes. But we thank you for trusting us to bring you the very latest tonight on this election night here in Georgia. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. I'm Tracie Hutchins. We are still waiting on final results to come in across the state for the Senate races. One of the counties we're taking a close look at is DeKalb County here. Right now, we hear from the Secretary of State's office they're waiting on about 130,000 to 170,000 early votes that are coming in. They expect to add those into the total. That could give an advantage to the Democrats. This area here is a Democratic stronghold. Another area that they are expecting more votes to come in at is here in Chatham County as well. This actually the hometown, Savannah, the hometown for Reverend Raphael Warnock. He was born and raised here. He was expected to take this county. More votes coming in that area as well. And also too in Cobb County, we do expect to see more absentee early votes, early mail-in votes coming in for that area as well. That could swing a lot of this information that we're getting in, a lot of these votes toward the Democrats, possibly because we do know a majority of Democrats have traditionally voted early and mailed in their ballots, very cautious about going to the polls. So that is something we're looking at. We're expecting these large data inputs for these several counties to be added in. Again, the results may not come in until midnight, until 1 o'clock. We will continue to watch all of it. Rick?
Yes, we will. All right, let's take a look at some of the results and where they stand right now with 82% of precincts reporting. You can see Kelly Loeffler still holding on to that slim lead in her race against Raphael Warnock, while in the other race between Perdue and Ossoff, the incumbent Senator Perdue hanging on to a slim lead there. But again, we are waiting for about 170,000 plus votes to be added to the totals. They're all coming from DeKalb County, which is a heavily Democratic area. So we are watching this very carefully and very closely, and we'll keep you posted.
You have been watching special coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown.
We're back at 11 with more news right here on CBS 46. Thanks for joining us. Don't go away.
Thanks for watching CBS 46 News. Watch us live wherever you are on our website, our mobile, and our streaming news app. You can also watch us on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
And we are getting closer to the 11 o'clock hour. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer, staying with you here on our live stream. Thanks for being with us tonight. We are waiting and watching to see what the latest numbers look like as they come in from different Georgia counties tonight. We heard from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just a few minutes ago, speaking with our Harry Samler there. And he said that DeKalb County is about to upload more than 170,000 votes. So anxiously, many people eagerly watching to see those numbers get updated and uploaded. But he still said it probably won't be until noon tomorrow when things could be finalized. We know some bigger metro counties still have a lot of gathering to do with their numbers to get those updated. So while some smaller counties in Georgia, a few dozen actually, we heard earlier, have their numbers tabulated, ready to go, ready to turn into the state. It will still be tomorrow, likely is what we're hearing from the Secretary of State, that we could have some final answers. Now, we could end tonight having a good idea of how things are looking, but again, it might not be until tomorrow when it is finalized. He also said that the vote is secure. That was his message to people who have been criticizing him, especially fellow Republicans who have been criticizing him in recent weeks. So he wanted to send that message. He says that they have the option to do a hand recount if that is needed, if it gets to that point. But again, he wants people to feel confident in this election process and that it is secure. Now, to recap some of what we've been talking about, it was a very impressive early voting period here in Georgia over the past few weeks. More than 3 million people voted early in person and also got in their absentee by mail ballots. That also includes ballots that have been dropped off at various locations in person. Polls were open today 7 to 7. There were a few across the state that were able to stay open a little bit later for one reason or another, but now they've all been closed now for a few hours. Votes are getting counted, and we are bringing you those numbers as the data comes in. I'm Megan Packer. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage continues streaming now and on CBS 46.
This is a CBS 46 News Special, Georgia's Senate Showdown.
It is election night and results are pouring in, and the tedious task of tallying ballots is underway. Glad you're with us. I'm Rick Polbaum.
Good evening. I'm Sean Gables. All eyes are on Georgia as we anxiously wait to find out who will win Georgia's 2 key Senate seats that are up for grabs.
You are looking live inside Georgia World Congress Center, where election officials are tallying ballots right now. If you voted in Fulton County, this is likely where your vote is being processed tonight.
Georgia voters are deciding who will control Congress. It's Senator David Perdue versus Jon Ossoff and Senator Kelly Loeffler against Raphael Warnock.
And at stake tonight, well, nothing less than control of the U.S. Senate. Both Democrats would have to win in order to split the balance of power 50-50, and that would put the Democrats in charge because incoming Vice President Kamala Harris would serve as the tie-breaking vote, giving Democrats the advantage there. We have breaking election news. It's unfolding in our nation's capital ahead of tomorrow's count of the Electoral College votes. That count would make President-elect Joe Biden's victory in November official. Supporters of President Trump, though, gathering in protest today. More demonstrations are planned for tomorrow.
We have team coverage tonight with crews stationed live at candidate watch parties with Georgia election officials and talking to voters. Our experts are also in to offer analysis on the trends emerging as the tallies come in.
We'll have more on that in just a moment, but first, let's get right to the results. Breaking new numbers just in. This is the race between Kelly Loeffler and the Reverend Raphael Warnock with 81% of precincts in. And as you can see, the incumbent, Kelly Loeffler, holding a slim advantage at this point over Reverend Raphael Warnock.
CBS 46's Adam Murphy live tonight with the Kelly Loeffler campaign. And Adam, she's expected to be there with her family tonight. Is she going to talk?
We have been told she will make an appearance. Let me tell you, you can cut the tension in this room with a butter knife because the crowd here is excited about what they're seeing, but they also realize there are still a lot of votes to come in, many of which could lean the other direction. Now, there have been several Republican distinguished speakers that have been here this evening already to speak. Let me tell you who we have heard from thus far talking about the Republicans and why they believe they should hold the line in not only the United States Senate, but of course here in the state of Georgia. And that happens to be the Republican Party Chair, David Schaefer. He was here and spoke about that. Also, we're hearing from Secretary of Agriculture and former Governor Sonny Perdue. And of course, Governor Brian Kemp was also on stage this evening. They have said and made it very clear that they, the Republicans, are the red wall to stop socialism in America. They're holding out hope that they will get it done, but still a long way to go. We're live in Buckhead tonight. Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
All right, Adam, we'll check back with you. CBS 46's Ashley Thompson is with the Raphael Warnock camp. So, Ashley, if Reverend Warnock wins, he'll make history.
Yeah, he certainly will. But, you know, he tells me that his focus would be on helping Georgians. We're actually here at Manuel's Tavern still, and it's starting to thin out, and that is only because the restaurant will be closing. It was supposed to close at 11, but as you can see, there are some people who are still outside here watching the big screen. And take a look at what's happening here. I showed this to you about 30 minutes ago. Brendan Litton, an artist, is making these really cool spray paintings on acrylic sheets of influential Democrats. It's pretty awesome. He's just doing it for free. So that's happening out here. You know, what's holding up some of these calls, we know some of the media outlets are calling this race, but CBS News is not. A lot of other outlets are not. What seems to be holding this up is the big dump out of DeKalb County. We are waiting on a huge dump from them. You know, we are now waiting for the huge dump. I know Megan said earlier that we may not have all of the results tonight. It may go into tomorrow, even the next day, but people here are still hopeful. They're very optimistic. I heard Adam say the same thing at Kelly Loeffler's watch party, so that seems to be the theme with all of the candidates and their supporters this evening. For now, I'm live in Atlanta, Ashley Thompson, CBS 46 News.
Ashley, thank you. We are following breaking new numbers also in tonight for the other Senate runoff. We are very early in the race with only 82% of the precincts reporting razor thin lead by the incumbent David Perdue. 51% of the vote. Jon Ossoff trailing behind with 49%. But again, as we heard from Ashley Thompson, 171,000 votes are expected to be counted from DeKalb County, which could change all of this, Rick.
CBS 46's Haley Mason is with Senator Perdue's camp tonight. Haley, what's the mood like?
Rick, first of all, that voter dump, as the president refers to it, is in actuality the getting ready to upload the votes that it has validly counted. And right now, that could flip the mood in this room. Right now, it's optimistic. We're here in the ballroom at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead, where the state GOP is having a very lively watch party celebration. But DeKalb County is expected to upload more than 171,000 ballots, and that could totally flip the mood of this room. As we know, DeKalb County is overwhelmingly Democratic, but right now, Senator Perdue is in the lead with more than 51% over Ossoff's 48.53%. We know Senator Perdue right now is in quarantine. We will not see him here in person tonight because he was exposed to someone with COVID. He tested negative multiple times, his campaign spokesman tells me tonight. The race is neck and neck. They're excited, though, about the results. I will say Perdue tweeted earlier today, the quote, "This is going to be a very close election and could come down to the difference of a few votes in a few precincts across the state." And that tweet serving as some solid foreshadowing into what is happening right now, as every single vote is being watched with a very close eye as we try to figure out if Georgia will flip the Senate in the United States. Reporting live in Buckhead, Haley Mason, CBS 46 News.
Haley, thank you. We are just more than 4 hours into ballot counting, and results, they are starting to come in.
That's right. And we are also following the Ossoff campaign. We've got a team covering the Ossoff candidacy, and we'll have more from them coming up in just a moment. But first, let's check in with Tracie Hutchins, who's been monitoring the big election board for us tonight. Tracie.
Yeah, we've been watching it all night, Rick and Sean, and really right now, less than 100,000 votes separate either of the candidates in either of the races. We've been watching that go back and forth throughout the night. Now, that data input that we've been talking about a lot, that data dump that has been referred to by the president, that data input is coming from DeKalb County here. Now, Secretary of State's office, they tell us anywhere between 130,000 to 171,000 votes will be added to the total here in DeKalb County. Also in Cobb County, we do expect to see more votes added as well. So we're looking at those two counties. And also down here near Savannah, in Savannah, actually, Chatham County, where Savannah is. This is the hometown of Reverend Raphael Warnock. He was expected to take that county, and he did. So far, Democrats have it. A hold on it. But we've just learned tonight, reporters down in Chatham County, they say some machines, they're having some difficulty with that. These machines will not be finished counting tonight. Those won't be finished until the morning. So again, hundreds of thousands of votes still out there in at least these 3 counties that we know of right now that have not been put into the system yet and have not been added to the total. So again, this night could go on for a while, and at least down in Chatham County, Rick and Sean, that process won't continue to start back up again until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Chatham County is a Democratic stronghold. You mentioned it's where Reverend Warnock grew up, but it is also expected to go for Jon Ossoff as well. So
exactly.
Thousands of votes that we're not going to know the results of until tomorrow morning, even though they are likely to go to the Democrats. Are we going to have any answers tonight before we go to bed?
You know, it doesn't appear to be that way because, of course, until the end of the week, we have those mail-in overseas ballots, those military ballots. You know, that might not change the overall outcome, but we have until the end of the week to get all those in those provisional ballots. Folks have until the end of the week to also make sure all their information is correct. So they have until Friday to get all that in, and then the counties have until the 15th to certify their election results, and then the Secretary of State's office has until the 22nd after the inauguration to certify the state overall.
Doesn't sound like anything's wrapping up anytime soon. All right, Tracie, thanks very much.
Let's get to our 2 political analysts right now. Joining us are Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans. Rashad, we're going to start with you. Millions of Georgians casting ballots in this runoff. It is a historic turnout a reflection of the current administration? Do you think so? The African American turnout very similar to what we saw in the primaries.
Yeah, it is. And definitely this is a reflection, really a political indictment on the leadership of Donald J. Trump. And let me talk about this dump, as the president of the United States is already calling it via his Twitter account. These are American voters. These are individuals who woke up, said they will exercise their right in this democracy, and they voted. And to suggest that somehow the election supervisors or the officials are somehow acting in malfeasance. Remember, these are good, hardworking people, good, hardworking Americans as well. All right. And so I keep hearing the rhetoric about this is a setup and somehow this election is being stolen again. I'm really getting personally offended by that rhetoric coming from the president of the United States. These are good, hardworking American people, and these are American voters. If you like the result or not, that is how democracy works.
Jake, the Trump factor is something that obviously will be talked about for days and weeks to come after we know the results here. But as you look at things and as we await those votes to be counted and added to the totals from DeKalb County, what role do you think the president played in all of this, in perhaps suppressing some of the rural, more Republican vote, those voters who heard the president talking about rigged elections and decided, I'm staying home?
Mm-hmm. Well, President Trump has been front and center in the realm of politics across the board since he was elected. I mean, you can even go down to local races. There's no doubt. I mean, you have a sitting Republican president in a state that historically is not a battleground. It just so happened, based upon the early resignation of Johnny Isakson, would create 2 Senate seats, which are typically staggered. They would be up in the same election in a race where the president lost in that state by 11,000 votes. So it's just, words can't express for the Republicans how difficult of a situation this was. But he was present. I mean, there's no doubt his base is extremely loyal. I think that the turnouts in North Georgia are pretty strong. It's just the anti-Trump sentiment, undoubtedly, I think, played a role in these results that are coming out tonight.
Jake and Rashad, we certainly appreciate your time, but I have to ask this. We have less than 5 seconds, Rashad. GOP election official Gabrielle Sterling just said that when the GOP's, when the DeKalb County numbers, those votes are counted and come in, the Democrats will likely take both seats.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple math. Remember, I said earlier that the DeKalb County is the highest per capita Democratic county in all 159 counties in Georgia. Overwhelmingly, these votes will be for the Democratic candidates.
Rashad and Jake, thank you both very much. And our coverage continues right after this.
Right now, poll workers are working feverishly to count ballots for the high-stakes Senate showdown. Brittany Edney live inside the Georgia World Congress Center, where all of it is happening. Brittany, good evening.
Good evening to you, Sean. And I can tell you this is where the absentee ballots have been processed and counted throughout this evening. And election officials say that they have a majority of those absentee mail-in ballots in, and they hope to have it completed tonight. Also saying that election workers are expected to stay here through 2 a.m. to try and help and get all in total today, and also with the early voting and mail-in absentee ballots, more than 385,000 votes were cast here in Fulton County. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Brittany Edney, CBS 46 News.
Brittany, thank you. CBS 46 on top of voting troubles throughout Metro Atlanta tonight. Overall, the state reporting pretty smooth election so far. CBS 46's Harry Samler is live in Atlanta with the latest from the Secretary of State's office. A good night for them so far.
So far, that we asked them what the hardest part of today was, and at one point they said boredom. And I guess that's good news because they haven't had major problems that they've reported. One thing that they did talk about with the My Voter page, at one point during the day, the My Voter page started slowing down and somebody was making like dozens of requests per second, and they weren't sure exactly what it was. It didn't raise to the level where they had to call anybody in, but something was coming in from an IP address and they don't know who it was, but it just kind of slowed things down and they resolved that issue pretty fast. Here in Metro Atlanta, no major problems to report. I know in Columbia County near Augusta, they had some problems with some of the cards that were going into the machines and some of the buttons on the machines that were not programmed correctly, but that was resolved. And since then, everything has been fine. That's it from here, and we're waiting for the latest update from the Secretary of State's office. We'll bring it to you.
All right, Harry Samler, we appreciate that. We are following some breaking news in tonight for the twin Senate runoffs. With 84% of the precincts reporting, this is some razor-thin margins. In fact, Stacey Abrams has appeared in a new ad urging voters to check their absentee ballots to make sure they were counted. Voters do have until Friday to fix their problems. The incumbent David Perdue right now with a slight lead of 51% over Jon Ossoff. And again, we're real early into this race, but Gabrielle Sterling has given an interview to CNN, Rick, saying that when DeKalb County's 171,000 votes are counted, he says that the Democrats may take both races.
And that's why Democrats are cautiously optimistic, not celebrating just yet. But take a look at these raw numbers that show Raphael Warnock now taking the lead in his contest against the incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. We've used the word seesaw too many times tonight, so I'm not going to do it again, but we've seen the lead go back and forth between the two of them, with Reverend Warnock now a little bit ahead. But again, there are still a lot of votes left to be counted, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's get to Megan Packer, who is on top of breaking news at the Election Live Desk. Megan, good evening.
Hi, Sean and Rick. Of course, all eyes on Georgia tonight, but we're also on top of breaking news out of the nation's capital. Let's show you a live look right now of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Things have quieted down significantly, but protesters have been there earlier today, gathered at Freedom Plaza ahead of a rally to save America. Tomorrow, Congress is voting to certify, of course, Joe Biden's Electoral College win. President Trump is expected to address supporters tomorrow. Now, law enforcement in Washington, D.C. have been worried about the potential for violence. Several hundred National Guard troops have been activated to support D.C. police there. We are watching it closely. But again, as we take a live look at the nation's Capitol tonight, the Capitol building, things have quieted down a lot, but protesters expected back out tomorrow. I'm Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk.
All right. Thank you, Megan. We'll check back with you. The mayor of Washington, D.C., sending this stark warning as protests in that city pick up. She is asking people stay away from the downtown area. Do not engage with the demonstrators. Tonight, the National Guard is on standby in the event of any unrest as a result of pro-Trump rallies that are scheduled for tomorrow. President Trump has been calling on his supporters to attend those rallies in D.C. for weeks now, encouraging them to, quote, be there and be wild. The president maintains Democrats stole the election from him despite no evidence to support those claims.
President Trump hoping for a huge show of support tomorrow as Congress meets to count Electoral College votes. Tonight, he is pressuring Vice President Mike Pence to reject several electors. It is a last-ditch effort to stop Congress from making President-elect Joe Biden's win official. However, new reports out tonight say Pence has told the president he does not have the power to do so. Meantime, dozens of House Republicans and at least 13 GOP senators say they will object the count. Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler just announcing last night that she is among that group. Those efforts are not expected to overturn President-elect Biden's win, though the Democrat-controlled House is expected to vote down the challenges.
Now, CBS 46 Pinpoint Weather, certified Atlanta's most accurate forecast.
And we had perfect weather for Election Day. Temperatures in the upper 50s today, near 60 with lots of sunshine. Still a gorgeous night outside, but it is getting downright cold as those temperatures drop fairly quickly. 39 already in Lawrenceville. Dallas already at 33 degrees. It's 41 in Marietta and Conyers. And it will get cold tonight, more than 10 degrees colder compared to where we were last night, with temperatures near or below freezing as we drop down to 32 in Atlanta. Big reason for that, we have clear and those will continue tomorrow morning. We'll start to see increasing clouds by the afternoon and evening, but overall, a beautiful day tomorrow as those temperatures warm once again to the mid-50s with partly cloudy skies, a high 55 degrees in Atlanta. That is my 3-degree guarantee for tomorrow. If I am within 3 degrees, we'll add another $50 for our charity, which is Second Helpings Atlanta, making the total $200 for the month and counting. Also, it means we'll add another check mark to our calendar for the month, which has been correct for 7 straight days. Rain chances will go up starting Thursday, continuing through Friday morning. Then we get a break for the weekend, but a second chance of rain on Monday. As this rain moves in, it will be a cold rain, especially for metro Atlanta, but in far northeast Georgia, mainly in the upper elevations, it will be close enough to freezing, if not freezing, that we could see a few flurries in the North Georgia mountains Thursday night through Friday morning. Not expecting much in the way of accumulations, but areas above 2,000 feet could see 1 to 2 inches of snow. Areas below that are going to see a little bit of a rain-snow mix. Here in metro Atlanta, just a cold rain, and it will be cold. These are the temperatures after tomorrow. Highs only in the 40s on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Barely in the 50s on Sunday, back to the 40s on Monday. So even though we've been above average over the last 7 days, it is going to be much cooler this week and much cooler next week as well. As we look at our temperature outlook for the middle of January across the entire Southeast, I'm expecting temperatures to be below average, and you can see it right here, much colder. Highs only in the 40s Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Once again in the 40s on Monday. With that second batch of rain on Monday, could see a bit of a wintry mix across the northeast Georgia mountains as well. Of course, we'll be watching it closely here at CBS 46.
And you are looking live at the ballot counting process that's underway in Fulton County right now, with those dedicated election workers and the poll watchers keeping watch over the process. Our Senate showdown coverage continues right after the break.
And our streaming coverage continues right now. We thank you for joining us tonight. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. The time here in Atlanta is 11:23. We are watching and waiting to see how the numbers come in. Still waiting on this big upload from DeKalb County that we've been hearing elections officials tell us about, expecting more than 170,000 votes from DeKalb to be uploaded any minute now. So we have our teams throughout Metro Atlanta tonight, throughout the state. They're with the candidates, they're with their campaigns, they're with Georgia voters who are watching the numbers come in tonight. So we will be on the air with you on your TV and also here on our live stream online throughout the night. And then, of course, we'll be back tomorrow to keep you posted, because there is a good chance, elections officials say, that we won't have races officially called tonight. We could have a good idea, they're saying, of how things are looking before the night is over tonight. But this is likely going into tomorrow as far as really finalizing everything from the state's point of view. We have been staying in very close contact with the Secretary of State's office tonight. They've been great about giving us updates. They're also posting on social media. No major issues from their end of things tonight. There was such a big early voting turnout that really took off a lot of the burden of today's Election Day turnout. More than 3 million Georgians voted early, whether it was in person or whether it was getting those mail-in absentee votes in. So waiting to see what that final number is today of how many people came out to cast their ballots on this Tuesday, Election Day. So still some numbers to go through from the Secretary of State's end of things. Of course, they need to wait for the counties to get their information uploaded to them. But all in all, they say it was a smooth process. No major issues. They called it steady, quiet, and even slow in some areas. You know, some areas had stronger turnouts than others. But again, they say that goes back to that very strong early voting turnout that the state of Georgia saw. We know the eyes of the nation are on our state tonight, so we are dedicated to bringing you the very latest updates as they come in. We want to get it right, so we thank you for putting your trust in us tonight. I'm Megan Packer with CBS 46 News. Our coverage continues now. Stay with us.
There are other big stories tonight. The coronavirus pandemic, likely the most pressing issue for Senate candidates in the runoff tonight. The latest threat, a highly contagious new variant, just confirmed in Georgia.
CBS 46's Zach Summers live at the airport with what we know about this. What have you learned, Zach?
Yeah, the Department of Public Health says the infected person is a 18-year-old man. Health officials found the variant while analyzing some lab samples from that man. He is in isolation tonight. You know, this variant B117, again, extremely contagious. It was first discovered in the UK a couple of months ago, but has since spread to other countries and at least 5 states here in the United States. Health officials currently trying to find any other people that Georgia resident may have come in contact with. Meanwhile, DPH Commissioner Kathleen Toomey saying the emergence of that variant should be a wake-up call to the state that despite vaccines rolling out, we cannot let our guard down. We're live at the airport. Zach Summers, CBS 46 News.
All right, keep us posted on that, Zach. Let's check in with Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk for us. Hi, Megan.
Hi, Rick. Of course, we're talking about All Eyes on Georgia tonight, but we're also keeping an eye on what's happening in the nation's capital. And federal investigators there are digging into a threat against the U.S. Capitol building. The threat was picked up by air traffic controllers in New York. Whoever made the threat claimed that they would fly a plane into the Capitol tomorrow, vowing to avenge Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, who was killed last year in a U.S. drone strike. Tomorrow, of course, as we've been telling you, is when Congress will meet at the Capitol to certify the Electoral College votes in favor of Joe Biden. Investigators deemed this threat to not be credible. It's still not clear who it came from. I'm Megan Packer at the Election Live Desk.
Let's take a live look at the ballot counting process.
We're going to be inaugurated, period.
That, of course, that is the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, who says that she is making plans for after she and Joe Biden are sworn into office. She says that as soon as they get in to the White House, they are going to work to get Americans more stimulus money.
You're looking live at the ballot counting process underway in Gwinnett County. Just ahead, we're live with an insight look at the action as candidates anxiously await the results.
And I'm Megan Packer. Thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage, our live streaming coverage tonight, as we have you updated every step of the way. Just looking at Twitter here, and we had just heard from Gabriel Sterling in the Secretary of State's office a few minutes ago. He had been telling us that we are ready for the DeKalb County more than 170,000 votes to be uploaded soon. Also talking about, let's see here, Chatham County. Looks like he's responding to some folks who have been talking online here. He's saying Chatham County didn't just stop. They completed the counting of everything they have in. That includes Election Day advanced and all of the absentees that they had in. The last left will be the absentee by mail that came in today. So that is Gabriel Sterling addressing Chatham County on the coast of Georgia. So we are still waiting for many of the larger metro Atlanta counties to get their final numbers uploaded. And as we've been saying, elections officials say there's a good chance by the end of the night we'll have a very good idea how things are looking, but it's probably looking like it will be going into tomorrow when we have the official word as far as what the final outcome of these races are. But again, we know some outlets are calling races right now. CBS News is not yet doing that, so we want to make sure that we get this right and We are accurate in all of our reporting with you, so we thank you for turning to us. So our teams are staying here into the night. We've got you covered from all different angles with the campaigns, with the candidates, with the viewers who are watching the results come in, different Georgia voters. And we also have our analysts here. We have Jake Evans and Dr. Rashad Ritchie as well chiming in, giving us their expertise. So again, I will reiterate this. The Secretary of State's office tells us tonight that there have been no major issues on their ends of things, that it's been smooth, it has been a steady day, and the night is really early for them though. Lots of work ahead. Stay with us.
This is a CBS 46 News Special, Georgia's Senate Showdown.
It's election night and the results are pouring in. The tedious task of tallying ballots well underway this hour. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rick Fulbaugh.
Good evening. I'm Sean Gables. All eyes are on Georgia as we anxiously await to find out who will win Georgia's 2 key Senate seats that are up for grabs.
Let's take a live look inside the Georgia World Congress Center. This is where election officials have been tallying ballots right now, and you can see them. If you voted in Fulton County, this is probably where your vote is being processed tonight.
Georgia voters are deciding who will control Congress. It's Senator David Perdue versus Stern Ossoff and Senator Kelly Loeffler against Raphael Warnock.
And at stake, control of the U.S. Senate. Both Democrats would have to win in order to split the balance of power 50-50 in the Senate. And if they pull it off, the incoming Vice President Kamala Harris would serve as the tie-breaking vote, giving Democrats the majority in that House of Congress. We have breaking election news also unfolding in our nation's capital ahead of tomorrow's count of the Electoral College votes. That count will make President-elect Joe Biden's victory official, and supporters of the president gathering in protest today. Of course, he still disputes the election results. More demonstrations are planned for tomorrow.
We have team coverage tonight with crews stationed live at candidate watch parties with Georgia election officials and talking to voters. Our experts are also in to offer their expert analysis on the trends emerging as those final tallies come in.
We will have more on that in just a moment, but first, let's get right to the results as they stand right now. These are breaking new numbers just in the Raphael Warnock Kelly Loeffler race, and you can see Raphael Warnock now pulling ahead with about just under 30,000 vote lead over the incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to her seat by Governor Brian Kemp.
And let's go to CBS 46's Adam Murphy. He's live tonight with the Kelly Loeffler camp. And Adam, you've seen these early numbers. Gabrielle Sterling, with Georgia's Secretary of State, just gave an interview, and he said that once those votes, the 171,000 votes from DeKalb County, are officially counted, that both Democrats are going to win this race. Has that trickled down into Kelly Loeffler's camp there?
Well, from what I can gather, I just checked with the Secretary of State's office, and it appears that all but one precinct are in now in DeKalb County. So it appears that most of the votes are in from DeKalb County. That would leave possibly votes in Cobb County, also in Chatham County being the hometown for the Reverend Raphael Warnock. So, and they've stopped counting for the night, we understand, in Chatham County. So it's tight. It's razor tight right now. I've just spoken with Senator Loeffler's camp, and what they told me was that the senator is expected to come down and speak before a large gathering of GOP supporters here at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead between 12:20 and 12:30 in the morning. That's about an hour later than she had originally expected to speak to the crowd. So the race is not called. It's very tight. And I think that's why we're waiting, and perhaps why Senator Loeffler is waiting to see how things pan out. We still have more votes to come in. So we'll stay on top of this, be here throughout, and as soon as she comes down, we'll let you know and carry that live.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. CBS 46's Ashley Thompson is with the Raphael Warnock camp. And Ashley, if Reverend Warnock wins, he will make history tonight.
put the Democrats back in play.
He certainly will, and a lot of his supporters certainly hope he does win. Now, there are lots of social media reports calling this election for Warnock. We want to make it clear that CBS News has not called it yet. We're all kind of just patiently waiting. We're at Manuel's Tavern. We're closing down the bar. This restaurant was supposed to close at 11, but as you can see, people are still kind of hanging out at the bar here and watching television and hanging on to those election results. It's been a long night for them. At times, it looked like Loeffler would take it. Now it looks like Warnock would take it. Moments ago, this whole bar broke out into applause when Warnock went up once again. You know, this is a bar known for Democratic meetings. Lots of Democrats, influential Democrats, politicians come here. Excuse us. And so, yes, a lot of people are just here. They're excited. It's been a long night. We're all kind of just waiting to see what happens. We know that this race might not be called today, but it's certainly looking very good for Warnock. I have been in touch with Warnock's campaign spokesperson. She tells me that there were no plans for him to speak tonight, but that could change, and it's looking like this is going to be the way that he would like this to go. So we will sit tight. We'll be at this bar all night and see what happens and how this unfolds. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you. Breaking new numbers also tonight for the other sit-off. We are very early into this race, even though 82% of the precincts are reporting, or has that increased?
91.
91. So we're getting much closer to the finish line. But it's interesting to point out that with these razor-thin margins with Perdue and Ossoff, Stacey Abrams, who is a civil rights activist, she's credited with turning Georgia blue. She's appearing in a new ad urging voters to check their absentee ballots to make sure they were counted. Voters do have until Friday to fix their problems. And right now, Perdue has the slight edge, but a razor-thin margin here, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, look at those numbers. We're talking about less than 5,000 votes. I got into journalism because they said there would be no math involved, but even I could look at those numbers and tell you that it is a very slim margin there. CBS 46's Haley Mason is with Senator David Perdue's camp. Set the scene for us.
Hey there, Rick, you and I both. You've got to do a lot of quick math to keep up with this type of race, especially. I want to note that 171,000 ballots that we're expecting to be uploaded in DeKalb, the Secretary of State's office clarifying, those are advanced votes or early votes. And so that's what we're looking at to possibly tip the scales here. I'm at the GOP Watch Party, Georgia's GOP headquarters for the night, and they are watching that website with bated breath. Right now, Perdue at 50%, Ossoff at 49.89%. I mean, it can't get much tighter here. And there are about 151 out of 159 counties reporting, so about 8 counties left to report their votes. And we know that this was a very contentious race, a very closely watched race. And it was all about election day and early voting. And so right now, we're going to be watching throughout the night to see if this is a neck-and-neck runoff or just every single vote coming in can flip these scales back and forth, Rick and Sean.
All right, thank you. CBS 46's Melissa Stern. She's now covering the John Ossoff campaign. And Melissa, you've seen those returns that are starting to come in. Razor tight margins between Ossoff and David Perdue. Are they optimistic tonight?
Well, the Ossoff campaign is not holding a watch party tonight because of COVID-19. And as you said, David Perdue has a slight lead at the moment. So I did reach out to Ossoff's team, and they said they're not releasing a statement at the moment. But they did tell me that they are watching and waiting for the results at an undisclosed location. But Ossoff's wife is not there, as she's an OBGYN at a local hospital working the overnight shift. So she'll have to get the news in between patients.
Melissa, hang tight for just one sec. I'm sorry to jump in and interrupt you, but there is a news conference about to get underway with Gabriel Stern at the Secretary of State's office. Let's listen.
Overall, we look like we have about 27,600 or so advanced votes to come in. About 19,000 of them are going to be coming from DeKalb County. They're having to have a couple of cards that they have to look at again. And then about 7,000 need to come in from Coffee County. They had some scanning that they did this evening. I know it's completed. They just haven't uploaded it yet. And then a hodgepodge of probably some undervotes in the other locations. The other counties we have, last time I read you a list of counties that were completed. I'm now going to give you a list of the counties that are incomplete because it's a smaller list. So the counties we do not have everything in from, understanding there are still going to be from almost a big chunk of these counties, some of the absentee ballots that came in today. And real quick before I get to that, there was a question about Chatham County just stopping their vote counts. They didn't just stop. They counted everything that they had on their side of the house. Chatham County has a unique system where they have a board of elections and they have a board of registration, essentially. So the registration board is the ones who get the ballots in, accept them, and then hand them back over to the elections board to count them. If they had waited to get all those ballots in tonight, there would have been about a 3-hour gap of time. So out of an abundance of looking out for their employees and not having wasting time, they're going to allow the registration group to finish their work tonight and hand it over tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, and then Chatham County will come back and complete their work on those absentee ballots. But it's really just the absentee ballots that came in today from the mail and the drop boxes there. So now I'm going to give you the list of the counties we do not have everything in from. Appling, Bibb, Camden, Cobb, Coffee, DeKalb, Douglas, Floyd, Forsyth, Fulton, Gwinnett, Henry, Houston, Lumpkin, let's see, Newton, Pickens, and that's it. Those are the last counties that we do not have the full reports in from. So as you can see, it's still a very set of tight races out there. Bubba McDonald has the largest lead amongst the Republicans. Perdue has a small lead right now, and Senator Loeffler is behind Reverend Warnock right now. So the other thing to remember, Fulton and DeKalb, these larger candidates, are going to have big swaths of votes that came in today. So keep that in mind as you're looking at what you're expecting to come out. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
So you're expecting more dumps from DeKalb, Fulton?
Only on the absentees that come in from Fulton. Fulton's got all of their advanced in already. They're going to be processing at the Georgia World Congress Center through a large portion of the night until they reach a potentially good stopping point. And again, that's only in the absentees that came in today. They've uploaded everything else already.
Dave, is it fair to say that the counties that you went to, and I can't speak to each of them specifically, but they appear to be predominantly Democratic counties, at least in terms of past voting patterns?
In terms of the amount of votes that are potentially out there coming from largely Democrat counties, there are some Republican counties, Floyd, Forsyth, Appling, but they are smaller in comparison to the DeKalbs, Gwinnett's, Cobbs, and Fultons.
So what does that tell you when you look at the vote totals?
That tells you what you have outstanding will likely be leaning Democrat at best. What else?
What are you going to be doing the rest of the night?
Looking at spreadsheets, trying to figure out what's going to be happening and trying to prepare for what's going to be happening tomorrow, because we do have these close elections. And there's a potential where some of these elections could be within a half a point, so the second place finisher will have the opportunity to potentially ask for a recount again.
Is it possible you'll know the answer tonight?
It's possible, but it's not likely, especially with the number of absentees we anticipate being counted tomorrow in the larger counties.
And how many do you expect tomorrow?
We have no way of knowing right now. But we've told all the counties to get their information in to the ENET system, the voter registration system, by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Any surprises in this election? I'm not talking about everything that led up to it.
In the election itself, it was a very smooth election. You know, we had a couple of things here and there with Columbia County with their issues the first thing in the morning, but in general, it was a very smooth election. We didn't have any issues. The election night reporting has gone relatively smoothly, so we feel like the counties are kind of getting in the groove, despite the fact we know they're all exhausted.
Any idea yet on numbers today, voters today?
Yeah. Give me a second. I can look them up real quick. I hate to do that on the fly. We ended up having probably close to 1 million altogether right now. In fact, I'm looking at so far, and this may have all of them, we're looking at 1.244 million votes, which was more than we anticipated, actually. We were looking at that's today, that's election day votes, 1,244,374. And the absentee by mail so far is at 995,410. And the advanced voting that's been reported so far is 2,054,776.
Are results coming in faster than expected?
One of the things about having only 3 contests on a race and having smaller actual physical ballots this time, every ballot was 11 inches for the absentee ballots, we knew it would be faster. So obviously it'll be faster than November elections because there's just fewer steps in the process and it's easier to handle smaller pieces of paper at the end of the day.
Knowing what you know now, what are the possibilities that there might be some contentious comments made as this vote is so close, just as there was after November 3rd?
Frankly, John, I'd be shocked if there weren't contentious remarks made about the outcomes with them being so close. We have a state that is very closely divided amongst a partisan divide right now, but I want to emphasize the point again that Bubba McDonald and the race that most people didn't think about today has more votes than both the senators, which shows there's potential that there were Republican voters who chose not to vote for the 2 Republican senators, maybe because of all the contention, but that's speculation on our part. Anything else?
So that's it for tonight?
I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't see anything else big happening. The biggest thing we had hanging out there were that really giant tranche of DeKalb County advanced votes. They may load the additional 20,000 tonight. It may be tomorrow, depending on how they have to work through the 2 memory cards they're dealing with. And all that was they sent 2 scanners out to 2 advanced voting locations, and instead of making individual cards for each one, they only made 2, so they can upload one or the other. So they're likely going to have to rescan some of the stuff out of those 2 ballot boxes.
And just for our morning folks, do you anticipate any briefings as late as your night's going to be? In the morning, perhaps a mid-morning, late morning?
I anticipate we'll have a mid-morning discussion about what's going to be going on, whether it be here at the election night headquarters or back over at the Capitol, depending. Again, we are happy with the election administration that we saw today. We saw a smooth election around the state. We did have some issues potentially in Fulton County that was delaying some of the absentee ballots getting there. There were cars that were interfering potentially with the vehicles that were transporting those. The Atlanta PD was brought in, we understand. We don't have all the details yet. But again, this is a contentious time. We want people to, be patient. Know at the end of the day, in every election, there's a person who comes in first, there's a person who comes in second, and it may be your person that comes in first, it may be your person that comes in second. Be kind to those on both sides either way. Understand that you get to live to fight another day. There'll be another election in 2 years. Whether you win or you lose, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, we need to learn to be civil in our ability to disagree with one another as we turn the page from the 2020 election to move forward, as these people are going to be the ones governing us for the next 2 years. So thanks a lot, guys. Yeah.
We have just been listening to Gabrielle Sterling with the Georgia Secretary of State's office, and here's just a recap of what we know so far. It is very likely that we will not get a winner announced in either of these Senate races tonight. But according to Gabrielle Sterling, a handful of counties have not been counted, and of those outstanding votes, they are leaning Democrat. We will continue our coverage of the Senate showdown right after the break.
And we will continue our live streaming coverage right now, as we just got that update moments ago from Gabrielle Sterling, the voting system implementation manager. At this point, he says that they are still waiting for final numbers from a little more than a dozen counties. So the number of counties they're still waiting to hear from is smaller than those who have gotten all of their numbers in. A lot of them are your bigger metro Atlanta counties: Cobb, DeKalb, also Fulton, Douglas, Gwinnett, Henry, some of the counties that they're still waiting for those final numbers from. And he did mention that it's his opinion that of the counties that are still outstanding, that they would be leaning Democrat as far as the numbers that we will see trickle in from these still outstanding counties. Now, let's see. He says that there's still a potential that some of these races could be within half a percentage point. And as we learned in November, when that is the case, the second place finisher does have the ability in that case to ask for a recount. So we will wait and see what the final numbers show. But again, if it's within half a percentage point, there can be a recount requested. So he says overall, though, it's been a smooth election, and that's what we've been hearing throughout the day. No major issues. There were certainly some issues here or there in various counties. Things were addressed, things were taken care of. They call it smooth, they call it steady, pretty quiet in some areas. There was such a big early voting turnout that it really took the burden off of today's election day for so many parts of the state. He gave us some updated numbers as well. It looks like 1.24 million votes were cast today. That is on the more than 3 million that were cast during the early voting process over the past few weeks. Something else of interest that he noted, let's not forget about this third race on the ballot as well for Public Service Commissioner Bubba McDonald, the Republican in that race, he says has more votes than the 2 Republican senators vying to keep their seats. So take with that what you will, but that was some of the latest information from the Secretary of State's office.
Welcome back to our special election coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown, and new numbers in tonight for the twin Senate runoffs. Right now we have 94% of the precincts reporting. We're getting close to the finish line, but as we heard from Gabrielle Sterling with the Georgia Secretary of State, it's very likely we will not hear who won this race tonight. But the slight edge with incumbent David Perdue, it is razor thin. He has a lead over Stern Ossoff, both getting 50% of the vote.
Sean, I got to let you borrow my readers.
I need them.
It's the only way I can see these numbers. Let's take a look. These are the latest tallies for the Loeffler-Warnock race. And it's, again, 94% in with Warnock holding now a pretty sizable lead of over 30,000 votes, 50% to 50%, but there is a 30,000 vote margin that Warnock has taken over Loeffler. And again, we've got these votes that are still out there tonight that need to be counted, some of which won't be counted until tomorrow. And as we heard from Gabrielle Sterling, a lot of these votes are going to come predominantly from Democratic leaning counties.
Tonight, election officials are working feverishly to get those ballots counted. Jamie Kennedy live in Gwinnett County with an insight look at the process. And Jamie, a lot of votes are going through that office right there.
Yeah, Sean, a lot of votes certainly coming through the Gwinnett County here, second biggest county in Georgia. So as far as the officials telling me in terms of any problems happening here, they said it was only a small amount. Now we know back in November they had that big scanner problem with thousands of votes having to be rescanned. Here, only one scanner early this morning had a small glitch, but that was fixed very quickly. And then also one precinct stayed open 4 minutes later, so not too much to talk about there. In terms of the numbers of people that came out, they were expecting huge numbers here. They did get quite a few people coming out. They were certainly happy with the turnout, but in terms of it was an overall 61% turnout as opposed to November 3 when it was a 71% turnout of voters, and they put that down to fatigue at Christmas time, New Year's Day, these sorts of things are attributing to that as well. Now in terms of the results coming in, well, it's all over here now. 156 precincts have reported unofficially, of course, all of their results, and that is 60% of the votes for both Ossoff and Warnock here, so keeping the county blue for both of those Senate nominees there. So they've certainly got a push there from Gwinnett, which is great, but in terms of what's next to happen, on Monday will be when they certify things here in Gwinnett, and they are looking at those provisional ballots and the absentee ballots that would have come in today, and of course any ballots that need to be queued, and they say it's around about less than 4,800 here. So pretty much everything wrapped up here. That's good news in terms of what we can get from the results out of Gwinnett County. So it's great news in terms of if you are a Democratic supporter, as they've certainly kept the county blue. For now, live in Gwinnett County, Jamie Kennedy, that's the latest. Sending it back to you.
Jamie, thank you. Let's bring back our two political analysts. Joining us right now, Dr. Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans. We're going to start with you, Jake. You heard the press conference, hopefully, with Gabrielle Sterling with the Secretary of State's office, and may not be great news for Republicans. He says there's a handful of counties that has not been counted, and what is outstanding is now leaning Democrat.
Mm-hmm. No, based upon what I heard, that's accurate. I think at this stage for Senator Loeffler, it's going to be very tough. For Senator Perdue, last margin I saw was him around 4,000. I did see that there are some outstanding Republican counties. It's all going to depend on what's left in DeKalb. I think I heard there's one precinct left in DeKalb and what's left in Fulton. So it depends on the outstanding ballots. I mean, what's so interesting about this race is you just have to think about the dynamics. If Doug Collins does not get in this race and Kelly Loeffler does not have to full bore play to the right of Collins as far as Trump, And then also you don't have what happened with Trump losing Georgia. This is just such a different race. I mean, the reality is Georgia was a state that's a Republican state, but it is a state that did not like Donald Trump to a point for them to win the election. And it just so happened that both of these Senate seats would ride here in Georgia.
Rashad, I think it's getting harder and harder to say that Georgia is a Republican state after voters elected Joe Biden. And now, at least it appears as though they could have elected two senators, Democratic senators, one African-American, one Jewish. These are two men who ran unabashedly progressive campaigns and may have very likely won. What do you think about that?
Donald J. Trump is the greatest thing that ever happened to the Democratic Party for the state of Georgia. Because of his wrecking ball leadership, you have now a friction inside of the Republican Party for this state like you've never seen. Let's be very clear about what's happening. The president has made two incumbent U.S. senators lose their jobs. That's what has happened. And the excitement around Ossoff and Warnock happened at the right time. The momentum was flowing. And I know that there are still people hoping beyond hope. Rick, I've called these elections for many years. Math. That's what it comes down to. You got Chatham, Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and other counties that have not reported all of their numbers yet. Those numbers are going to go, obviously, for Ossoff and Warnock, razor thin with Ossoff. That razor thin lead that Perdue currently has against Ossoff, that's going to evaporate by tomorrow. Warnock is not going to be down again. He is going to remain in the lead. That is my prediction, and he will be declared the winner in this election. It should be a rallying point for Republicans in Georgia, at least, to understand that the politics of division may not be the road you want to travel on if you want to remain politically viable in this atmosphere in 2021 and in a post-Trump era.
Rashad, we're not counting our eggs too soon, but the Democrats, if they both win both seats, we're talking history here. Jon Ossoff will be the youngest senator to ever be elected, and the Reverend Raphael Warnock, the first African-American to become a senator of the state of Georgia. When the Republicans look at this, do they have to, in some ways, include more diversity as they try to reform the party and try at this again in 2 years?
They need to be coalition builders is what they need to do. And remember, President Donald Trump, he actually created something called the Platinum Plan. Remember that plan? It was a plan based on the contract with Black America. Well, that Platinum Plan was an attempt to reach out to build a coalition with the African American community and talk about economic equity, talk about access to health care, talk about access to affordable higher education. Well, no other Republican picked up that Platinum Plan. You did not hear Perdue running on that Platinum Plan. You did not hear Kelly Loeffler running on that Platinum Plan. Well, they ran on a plan that said, we want to excite the Trump base. And they thought that would be enough to win in the state of Georgia. Trump couldn't even win in the state of Georgia. It was a failed plan.
Jake, we have been watching these numbers come in all night, and they, of course, have been flip-flopping. And we spoke earlier in the evening, you and I, about how it might benefit Joe Biden to actually have a Republican-controlled Senate, that it would give him a foil, that 2 years from now, when the midterms come along, they might actually help his cause in that midterm election, help the Democrats. I'm wondering if this does come down to two Democrats winning both of these runoffs, if that is not the best case scenario for the Republican Party. And hear me out, because it gives the Republicans an opportunity now to turn the page from Donald Trump onto whatever the party's going to be after Donald Trump. What do you think?
Yeah, no, Rick, I think that's right. Power can be a good thing and a bad thing. This is a blessing and a curse. As you see what's happening within the GOP, the cannibalization. You've got two sitting U.S. senators. You've got a president who is at the top. You've got a secretary of state who's a Republican. You've got a governor who's a Republican. Whenever you have that much power in one hand, there's only one person to blame, and that's who's got the power. And so history is very, very categorical in this. Whenever you have a new party president in the subsequent midterm, it does not bode well. I think here, going forward in the next 2 years, Republicans are going to have a tremendous amount to shoot at. In the House, the Democrats have a majority by 4 seats. They're now going to have a majority with Vice President Harris to break a tiebreaker. So if Americans don't like what happens in the next 2 years, there is only one party to blame, and that's the Democratic Party. And I will briefly touch on what Rashad said earlier. And there is no doubt, and I have been professing this for a while, the Republican Party has to be inclusive and embrace diversity. The landscape in the United States is changing. Hispanics are going to be the fastest growing electoral bloc in the country. The African American base is very strong here in Georgia. Those are very good points, and the Republicans have a lot to look forward to and build on, regardless of what happens tonight.
Gentlemen, thank you both. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage will continue as we take a look at some live pictures. This is the GOP watch party, where it is a bit more subdued now. We had seen earlier in the evening when it looked as though Republicans were ahead. We saw a lot of happy faces and cheering. Obviously, a very different scene right now, but it's not over yet. We have not called either of the races yet. Our coverage will continue, though, right here on CBS 46. Don't go away. We'll be coming right back.
And our streaming coverage continues right now. I'm CBS 46's Megan Packer. Thank you so much for staying with us as we get closer to this midnight hour tonight. All eyes on Georgia, all across the country. So many eyes watching the outcome of these results and these races here tonight. So let's recap what we heard just a few minutes ago from Gabe Sterling with the Secretary of State's office. He said a little more than a dozen counties are still outstanding as far as still needing to get their results reported. Many of them still the major metro Atlanta counties: Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, Henry, Floyd, Forsyth. Those are just a few of the counties. Again, those are the ones that still have to get all of their information in, which means the majority of the counties have reported all of their information to the state tonight. But of course, the bigger metro Atlanta counties will still have a large effect as we wait for some of these numbers to come in. He said that it could still be within a half percentage point when it comes to some of these races. So keep in mind, if that is the case, and again, if a result is within a half a percentage point, a second place finisher can ask for a recount. So he did not rule that out. Gabe Sterling with the Secretary of State's office said that still could be an option here in Georgia. He said there were 1.24 million votes today. So those are just some of the latest updates from them. I'm Megan Packer in the CBS 46 newsroom. Our coverage continues now.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown, and all eyes on Georgia. And now we can talk not just about all eyes on Georgia, Sean. All eyes are on DeKalb County. All eyes are on Coffee County. All eyes are on Chatham County. You've got people all over the world who have probably never been to any of these places, and they're on the edge of their seats waiting for these votes to be counted so that we can all finally learn what the outcome of these two runoff elections will be.
And for those of you who are just joining us, the reason why Rick is mentioning those counties because Gabrielle Sterling with Georgia's Secretary of State said those are the remaining counties that are yet to be counted, just a handful, but they are leaning heavily Democrat. Let's go to Tracie Hutchins. Tracy, you've been monitoring this on the big board. Those counties could really tilt the results of this race in favor of the Democrats.
Oh, absolutely. They could. We're talking about Coffee County, Bibb County, Appling County. I think many of us who've lived in Georgia for a while, even we haven't been to some of those counties. But of course, the power of the Senate could hang in the balance with these counties we're talking about. I want to highlight some of them for you because this will just show you just how many outstanding ballots there are. Now, it may not be a lot, but they could make a difference when you're talking about the margin between Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler is only about 30,000 votes, actually less than 30,000 votes between them. So I'll highlight some of them. Now, some of them are in predominantly Republican areas here, including these here in the South. And also we're talking about Chatham County. They stopped the vote. Well, they finished their vote. According to the Secretary of State's office, they counted everything they had to count. All those absentee ballots that came in today, they did not get a chance to count those. They will count count those starting tomorrow. So we're talking about Chatham County as well. This was expected to go to the Democrats. This is where Reverend Raphael Warnock is from Savannah. So he and John Ossoff were expected to take that county there. Also, too, in the middle of the state, in all these counties here in the dark blue area, they still have yet to have all of their ballots counted. So we are talking about a lot of areas, and in the north as well. So we're really talking about tens, if not hundreds of thousands of ballots possibly that could still be out there that could really make the difference in the margin between all the candidates. Because again, throughout the night, we've kind of watched this go back and forth, and on either side, the candidates have been able to whittle down that margin. But you know what? The night is still young, I guess, if you will. And tomorrow, it really depends on when those elections officials will start counting again. It's been a long night for them. Many of them packed it up, ready to go home. They'll start counting again in the morning.
We heard about Chatham County and that the election workers there had gone home for the night, that they were done counting. Of course, some people thought, well, come on, you know, we're all waiting on pins and needles here. But Gabriel Sterling explained that it's because of the system that they have in Chatham that necessitated them stopping.
Right. So they actually finished all their count for today. What they hadn't counted yet were those absentee ballots that came in today for Election Day. As we all know, if you have, you know, an absentee ballot that you have sitting at home, fill it out today. You can still drop it off in that drop box, that very secure drop box. As long as it's in by 7 p.m. today, it will still be counted, and that's what we're seeing today in Chatham County.
And Tracy, real quickly, Stacey Abrams, who is being credited with turning Georgia blue, she is now running ads asking Georgia voters to make sure and check their absentee ballots were counted.
Absolutely, because these absentee and provisional ballots, folks here in Georgia, you have until the end of this week, until Friday, to make sure all that information on those ballots is correct. And also, till the end of this week, those overseas military ballots, those still have yet to come in, and they have until Friday to get all of those in. Again, all the counties, all 159 of the state's counties, those counties have to certify their vote by the 15th. Of January, and then the Secretary of State's office certifies the entire state by January 22nd. Now, they may well do it, you know, before then. Right. More than likely they will. Once everything is counted, okay, all the numbers are in, we're done. They could do it before then, but that is their deadline, the 22nd.
All right, we're going to watch and see how this shakes up. Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Tracy. Let's check in once more with CBS 46's Harry Samler, who is live at the office of the Secretary of State, where they have been pretty happy with the way things have been going tonight with this vote counting, haven't they?
Yeah, for the most part, they have. They said that there have been relatively few issues. I don't know. One thing that you heard during that press conference, or maybe it was right after the press conference, was that they had an issue where they were collecting some of the drop boxes, and they believe that the police were called, that somebody tried to block their path while they were collecting those and trying to deliver them, take them in to be counted at the processing center. So that was still an ongoing situation. But for the most part, what we're hearing is that things were okay. Things ran smoothly. I mean, that's been the theme the whole night, is everything's been run pretty smoothly. And what I thought was interesting is that they talked a lot about how the votes were going to come in, and that there were going to be big chunks of Democratic votes and then small batches of Republican votes coming from those smaller counties. And I thought it was interesting that he pointed out, was one of the, you know, as soon as we brought it up, all these counties that are still out there, which way are they leaning? And Sterling said that they were leaning Democratic. But still, at the end of the day, I'm holding the computer in my hand. I've finally reached the point where it's like, I got to keep refreshing this thing to see where we are on this election, because you never know when it's going to change. They said it was going to be a seesaw, and it has. The question is it going to go one more time Democratic and stay there? They said it was possible that, you know, we could have an answer tonight, but not likely. So I don't think they're going to stay here too late into the night. I know that Gabe Sterling said that they wanted to start fresh in the morning and finish things up. But it sounds like it's not going to be days. It sounds like it could be tomorrow.
Well, we're going to watch closely for it. Thank you, Adam. We're going to look at the numbers right now. 99% of the precincts are reporting, and the razor-thin margin ever so close. Right now, the incumbent David Perdue showing the slight lead. John Ossoff, but we did hear from Gabrielle Sterling that there still are outstanding votes in a handful of counties, and they are leaning Democrat.
Look at that, 2,000 votes.
Yeah,
I mean, that's it.
And we also heard from Gabrielle Sterling that the second place finisher, depending on the margin of how close this race is, they can ask for a recount.
If it's 0.5% or less, they are entitled to a recount if they want one. And of course, we know that there were recounts after the general election in November. In fact, there were 2 recounts. One of them was a hand recount. Both of the recounts basically verified the results, the original results that came down that Joe Biden had won. CBS 46's Haley Mason is with David Perdue's camp in that same ballroom where Adam Murphy was just a couple of moments ago. And as we take a look at the scene behind you, Haley, where we saw a lot of enthusiasm and people very excited before, it seems as though the mood has changed.
I don't know if it's the song or if it's the hour, but people have certainly calmed down a bit, and that might be because this is a nail-biter of epic proportions, and that can be exhausting. You have called it a seesaw, but it's really a roller coaster, the way these results keep jerking this crowd back and forth. Right now, when you talk about eligibility for a recount, well, Ossoff would definitely be eligible. He is trailing by just 0.04% behind David Perdue. That's with 98.11% of the precincts reporting across the state of Georgia. And again, we are anticipating a lot of Democratic early votes to come in any minute now, really. And so people are waiting with bated breath. They're a little more on this left side of the room, and they're sitting down and probably pretty tired behind me, but people are still coming in and out. Perdue is in quarantine, as we've mentioned throughout the night, watching these results from his home. He's been tweeting, but right now, I don't know if we're going to expect to hear from them. They were saying he might talk on Zoom if the results and the numbers skewed in his favor. Still playing that by ear. Rick and Sean?
All right, thank you, Haley. CBS 46's Melissa Stern. She's been covering the John Ossoff campaign tonight. And Melissa, you know, we're hearing a really interesting story from the Ossoff campaign tonight. Here he is fighting to win one of 2 Senate runoff seats. And his wife, who would typically be with him watching election results, she's a OBGYN, and she is working the overnight schedule at her hospital.
Sean, that's right. The Ossoff campaign is not having a watch party tonight because of COVID-19. And as we heard from Haley, David Perdue has a slight lead right now. So I reached out to the Ossoff campaign, and they're not releasing a statement at the moment, but they said that they are watching and waiting for results at an undisclosed location. But his wife, as you said, is not there. She's working the overnight shift at a local hospital, so she'll have to get the news in between patients. We'll keep reaching out to the Ossoff campaign and let you guys know as soon as we know more. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Melissa Stern, CBS 46 News.
Melissa, thank you. CBS 46's Adam Murphy is live tonight with the Kelly Loeffler camp. And Adam, you've heard these 99% of the precincts are reporting. The Raphael Warnock has that slight edge. Has that trickled down? Has it changed the mood there where you are?
Well, here's what I can tell you. I have some new information that I just obtained. I spoke with a Republican political strategist by the name of Mark Roundtree. He is here at this event in Buckhead tonight. I asked him what his thoughts are about these 2 races and what he thinks will happen. He told me he did not think that Senator Loeffler has the votes to hold on to her seat. He went on to say he thinks that Senator Perdue still has a chance, but it'll come down to just a few thousand votes. He believes possibly within 5,000 votes one way or the other. So it is extremely close. We have not yet heard from Senator Loeffler. I'm told she could come down here to the ballroom within the next 15 minutes or so and deliver remarks. So if she does, one would presume that she will have made a call possibly to the Reverend Raphael Warnock about the race. We'll just have to wait and see. But that's information I've just received from a Republican strategist. This thing is really close, really interesting, and we're going to stay on top of it. And as soon as we have more, we'll share it with you. And of course, once we hear from Senator Loeffler and she does make an appearance, we'll bring it to you live. We're live here in Buckhead. Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
All right, Adam. And as you were speaking, I just saw some word that Reverend Warnock is expected to give remarks tonight. We will hear from Reverend Raphael Warnock tonight. The campaign saying that he'll be speaking in roughly about 6 minutes or so from now. And so Adam was speculating, as we take a look at these numbers here on the board, and you can see the lead that Warnock has, that there had been a phone call between the two. And typically on election nights, in normal times, this is what happens. You have two candidates, they face off against each other. One of them wins, one of them loses. They call the other, usually the loser calls the winner to congratulate them on their win, and then comes out and addresses supporters and saying, that the winner can come out and address supporters saying, I just received a phone call from so-and-so, and they have congratulated us on the victory. That may be what these two discussed if they had a phone conversation, and that may be what we see play out
I would
over
hope
the next
that
5
would
to
be
10
the
minutes.
case, because the civility that we saw in this election, especially in particular between Kelly Loeffler and the Reverend Raphael Warnock, at moments, some of the campaign ads were very nasty.
Yeah.
We were told that we would not see a winner tonight. Well, that was yesterday. It is now officially Wednesday. It's 12:14 in the morning. We're expecting to hear from both the Reverend Warnock, Kelly Loeffler, possibly on the other side. We don't know if they will speak or not, but we're watching this closely. But here's a look, again, a razor thin margin. But the Reverend Raphael Warnock has the slight lead. And again, as we heard earlier, there are a handful of counties which leaning heavily Democratic have not been counted yet, which could really shift this all the way in his favor.
Well, my math is lousy, but I don't know if this is if this reaches the threshold of 0.5%. That would allow the loser here to request a recount. Of course, we'll have to wait and see once all of those other votes that you mentioned that are still outstanding, once they are counted. So we won't know. We might not know that tonight, whether or not there will be a recount. But we are going to hear, and this is the news, we are expecting to hear from Reverend Raphael Warnock, who will be speaking in a matter of minutes. We don't know exactly how he's going to be addressing anybody, because he doesn't, unlike the Republicans, the Democrats didn't have any kind of a ballroom put aside, booked for an event tonight. They are abiding by COVID-19 precautions and watching the returns come in privately in undisclosed locations. But we are expected to hear from Warnock, and as soon as we hear from him and we figure out how we're going to hear from him,
Well, the pandemic
we'll let you
has
know.
really changed the game plan for how both candidates have been able to conduct running for this Senate seat. But again, we would probably assume it's going to be via Zoom, but we are waiting for that information. Our Ashley Thompson is covering the Reverend Warnock's camp, and maybe she has word on how the Reverend is going to make his announcement tonight. Good evening, or good morning, Ashley.
Good morning, Sean. Yeah, I've kind of just been texting with Warnock's camp. That's what I'm doing right now, just trying to get a little more information. But yes, in the last 10 minutes, we've learned he will be speaking around 12:20, and we are just hearing it's going to be on his social media. We know he has both Facebook and Twitter, and he's very active on both. So just trying to get some more information. I did just ask if Kelly Loeffler had called Warnock. No answer just yet. We're still here at Manuel's Tavern. It has closed. It's past 11 o'clock, but there's still a few stragglers here, kind of excited and continuing to watch these election results. A lot of people have moved from cautiously optimistic to cautious but more optimistic, and that's because CBS News has moved this race from a toss-up to likely Democratic. Of course, the crowd size here has dwindled, like I mentioned. It is past midnight, 12:15, but we are awaiting Warnock. He is supposed to make some remarks in just a few minutes, so we're working to get some more information on that. We're going to send this back to you and work on getting that info.
All right, thanks very much. We'll check back with you, Ashley. Jamie Kennedy is joining us. He's been in Gwinnett County at one of the county ballot counting centers. What's going on there? Are there still ballots left to be counted in Gwinnett?
No, Rick, the good news is here that all ballots have come in, all the precincts have actually put in for what they believe is the unofficial results, which is good news. So that's 156 precincts have all pushed through, and that means that 60% of the votes came for both Raphael Warnock and Stern Ossoff, so keeping the county blue as we saw back in November 3. Now, in terms of what is left, in terms of some provisional votes, some things that have to be cured and such like that, they believe there's still a little under 6,000 votes that are left in play to sort of just get the last little bits through. But in terms of the overall, that has certainly been registered and put through. And then now in terms of the voter turnout, it was pretty good. They were fairly happy with it in terms of what it was. It was 61% as opposed to 71% back in November 3. So they were happy overall, but they believed that there was a little bit of voter fatigue that was still lagging there as well. In terms of problems, there was only small problems that happened throughout the county, so they're happy with that. And just in terms of what the Secretary of State's been saying, very, very smooth for Election Day, people. The only real thing that I ever heard was from people saying that they were at the wrong precinct and had to go to the right precinct for them in terms of not doing a provisional ballot. But that is the latest, everything wrapping up here in Gwinnett County and pushing through those results. For now, live in Gwinnett County, Jamie Kennedy for CBS 46 News.
Jamie, thank you very much. And Sean, as we await these remarks from Reverend Raphael Warnock, we are monitoring his social media. We're going to bring you his remarks. He is expected to speak any second now. And there are some media outlets that have declared him the winner. CBS News has not yet declared him the winner, but it does appear as though he is getting ready to make some kind of an acceptance speech.
Some of his high-profile supporters, including Andrew Yang, who was a Democratic presidential nominee, he's already tweeted that the Reverend Raphael Warnock has won. But we're going to go back to where Adam Murphy is. As we wait for the Reverend Raphael Warnock, we've learned that the Senator Kelly Loeffler is approaching the stage. Let's listen in.
That's right. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I want to thank each and every one of you, every phone call, every door knock, every conversation, every yard sign. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You know, it took every single person in this room to get where we are right now. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. We got lots of thanks to go out, but we got some work to do here. This is a game of inches. We're going to win this election. We're going to save this country. That's right. That's right. We're going to win Georgia and save America. But you know what? It was very clear. Our election was a choice. It was a choice between the path towards socialism. You know, it was very obvious. My opponent campaigned on a platform of high taxes, socialism, government control of our health care, stopping our school choice for our children. My campaign's about saving our country, fighting for the American dream. You know, that's right. It's about this generation and future generations. So, you know, it's worth it for this election to last into tomorrow. We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right. Every legal vote will be counted, and I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. So I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington. I work for you. I don't owe anyone up there anything. We're going to get this done. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless Georgia. We're going to get this done. Thank you.
We have been watching Senator Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, saying that she is not giving up the fight, that she wants every vote to be counted in a recount if necessary. not quite a concession speech there, Rick, but
Not
it
at
sounds
all.
like she is in the fight to try to win this, despite early reports that we're hearing that possibly Warnock may have won this race.
Well, she says, look, this is worth waiting until tomorrow. So it didn't exactly sound like she was going to put up a huge fight or a long fight, but she says that there is still a path for her to win this election. And so she is not ready to concede. She's not giving in. She's going to continue the fight. And she says that she's going to go to Washington, D.C. tomorrow. And of course, we all know what she's going there for. Tomorrow, of course, is the day that the Electoral College votes are counted, the day that Joe Biden's election victory will be made official. And she has said that she's going to go down there and object to the counting of the electoral votes. So we know that she is on a path to try to help President Trump in his efforts and try to help herself. We'll see whether she's successful.
Well, political experts say regardless of the GOP, that senators that say they plan to do this, some have already started to back out. Senator Kelly Loeffler says she is still committed to doing it, regardless of objecting the certification of President-elect Biden's electoral count. It's not going to stop him from his inauguration coming up later in January.
Tracy's with us once again.
Yeah.
Tracy, we heard the senator say that she has a path, that there is still a path to victory. It's got to be a very narrow path, though.
Yeah, a lot of analysts say there really isn't much of a path, that she has exhausted all the votes that she will get at this point, and many estimate that a lot of the votes that are still yet to be counted. Want to show you where some of these outstanding votes are in some of these counties here, that a lot of those outstanding ballots will end up going to the Democrats, especially in large populous areas. Like we have this big block here. Want to make sure that is highlighted. This big block here in the metro area, when we have Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb, Clayton counties as well. Many of those ballots in those areas still, I won't say many, but there's a portion of them that still haven't been counted. And if we take a look at the total numbers between Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler, still a spread of a little less than 30,000 ballots there, but that could still make a difference, because in these counties, again, all the ones that are deeply highlighted, they still have some outstanding ballots there in Chatham County in the middle of the state, and then some in the northern portion of the state there too. We're talking about tens, possibly when you add them all up, hundreds of thousands of ballots that could still sway the outcome of this election. So we are still waiting to hear from Reverend Raphael Warnock. Again, many political analysts have estimated early on he was favored to win this race. I know I have interviewed the Reverend before. I'm sure you both have too. Just kind of surprising to see how far he's come in a short amount of time. And to be honest, I never knew he had political ambitions. Many times that I've spoken to him about the work at Ebenezer Baptist Church.
You know, the first time I met him, it was at his church, and it was at a special service that Senator Johnny Isakson was being honored at. It was right before his retirement. And again, this was at a time when the Reverend's political aspirations were unknown to at least to us. And so, but to think that here he is now, perhaps on the precipice of finishing
Making
out
history.
that senator's term,
Yeah.
Senator Isakson, and making history as the first African-American senator from the South, that would be something.
Yeah, that would certainly be a milestone. Again, we have to wait until the official results are in, which by many estimates may not come officially until tomorrow, but we will see.
I misspoke. African-American senator from Georgia,
From Georgia. Yes.
not from the South. Tim Scott, of course, is senator as well.
And real quickly, I just want to mention this, Tracy, that I really feel like the GOP has really aligned themselves with the evangelical church, but the Reverend Raphael Warnock really had stirred up the black vote. And the church is the pillar of our community in many places. They really showed up in big historic numbers again for him.
And when you consider Reverend Warnock, he has such he has name recognition. Obviously, when you run for office, you need that. He's also in a fraternity. He's an Alpha, as many people know. Certainly the Alpha brothers know. So you have a large contingent and a large base right there, and a lot of support within the black community, within the fraternal community, and within the community of Georgia as well. So he checked all the boxes, if you will, and we do see again how far he's come. And it's interesting to note just some of the ads that he ran. I thought it very interesting the path that he took in the message that he was evoking. He was with a puppy a majority of times in those political ads. So it's very interesting how all the different candidates ran their races and how their ads were portrayed.
So we are waiting to hear from Raphael Warnock. And of course, we'll bring you his remarks live as soon as he begins to talk. Let's check in one more time with Adam Murphy, because Adam, we just heard from Senator Loeffler. That was not a concession speech. She says that she still has a path to victory. What did you hear from her?
Well, you're exactly right. We were expecting that it might be a concession speech, but it was the furthest thing from it. She made it very clear she believes she still has a path to victory, and she said she's going to stay on it. It was also pointed out just prior to her taking the stage from Secretary of Agriculture and former Governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue. He got up on the stage at the podium and said there are still 17,000 overseas military ballots that they expect to see come in prior to Friday that will need to be counted. They believe those are predominantly Republican votes. So it will be interesting to see how all of this unfolds. Clearly the race is too close to call. It's not over at this point. They believe, the Republicans, at least Senator Loeffler at this point, that she has a chance. She also pointed out she plans to continue to work for the people and go to Washington tomorrow with the Electoral College vote that is going to take place, and we know that she has made it very clear that she opposes that. So a lot to unpack here, still more to come. That's it for Senator Loeffler, it appears, tonight. And I'm looking around, there's still a few people hanging around, but a lot of people have left for the evening, and we'll just have to see as things trickle in. Live here in Buckhead, Adam Murphy, CBS 46 News.
Adam, thank you. We are covering all of the election results on all of our platforms, including CBS46.com, our CBS46 streaming app. You can download it on Apple or even on Google. It's absolutely free, and it brings all of those election results directly to your phone. We'll be the first to tell you as soon as we get an announcement from the Secretary of State's office. We're not calling the race yet. It is simply, as we heard from Adam, Rick, it's too close to call.
And that really holds for both of these two Senate races. And so we began this night predicting a long night. Here it is, 12:30, and it has been a long night. We are still standing by. We're still waiting for Reverend Raphael Warnock to come out and speak. He's apparently going to use his social media in order to reach his supporters and get his message out there. What he's going to say, we just don't know. But again, we have that race, and then we have the Perdue Ossoff race, where David Perdue is clinging on to a narrow, slight lead. And will he be able to do that as these still outstanding votes are counted? Again, these are votes that are most likely going to come in favoring the Democrats, but by how much? What are the margins? And so that is really going to be something that we're going to have to look at. And hopefully by this time tomorrow or today,
it's 12:31.
we'll have some answers and we'll know who our senators are going to be.
Let's go to our analysts who are standing by. They've been with us all night long as we look at these early returns, with 99% of the precincts reporting. Again, a slight lead for the incumbent David Perdue, and Raphael Warnock has the slight lead with the race with Kelly Loeffler. Let's go to Rashad and to Jake Evans. We've seen the numbers. Both of you have seen it, and we just heard Kelly Loeffler, Senator Kelly Loeffler, speak at her watch party, and it wasn't a concession speech, and she says there's a pathway to victory. Jake, I'll start with you. You represent the GOP. Does she have a pathway to victory? You know, Jake, we're going to come back to you. We have some technical issues here, but I'll let you respond to that question, Rashad.
Yeah, she has a pathway to victory in the land of make-believe. This election is over. Even Republican surrogates who have been supportive of the Kelly Loeffler campaign and her senatorial governance they have come out and said, listen, we don't think she can find votes to overturn what has already been seen through the results. And while they're talking about military ballots, there was an expectation that those military ballots would have helped President Trump as well. It did not help him because the military, they're not voting 80-90% Republican. It was more of a split ticket, and it did not change the reality of Donald Trump in Georgia. And I don't believe it would change the reality of Murphy Loeffler being down to Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Jake, let me ask you, we got your microphone situation sorted out. Sorry about that. There was an interesting point made by Gabriel Sterling in a news conference that he held, I think, just before midnight. And he was talking about the fact that the candidate running for the Public Service Commission seat, Bubba McDonald, won more votes, got more votes than either of the Republican Senate candidates tonight. What does that tell you, and what will that mean for those who are going to want to try to contest the results of this election? Jake? That's too bad. Jake, can you hear us?
Thumbs up if you can hear us, Jake.
All right.
There's a slight technical issue.
All right, we got to sort that out. I'll come back to you, Rashad, and talk about that because, you know, this was sort of the race that really nobody was paying too close attention to, this Public Service Commission. I had to look up exactly what the Public Service Commission does. It has to do with gas and fuel and stuff like that, and making sure that the state does contracts with reputable companies out there. But the fact that that candidate, that Republican, Lauren Bubba McDonald, got more votes than either Kelly Loeffler or David Perdue, what does that tell you?
Sounds like Bubba should have been running for the U.S. Senate, number one. Also, he did something very strategic in his campaign. Bubba really did not run a campaign that was Trump heavy. Bubba is a Republican. He's a noted Republican, noted conservative in the state of Georgia, but he ran a very Georgia-specific campaign and did not get caught up in any of the national media, national rhetoric, national platform issues that the other candidates did. And as far as the Public Service Commission is concerned, as a position, that's an elected position for 6 years. Once he gets elected or reelected, he's in there for 6 years until they're up for reelection. It is a powerful position that allows an individual to remain in governing authority for a significant amount of time.
You know, Rashad, until we get Jake fully established, I'm going to ask you this question. We're expecting the Reverend Raphael Warnock to speak any moment now. We're starting to see a little bit of action from his Facebook site where he's going to deliver his message. What are you expecting him to say tonight? Kelly Loeffler did not give a concession speech, and despite some of the pundits saying that he's already won this race, likely it seems like maybe he won't count his eggs too soon.
Yeah, I think Reverend Warnock is a cautious individual. He's a measured man. He's very intentional about his words, his phraseology. I don't think he's going to jump up and down and declare holistic victory without all of the votes being counted. But I think he will give an indication that they are looking pretty good and that people showed up in a way that they have not showed up historically.
Sorry,
in a runoff.
1 second, Rashad. Raphael Warnock is speaking. Let's listen.
Of Morehouse College and the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, the spiritual home of Martin Luther King Jr. and Congressman John Lewis. A son of my late father, who was a pastor, a veteran, and a small businessman. And my mother, who as a teenager growing up in Waycross, Georgia, used to pick somebody else's cotton. But the other day, because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. So I come before you tonight as a man who knows that the improbable journey that led me to this place in this historic moment in America could only happen here. We were told that we couldn't win this election. But tonight, we prove that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible. May my story be an inspiration to some young person who is trying to grasp and grab hold of the American dream. And so, Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. And I promise you this tonight. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for in this election, in this moment in American history, Washington has a choice to make. In fact, all of us have a choice to make. Will we continue to divide, distract, and dishonor one another? Or will we love our neighbors as we love ourselves? Will we play political games while real people suffer? Or will we win righteous fights together, standing shoulder to shoulder, for the good of Georgia, for the good of our country? Will we seek to destroy one another as enemies, or heed the call towards the common good, building together what Dr. King called the beloved community? Here's what I know. I know that we can beat this pandemic with science and good old-fashioned common sense. I know we can rebuild a fairer economy by respecting the dignity of work and the workers who do it. An economy that honors those whom we now call essential workers by paying them an essential wage and providing for them essential benefits. And so to everyone out there struggling today, whether you voted for me or not, know this: I hear you, I see you, and every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight for you. I will fight for your family. To our supporters, our incredible campaign team, and to my family, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to every Georgian who marched with us, organized with us, prayed for us, fought for us, believed in us, or shared their story and their pain with us, thank you for all of your love and support. In the words of Dr. King, who grew up just a few blocks from where I'm sitting right now, we are tied in a single garment of destiny. We are caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I remember my dad in this moment. He used to wake me up every morning at dawn. It was morning, but it was still dark. It's dark right now, but morning comes. And scripture tells us that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. Let us rise up, greet the morning, and meet the challenges of this moment. Together we can do the necessary work and win the future for all of our children. Thank you. God bless you, Georgia, and God bless these United States of America.
And you have just heard from Reverend Raphael Warnock very clearly declaring victory in the U.S. Senate runoff in his race against incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, who just moments before he spoke, she took the stage and declared that she is not conceding this race. However, Reverend Warnock is declaring victory, Rashad. And as you listened to those words and from that man, I wonder, what were your thoughts?
I was looking for a microphone to drop. He did a remarkable job, and his tone was the exact tone that people are looking for, and that's why they voted for him. Just think about the contrast in his tone and the tone of his conservative opponent. While she talked about division, she talked about him being a radical and him being a socialist extremist that would destroy America, He literally talked about, listen, if you voted for me or did not vote for me, it doesn't matter. I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for your family. He talked about his faith. He talked about scripture, and he talked about how we are all connected. And then he ended it with putting an emphasis on the united part of the United States of America. And I think that's been lost in the political conversation for the last 4 years.
Jake Evans, what did you think of the Reverend Raphael Warnock's speech? It clearly sounded like a victory speech.
No, it absolutely sounded like a victory speech. And what I'll say is actions speak louder than words. I mean, it will be very interesting to see what happens over the next year, because if you look at what's happened and the statements that have been made, and I don't want to say by Ossoff or Warnock, but by Schumer and Pelosi, the statements about everything's on the table, refusing to answer the packing the court question, the talk about eliminating the filibuster. I mean, these are very, very big changes. These are not your rudimentary legislative fixes here and there. And so we'll see what happens. I've said from the beginning that I thought Warnock was a very formidable candidate. I've heard him preach. I actually gave a tribute to MLK last January. I thought that he would be very difficult. And I've said that from the start, and I say that now. I think the dynamics of the race shaped up very, very well for him and Ossoff. But at the end of the day, from a Republican's perspective, actions speak louder than words, and I will judge both of whoever wins over the next year based upon their actions in the next 2 years.
Rashad Ritchie and Jake Evans, your insight tonight has been invaluable. I want to thank you both for your time. But we're going to switch gears and head out to Brittany Edney. She has been reporting from Fulton County. And apparently, you know, earlier, Brittany, there was a consent order. And you know, has all those issues been filtered out? Or is this something that's going to spill into another story later today?
You know, Sean, that really has yet to be seen. When we were over at the Georgia World Congress Center earlier, we were kind of taking you inside that problem, but also the solution as we saw Fulton County officials really, you know, rearranging and configuring things in order to, you know, fulfill that consent order from the judge. And, you know, we also heard from one of the people who was really spearheading that efforts. And in it, he was saying that he was, you know, satisfied with how everything going. So at that point, you know, we have left, and we came actually over here to the election warehouse in here in Fulton County, about 10 minutes away from the Georgia World Congress Center. And I can tell you that county officials have told me that they're about to do the last upload for the evening. And that is just for tonight, though. Things are going to pick back up tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. when the adjudication teams return for their shifts. So things are winding down here right now. I can tell you that all of the equipment returns, the election equipment, that has already kind of passed through here. And at this point, you're not going to see any more movement until tomorrow morning when things again revamp up here. But the one thing about the Georgia World Congress Center that I was just told is earlier we were kind of telling you that the plan was for all of the handling, the processing, the scannings of all of those absentee ballots to continue until 2 a.m. I was just informed actually that, you know what, it's going to keep going until it is done. So all of those ballots, that process, those election workers, they are not going to leave at 2 a.m. unless they are finished. And if it goes past that, well, that's what's going to continue for this evening here in Fulton County. Shauna?
And Brittany, we have eagle eyes in here, and we're seeing all of that equipment, those big black canisters behind you. Are those where ballots are, or are those actual machines? What are they doing with that stuff?
All right, Sean, we're going to have one of our CBS 46 photographers kind of scan over here. So tell me what you're seeing from your shot and angle so I know which things you're talking about.
It looks like big black suitcases. I'm not sure what that is. Is that where they're holding ballots? Or I see a gentleman, our photographer is showing a young gentleman there at the table, and then we see all of these on the ground. What are those, and what were they using those for?
Yeah, Sean, from my understanding of how all of this works, a lot of what you're seeing over there is, the return back to the warehouse of, some of the provisional ballots, other ballots that have been handled and returned here right now for the handling. And then, of course, in the very far back, if we pan over here to my right, kind of behind me, if you see me a little bit in the shot right there, those machines, those are the larger ones that were in the process of being returned earlier this evening. Now, I am told that some of those are still going to be coming back tomorrow, but for the night, again, those are done, coming through here, being shipped back into the election warehouse. But, overall, the election equipment and, those different bags or suitcases that have some of those various ballots, this is kind of just the holding spot for everything, as the county, again, wraps everything up for this election night, Sean.
And real quick, Brittany, the president has tweeted within the last half hour or so about Fulton County. Just happened to have found another 4,000 ballots from Fulton County. Here we go. Again, this is President Trump making some accusations of possible election abnormalities or potential fraud. Do you have any idea what he's talking about these 4,000 votes from Fulton County? Has anybody there talked about that?
No, no reference has been made to President Trump or any of his tweets recently here in Fulton County, so I can't really speak to that, Rick. But what I can tell you is that, back over at the Georgia World Congress Center, that is where those last batches of absentee ballots, those mail-in ballots, they're being received, scanned, processed. That entire, line of process from this evening that we've been showing you throughout the night, that is where all of that is happening. That has not stopped yet. And the goal for Fulton County election officials and all of those workers that have been there working on that this evening is just to kind of get through, push through, and complete that task tonight. We were thinking that they were going to go as late as 2 a.m. Well, it's today now, but, really they're going to keep going until they are done, Rick.
All right, Brittany, great job tonight. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the other Senate race. This is the one between David Perdue, the incumbent, and Stern Ossoff. And as you can see, this is also razor thin. You take a look, they both have 50% with 99% of precincts reporting. But take a look at that margin there. It is barely 1,000 votes. And there are still thousands of votes left to be counted. And so we'll have to wait and see. We might not know anything until tomorrow as far as this race is concerned. But Haley Mason has been covering the Perdue camp, and she's been at the GOP event tonight in Buckhead. And what are you hearing from Perdue folks? Are they coming out? Are they talking to reporters? Are they trying to get any information out there tonight?
Yeah, Sonny Perdue, Rick, actually took the stage tonight and spoke. He is the one that mentioned that they are still waiting on the morning to come. I know we're in the morning right now, but he says they're still waiting on more than 17,000 military and overseas ballots to come in before Friday. And so they are banking on whatever ballots they can get to skew this vote toward David Perdue. Sonny Perdue, of course, the former governor of Georgia, current agriculture secretary for the U.S., and the cousin of David Perdue. He's been the surrogate speaking on behalf of Perdue, who was in quarantine after being exposed to COVID-19. And so not conceding at all, still cautiously optimistic. You could tell there was a tone of caution in his voice, but nonetheless, and an interesting change in tone. There's a count every vote tone in this room, count every legal vote still. That is the message that has come from Sonny Perdue on behalf of David Perdue, as well as Kelly Loeffler tonight on behalf of herself. I will want to note that as Raphael Warnock was speaking, the Public Service Commissioner-elect Bubba McDonnell was also on the stage at the same time, thanking his supporters and thanking the people that voted for him. But I will note, for the first time tonight, I can hear you all clearly because the music has died down. The crowds are dying down, and it is a much calmer room here as we approach 1 o'clock in the morning.
It is 12:51 a.m., Haley, and we hear that ambient noise behind you, but I only see one person. So is this the staff breaking everything down?
It's quite a few folks.
Oh, there's still a lot of people there.
No, they haven't broken things down. There's just a lot of reporters to my left, so we can't pan as easily, but there are about, I'd say about a good 40, 50 people still in this room and in the hallway right now.
So they're not going home
broken
yet.
down. It's just a little calmer.
Not going home
Not
yet.
quite. Have left, but it's not empty just yet, Sean.
Okay, well, as we've heard from just looking at as we've heard from election officials, there will not be an official winner announced tonight, although we have heard the Reverend Raphael Warnock give his victory speech.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. Once they stop serving drinks at the bar, that's when that place is going to empty out, Haley. You'll have the whole place to yourself. All right, thanks very much.
Well,
Haley Mason, great
we missed
job.
that stop, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great
Haley.
job
You've done a
tonight.
wonderful job tonight. Let's go to Tracie Hutchins. Tracy, we have 99% of the precincts reporting. Which ones did you hear from Gabriel Sterling that are still left to be counted?
Yeah, there are quite a few that are left to be counted, and we want to show you why Reverend Raphael Warnock essentially made a victory speech, because it is more than likely that those ballots that still have not been counted yet will go to the Democrats in the race, Warnock, and to Ossoff. Let's take a look at the numbers here. And it's interesting, in the last actually half an hour, the numbers really haven't changed. Still about 30,000 votes separating Warnock from Kelly Loeffler. Warnock holding a pretty thin lead, but it's more than likely that that will grow, because as we take a look, here are some of those areas that still have some outstanding ballots. It may not be hundreds of thousands, but tens of thousands that again could widen that gap just a bit more here in the center of the as well, and also in Chatham County, where Reverend Raphael Warnock is from, and it is likely that they could be celebrating over the next few days, because this is his hometown here in Savannah. We do want to take a look at the other race as well, give you a closer look at that and see how things, let's clear these out of there, give you a closer look at how Ossoff is doing with Perdue as we bring in the state here, and take a look at the numbers here. Again, that margin is very narrow between Ossoff and Perdue. It's looking like only, less than 1,000 votes here. And he may fall within that 0.5 percentage point where he can ask for a recount in this. And that's when we have to go back and do that hand recount. So it's very likely that that will happen if he doesn't win outright in this, if he doesn't pick up any extra votes. So again, the night, well, actually the morning is very young at this point. So yeah, lots of ballots still left to be counted. So this is not over until it's over, as they say.
I would like to volunteer to count some ballots.
Would you? To kind of speed up the process, right?
I mean, I'm
You're
ready.
already awake.
I'm awake. I've got some snacks right here behind me. I'm ready to go.
Well,
What do you
buddy,
think?
you got that job all by yourself. I do not envy the job that these election workers have gone through. But Tracy, they have done an incredible job under harsh conditions at some point.
Yes.
They have really deserve to be heroes.
And their job is not over yet. Obviously, throughout tomorrow, we could expect to see some results maybe as early as 9 a.m. tomorrow. Some are saying maybe early in the late early afternoon, probably around the same time that we have the electoral college vote in Washington, D.C. So the two could happen simultaneously, that we get some additional numbers and maybe a clear winner in the Senate runoff race. We will see.
I know you're watching it all. You're all over this, Tracy. You've done an excellent job tonight as well,
thank you,
too.
Tracy.
Thank you. Let's go to our Jamie Kennedy. He is in Gwinnett County, where they have been counting ballots. It looks like everything is shut down, at least until later today, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. Everything's sort of wrapped up at around 11 o'clock today in terms of those 156 precincts all pushing through their unofficial ballots there until everything's certified on Monday. So they were very happy with how things went through today, and they were very surprised at how quickly everything went through in terms of what happened back there on November 3rd. So that's great news here for Gwinnett. In terms of any problems that happened here as well, it was only very minor compared to, again, what happened on November 3rd. So that was good news for them as well. And in terms of what the Democrats saw out of Gwinnett County, is they made sure to keep the second largest county in the state blue. 60% of all the votes so far have gone to Warnock and Ossoff. There is still a few ballots left in play in terms of what might be counted forward to the total in totality, and that is, they say, around less than 6,000, which is those provisional ballots that need to be cured, also absentee ballots that got sent into all the different precincts today as well, even some of the military ballots that are coming from overseas. So all in all, a very good election day, very good election results overall here in Gwinnett County. So they were very happy with how everything's run. And then when those last final provisional ballots or anything needs to be cured will be on Friday, and then on Monday they will certify all of those elections. So overall, good stuff out here in Gwinnett. Sending it back to you.
All right, Jamie Kennedy live for us in Gwinnett County as we look again at these numbers. And this is the race that we are saying, well, actually, technically speaking, we have not called either race officially. CBS News has not, although Reverend Warnock has declared victory in that race. This is the other race, of course, and the margin of the lead here that Senator Perdue has just been chipped and chipped and chipped away at by John Ossoff, who's now, really within, striking distance with these votes that are still outstanding that we're going to learn about probably not tonight, maybe not tonight, but definitely tomorrow. And this looks, again, if these are the votes that are going to come from Democratic precincts, these are votes that could help John Ossoff make up that difference and possibly even take the lead.
We heard earlier today, Gabrielle Sterling with the Secretary of State's office says of the handful of counties that are yet to be counted, the majority of them are leaning heavily Democratic. In fact, Gabrielle Sterling gave an interview also earlier on CNN, and he at least there, he called the race for the Democrats. But again, no official winner has been declared, although the Reverend Raphael Warnock, he has declared victory, becoming the first African-American from Georgia to be elected into Senate. And Kelly Loeffler, his competitor, she has not given up. She says that there is still a pathway to victory. This was her speaking at her campaign watch party moments ago, and it was not a concession speech.
We're going to fight for this president. So I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington.
And Kelly Loeffler, when she spoke at her campaign watch party, she not only did not give a concession speech, she also said that her next step is that she's headed to Washington, D.C. She'll be there with the rest of Congress as they have a joint session of Congress to ratify or certify the Electoral College vote, bringing in President-elect Joe Biden's win and making it official. She, along with other GOP senators, are planning to object to that. President Trump tweeted earlier today that that Vice President Mike Pence had the power to overturn this vote for Joe Biden, but that is not apparently the case. Mike Pence has said that's not going to happen. And tonight, as the president was watching the returns on the Senate runoff race for Georgia, he and Mike Pence were not watching it together.
So take that for whatever it's worth. If you thought today was dramatic, tonight was dramatic, wait until those Electoral College votes are counted tomorrow, and Vice President Pence has a job to do, a ceremonial one, to certify the results and Joe Biden as the new President of the United States to be inaugurated January 20th. We have not officially called either of these races, but just again to summarize tonight in the two important Senate runoffs, Reverend Raphael Warnock declaring victory in his contest against incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. The race between the incumbent Senator David Perdue and his challenger John Ossoff, at this point too close to call, with thousands of votes still yet to be counted.
We are all over this, Rick, and we will have the very latest on all of our platforms, including CBS46.com and our streaming app. You can get that on Google or Apple. It is absolutely free. We're going to go back to regular programming. Thank you for watching our special election coverage of the Georgia Senate Showdown. This has been a historic night. Have a wonderful evening.
Good night.
Thanks for watching CBS 46 News. Watch us live wherever you are on our website, our mobile, and our streaming news app. You can also watch us on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for in this election, in this moment in American history, Washington has a choice to make. In fact, all of us have a choice.
We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake up Atlanta.
It is like the same distance, so.
Yeah. Oh my, it is loud. Somebody is deaf.
No, I got.
Sorry, we're running late. Are you ready for me?
Dang.
Jeff? Okay. What's up?
I need the wire on his side to this computer laptop to plug it in.
Do you need it? Well, you're already there.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, Nicole? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know. This goes back there. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Okay. 3, 2. Too close to call. The future of the U.S. Senate and the Biden administration now. Do that again. 3, 2. Too close to call. The future of the U.S. Senate and the Biden administration now left to one race in Georgia. 3, 2. Minor bumps, but mostly a smooth process at the polls. All right. Mine, did you hear that? I did. Should I redo it? That's so funny. All right, let me. 3, 2. Minor bumps, but mostly a smooth process at the polls.
Because I had to wait to log in. What does it say for me, Rob?
Democrats claiming one victory, but Republicans not going out without.
Okay, 3, 2. Democrats claiming one victory, but Republicans not going out without a fight. And that's all I have, right? Perfect. It's still trying to log in.
Yeah, I know.
All right, 3, 2. I'm tracking rain back in Metro Atlanta very soon. Plus, some of us could see winter weather. Your complete forecast is just moments away. Gracias. Oh my God, it's still. You still get in?
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for in this election.
Breaking news overnight, CBS News projecting Democrat Raphael Warnock is the winner. As the unofficial results show, he beat Republican incumbent Kennedy Loeffler.
We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
And Loeffler not giving up just yet, vowing to fight, saying the race is far from over.
But the runoff races for Georgia's other Senate seat, too close. close to call, as some counties still need to count more ballots.
Plus, new concerns about the coronavirus as the new strain popping up nationwide is found in a patient here in Georgia.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake Up Atlanta.
Wake up, Atlanta. Breaking overnight, a historic win for Democrat Raphael Warnock as CBS News projects he is the winner of the Senate runoff race, defeating Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, making Warnock the first black senator elected in Georgia's history and putting the Senate majority within the party's reach. Thank you so much for waking up with us this morning. I'm Karen Greer in for Greer.
And I'm Rob Hughes, and of course, Rodney Harris is here watching your roads and pinpointing Atlanta's most accurate forecast. Rodney, what are we looking at today?
All right, pretty decent day, Karen, Rob, as we take a live look here over Centennial Olympic Park. It is a cold start to your Wednesday, 36 degrees. Feeling more like 30 degrees on your skin throughout the rest of the morning. We'll stay in the 30s, near freezing as you head out the door on this Wednesday, but we do see plenty of sunshine today. However, I am tracking rain, which is back into the forecast soon for Metro Atlanta. In fact, as soon as tomorrow. So enjoy today because the rain is back tomorrow. And then parts of North Georgia is still looking at the potential of some winter weather, specifically up in the mountains. So we'll also talk more about that coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, a quick check of the roads. Then, as you can see, we are crash free as you wake up on this Wednesday morning. But we'll keep you up to date on the roads and your forecast and have more to come.
That's certainly a good way to start the day, Rodney. Thank you. Breaking news in Georgia's Senate runoff, and CBS is projecting Raphael Warnock is the winner of one of the Senate runoff elections in Georgia, making him the first black senator from Georgia.
But that other race, still too close to call this morning. Here's a look at the latest numbers for you, though. In the Loeffler-Warnock race, Reverend Raphael Warnock from the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church leading incumbent Kelly Loeffler by 49,845 votes. Now, in that Ossoff-Perdue race, Ossoff leading over incumbent Senator David Perdue by 12,806 votes.
And of course, as we've been talking about for weeks now, control of the U.S. Senate is riding on this outcome.
CBS's Skylar Henry with some of the reaction from the candidates.
CBS News projects that Democrat Raphael Warnock has defeated Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler in Georgia's special election.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia.
It's worth it for this election to last into tomorrow. We're going to make sure every vote is counted.
The other runoff race between Republican David Perdue and his challenger Jon Ossoff remains too close to call.
So if y'all have seen, it's a razor-thin margin we've seen out there so far.
More than 3 million Georgians voted early, shattering the state's record for total turnout in a runoff. These races will determine which party controls the U.S. Senate. The GOP needs to win only one to maintain its majority.
No serious problems were reported at polling locations here in Atlanta, but the FBI is investigating after election workers in 10 counties received email threats.
Underscoring the importance of these elections, on Monday, President Trump and President-elect Biden were both in Georgia to campaign.
Vote. Make sure your voice is heard.
The whole world is watching the people of Georgia tomorrow.
Georgia election officials have warned that it could be days before all the votes are counted and a winner is declared. They also said there have been no reports of widespread fraud or other irregularities. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Atlanta.
Now, the candidates in the other Senate races did send out statements as they wait for the results. Jon Ossoff's campaign manager said, quote, when all the votes are counted, we fully expect that Jon Ossoff will have won this election to represent Georgia in the United States Senate. And the Perdue campaign releasing this statement saying in part, quote, we will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious. Rob?
As of right now, not all counties are finished counting ballots in DeKalb County. Election officials tell us the remaining 19,000 ballots must be manually scanned by hand. Due to a technical issue, workers are expected to resume counting later today.
In Fulton County, I'm Brittany Edney. Election workers in Fulton County are planning to still keep pushing through these early morning hours and finishing up processing and scanning in all of the absentee ballots at the Georgia World Congress Center. Here at the election warehouse will resume this morning after 9 a.m. when the adjudication teams come back to work.
You can stick with CBS 46 for our continuing coverage of the Georgia Senate showdown as results continue to come in. We'll have team coverage all morning long. You can also download the CBS 46 app to get instant updates sent straight to your phone.
25 minutes before 5 o'clock on this Wednesday, and Georgia has its first case of the COVID variant, first detected in the United Kingdom. State health officials say the infected person is an 18-year-old man with no travel history. Right now, he's isolating at home. Health officials are currently working to find other people who the man may have come in contact with. And we're now learning more about one of the most common side effects of COVID-19. In a study of about 2,500 COVID patients, researchers found nearly 86% with mild symptoms reporting a loss of smell, while only about 7% of severe cases reported that loss of smell. The average patient regaining their sense of smell after about 22 days, but nearly 25% did not regain it for at least 6 months.
Some Atlanta icons received Moderna's coronavirus vaccine. Former Atlanta Brave Hank Aaron and former UN Ambassador Andrew Young were vaccinated today at Morehouse School of Medicine. Aaron said he had no problem rolling up his sleeve.
It makes me feel wonderful. I don't have any qualms about it at all. You know, I feel quite proud of myself of doing something like this. You know, it's just a small thing that can help zillions of people in this country.
Former Health and Human Services Secretary Sullivan also received the vaccine. He called the vaccine's development a marvel of science.
It's 4:37. Scammers trying to cash in on the slow rollout of the vaccine for COVID-19. Government officials in both the U.S. and Europe say fraudsters are falsely advertising vaccine shots for as little as $150. Others promising spots on secret lists for early access. The vaccine is not expected to be widely available for at least several months.
The 63rd Grammy Awards will not be happening later this month as scheduled. The Best in Music show has been postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. The event had been set for January 31st at the Los Angeles Staples Center with talk show host Trevor Noah as this year's host. The show will be moved to March 14th. Show producers cited an increase in COVID cases and hospitalizations in Southern California as a big factor in the decision. This year's top nominees are Beyonce, Roddy Ricch, and Taylor Swift.
Can't wait for those awards, man. I always love the Grammys right here on CBS.
Right. And if it makes it any more normal to host it later, that's what I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh,
I just
yeah.
want the events to look like how they normally look like. Rodney, what do you think?
Yeah, just give them a little bit more time. Hopefully everything kind of goes down. Either way, we'll get to hear some good music and see who wins before too long, right?
Yep.
Something else that's going to change very soon for us here in Metro Atlanta is this nice weather that we have been seeing. This morning, as you get out the door, you're waking up in Cobb County, Gwinnett County. We're talking about the low 30s. Right now in the city of Atlanta, it is 36 degrees. Gainesville, you were at 34 degrees. As we go throughout the rest of the day today, what you will notice is some clouds, increasing high clouds across Metro Atlanta, but it will stay dry in Atlanta today. However, as we get into Thursday, that's when our next weather system will move in. So let's walk you through Thursday. On Thursday morning, as you wake up and head out the door, it will be completely dry in Metro Atlanta, so you don't have to worry about any rain in the morning. At lunchtime on Thursday, we're still good to go. Now, notice we're starting to see some showers in Alabama. Those are starting to creep into far western Georgia, but we are still rain-free on Thursday at lunchtime. Now, by Thursday at 4, that's when the showers will start to move into Metro Atlanta. As you can see, these are just showers in Metro Atlanta. These are not storms, but showers after 4 o'clock on Thursday will definitely be moving in. And then notice what happens as we get into the later part of Thursday. We're talking about as we get into the 7 and 8 o'clock time frame. That is when we will see the potential of a little bit of a mix in the North Georgia mountains, as you can see here on our forecast map. This is not for Metro Atlanta, but for those of you in Rabun County and Towns County and Union County, basically north of Dahlonega, there is the potential that you could see a bit of a mix and the potential of snow. That would start Thursday night and continue through Friday morning. So yes, we could be looking at yet another snow event for the mountains, and we'll talk about exactly how much snow you could expect that's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But I want to say again, the snow would not happen in Metro Atlanta. It's just going to be rain for us. And after that rain is over, it will lead to what will be a pretty decent weekend. So we'll have more on that forecast coming up. But first, good morning to you in Gwinnett County. You are on 85 right now at Jimmy Carter, and as you can see, your traffic is smooth as you get your Wednesday started. We will keep you up to date on the roads and your forecast and have more to come in less than 10 minutes.
We will talk to you shortly, Rodney. Thank you. It is 4:40 this morning. A big vote happening today on Capitol Hill as the Electoral College is set to certify Joe Biden as the next president.
But now without a lot of controversy, a group of Republicans planning to reject those results in several states, citing widespread voter fraud.
And this is nothing new. Get ready to pay more for prescription drugs. Why some companies are increasing the prices.
It is 4:43 on your Wednesday morning. You're starting in the 30s as you wake up here in Metro Atlanta. We're up to 54 degrees this afternoon. A complete look at your forecast and increasing rain chances. That's coming up in less than 10 minutes.
CBS News projecting Raphael Warnock is the winner of one of the Senate runoff elections here in Georgia.
But the other race still too close to call this morning, so here's a look at the latest numbers for you. CBS News projecting Reverend Raphael Warnock from Historic Ebenezer Baptist Church as the winner. Democrats need to win both of the races, U.S. Senate races, to take control of the Senate.
And in the Ossoff-Perdue race, it appears that Ossoff has about a 13,000 vote lead over David Perdue. Again, we reporting CBS saying that Raphael Warnock has won his election against Kelly Loeffler. So if Ossoff can hold on against Perdue, the Democrats will take control of the U.S. Senate. Stay with CBS 46 for our continuing coverage of the Senate showdown as the results continue to come in. We will have team coverage all morning long, and you can download the CBS 46 app to get instant updates sent straight to your phone. Right now at 4:45, we're keeping an eye on today with the stories you need to know.
That's right. The House and Senate will meet in a joint session to count the votes of the Electoral College.
At least a dozen Republican senators, including Kelly Loeffler and over 100 GOP House members plan to formally object to the count, the final step in officially confirming President-elect Joe Biden's win over President Trump.
The FBI investigating the breach of an air traffic control system after a threat to fly a plane into the U.S. Capitol building was broadcast. That's according to a source familiar with the case, exclusive to CBS News. Now, that plan said to be revenge for killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Sources say that threat does not appear to be a credible one, but it's a crime to make threats over aviation frequencies.
American Airlines is the latest to ban most emotional support animals from its cabins unless owners pay extra. Last month, the Transportation Department began allowing airlines to limit what animals can fly because passengers were taking advantage of lax rules to bring their pets with them. Service dogs will still be allowed for free with proper paperwork.
Hip-hop mogul Dr. Dre is at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center this morning after suffering a brain aneurysm. According to TMZ, Dre suffered that aneurysm Monday. He was rushed by ambulance to the hospital. Currently, the 55-year-old stable and lucid, we're told, but doctors don't know what caused that bleeding, and they're performing a battery of tests. You may remember Dr. Dre wrote in a post on his Instagram account, "I'm doing great and getting excellent care from my medical team."
Alabama's Devontae Smith has won this season's Heisman Trophy. Smith became the first wide receiver in 29 years to be awarded college football's top individual honor, the last being Desmond Howard in 1991. A federal judge denies yet another lawsuit from President Trump to decertify Georgia's election results. On New Year's Eve, the president sued Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and Governor Brian Kemp, seeking an emergency hearing on his request for an injunction. The state argued the case shouldn't go forward because Trump was seeking to disenfranchise millions of voters at the, quote, 13th hour. None of the dozens of lawsuits from Trump and his supporters seeking to overturn election results have been successful.
447, former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter will not be attending President-elect Biden's inauguration January 20th, according to a spokeswoman for the Carter Center. Now, she tells us while the Carters will not travel to Washington for the big day, they've sent their best wishes to Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. They say they look forward to a successful administration. You know, this is the first time since he was elected president that President Carter has not gone to an inauguration. Of course, he's a fellow Democrat.
New this morning, more Americans are not getting enough to eat due to the lack of money or resources. That's according to researchers in Michigan who found rates of food insecurity among older adults more than doubled between 2007 to 2016.
And the new year bringing on new higher drug prices. According to healthcare research firm 46 Brooklyn, several large drug makers, including Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, will charge Americans more for more than 500 prescriptions. This year, most increases will stay below 10%, with the median hike below 5%. That's down slightly from this time last year. 448, and looks like a little wintry precipitation could be in the works for some folks.
Yeah, Karen, Rob, it is definitely possible for parts of North Georgia. Right now, you don't have to worry about that. Even though it's super cold, right now in Lawrenceville, you're at 31 degrees. Good morning to you in Cobb County. Marietta, you were at 35 degrees, while Dallas, you're at 29 degrees right now. Paulding County and Conyers, you were at 34 degrees. So I want to get you back to Futurecast. Let's tell the whole story here as far as when this weather system will move in and when it will move out. Thursday morning, again, it's completely dry but cloudy. Thursday by 3 o'clock, we're seeing scattered showers moving into metro Atlanta. At 5 o'clock Thursday evening, notice that pink showing up in the LJ area. By 5 o'clock, that's when you will start to see the potential of a little bit of a mix. That is up in the North Georgia mountains, and that mix will be possible throughout Thursday night and into Friday morning. Now, in metro Atlanta, it'll just be scattered rain Thursday afternoon through Friday morning, but again in the mountains, especially as you go in the higher elevations, a mix and even some snow will be possible Thursday night through Friday morning. So any precipitation that falls whatsoever, whether you're in the mountains or in metro Atlanta, will be completely over by lunchtime on Friday. So this event will start Thursday afternoon and it will be over with by Friday afternoon, just in time for what will be a dry weekend in metro Atlanta. But when it's all said and done, you could actually see a little bit of accumulating snow in the mountains. So this light blue that you see on the forecast map, this is the potential of snow through Friday morning, and this is basically from Ellijay to Dahlonega to Toccoa, where at least a dusting of snow will be possible. As you get into those darker blues, now we're getting up into the higher elevations of the mountains. You could see at least an inch of measurable snow. So we've done this before so far this season. It looks like we could do it again, not for Metro Atlanta, but again, the potential for a little winter weather up in the North Georgia mountains. And of course, we'll keep you up to date on that over the next couple of days. Atlanta's most accurate forecast. We're calling for 54 degrees today. Completely dry in Metro Atlanta today, other than it just being on the cold side. For Thursday morning it's dry. Thursday at lunchtime it's dry. But by Thursday at 3, we will start to see that scattered rain moving in. Only up to 49 degrees Thursday afternoon. There's a 30% chance of rain Friday. That's super early in the morning. By lunchtime Friday, it's all over. It's cold Friday, too. It's only up to 47 degrees, but most of Friday will be dry. And as you can see, we're keeping the dry weather around for the entire weekend. But the weekend is also going to be super cold with lows in the 30s and highs in the 40s and upper 40s and lower 50s. Here's a look at your traffic here on your Wednesday morning. And once again, we are in pretty good luck here because we are still crash free as you get your day started, but it's super early. Of course, I'm watching the roads as well as your forecast, and we will have more to come at 5.
All right, Rowdy, thanks. We probably couldn't go a day without it, but today you have permission to thank your tech. It's National Technology Day, so whether you can't be without your smartphone, your home just wouldn't be your home without your virtual assistant, or you're eyeing the future in autonomous cars. Technology is all around us and ever-changing, and as 2021 begins and we look toward new inventions and advancements, remember how all those everyday items make life easier and more connected.
Or just drive us cuckoo, because we can't unplug.
Both at the same time, right?
Or get our computers working this morning. All right, 4:52, making sure you get your packages on time.
The big new purchases just made by Amazon.
But first, here's what's coming up tonight on CBS 46. If you want to stay in and stay warm at 7, it is People, followed by The Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon, The Neighborhood, SEAL Team, and then things wrap up with SWAT. Don't go to sleep, though, before you get Atlanta's most accurate forecast. CBS 46 News at 11 o'clock.
In consumer news this morning, car buying in the U.S. is revving up again. That's according to General Motors, which released its fourth quarter sales for 2020. Other car makers will release their sales figures this week. Buyers deserted the showrooms at the beginning of the pandemic last spring, but GM says its consumer sales have now returned to pre-pandemic levels. The pace of the recovery is a surprise for many experts who did not forecast such a quick comeback.
5 minutes before 5, Amazon wants to be sure they can keep up with your spending and just brought 11 new Boeing 767s to help join their fleet. This is between this year and next year that those new planes will be in use. All right, 4 minutes before 5 o'clock, a historic win for Democrat Raphael Warnock. He's projected the winner, beating incumbent Kelly Loeffler in that Senate race.
But the other race, just too close to call between Jon Ossoff and Senator Perdue. And of course, we have some ballots that still need to be counted. Up next, the counties they still have to report.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia.
Right now on CBS 46, the first step towards the shifting of the balance of the power in the Senate, Reverend Raphael Warnock declares victory.
It's worth it for this election to last into tomorrow. We're going to make sure every vote is counted.
But incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler says this race isn't over yet.
The other race between Republican David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff still up in the air as more votes counted in some of our state's largest counties. CBS 46 has team coverage on Georgia's Senate showdown.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake up Atlanta.
Hey, wake up Atlanta, an important day for Atlanta, for Georgia, for the United States. Thanks for joining us this morning. Taking a live look outside, of course. A little cold to start your day. Poll workers in Fulton County, they're going to be back at it, counting thousands more ballots this morning. It is Wednesday, January 6th. I'm Rob Hughes.
You guys came out in huge numbers. I'm Karen Greer to vote yesterday. Now, Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock is actually declaring victory against Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. Now, this is historic because if Reverend Warnock wins, he will be the first black senator in our state's history. We have team coverage for you on Georgia's Senate showdown. But first, we're going to check in with meteorologist Rodney Harris, pinpointing when we could see some rain or perhaps that four-letter S word.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the S
Oh,
word.
no.
It's back. The S word is definitely in your forecast, but not for everybody in North Georgia. Definitely the potential for some rain, though, Karen and Rob. That's within the next 24 hours. But right now, really your only issue as you get your Wednesday started are the cold temperatures, and you're used to that by now. 35 degrees in Atlanta, but feeling like 29 degrees on your skin when you factor in a northwest wind at about 8 miles per hour. So as we walk you through the rest of this day here, we're about freezing at 8 o'clock this morning. So again, that jacket is definitely necessary as you get your day started. By lunchtime, it's 47 degrees, 52 degrees at 3 o'clock today. You'll see a mix of sun and clouds, but again, staying dry today. Not so much the case on Thursday. We are talking about the potential of rain and winter weather in parts of North Georgia starting Thursday afternoon. We'll talk more about that in less than 10 minutes. But first, good morning to you in Cobb County. Here's a live look at 75 this morning at Delk Road, where your traffic is super smooth. And I'll see you again soon in less than 10 minutes.
All right, Rodney, we'll be waiting for you. Thanks. Here's a look at the newest numbers for you at 5:01 in Georgia Senate showdown. Jon Ossoff leading over incumbent Senator David Perdue by more than 16,000 votes. And Reverend Raphael Warnock from historic Ebenezer Baptist Church leading incumbent Kelly Loeffler by more than 53,000 votes.
CBS 46, of course, have team coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown with reporters all over Metro Atlanta as votes continue to come in. And we will begin with Rebecca Schramm. Rebecca, CBS News projecting Warnock as the winner.
Yeah, Rob, vote tallies are still coming into the Secretary of State's office, but it appears that Raphael Warnock, newcomer to the political scene, is headed to Washington, D.C.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight for you. I will fight for your family.
In the early morning hours, Reverend Raphael Warnock declared victory in his race to unseat incumbent U.S. Senator Kelly Loeffler.
The other day, because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else just went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
Warnock pledged to work for all Georgians, whether they voted for him or not. Loeffler has not yet conceded. She told her supporters her victory would save the country from socialism.
We have a path to victory, and we're staying on it. That's right. We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
And Loeffler also pledged to continue to fight for President Trump. Coming up in our next half hour, we're going to tell you what she is planning to do in Washington, D.C. today. Live in Atlanta, Rebecca Schramm, CBS 46 News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. 5:03 and both incumbent Senator David Perdue and Jon Ossoff sharing statements on social media this morning as they await the results of their runoff election. CBS 46's Tracy Brag live at the Georgia World Congress Center with more on what we are seeing. Battle for the Senate. It was a big day yesterday for folks coming out to the polls.
That's right, a huge day. In fact, Fulton County election officials actually paused their ballot counting here at the Georgia World Congress Center just after midnight. I'm told they're expected to pick back up around 8 this morning. But I mean, both candidates as well as the rest of the world are anxiously awaiting these results. This morning, both Jon Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue releasing statements perhaps just hours before a winner is declared in their runoff. Senator Perdue's camp releasing a statement saying, in part, quote, "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal resource to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Ossoff's camp releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "When all the votes are counted, we fully expect that Jon Ossoff will have won this election to represent Georgia in the United States Senate. The outstanding vote is squarely in parts of the state where Jon's performance has been dominant." Now, we've said it time and time again, but we can't say it enough. This is what this runoff election is all about. It's about the battle for the U.S. Senate, and it really looks like it's going to come down to this runoff race coming up at 5:30. I'll share more of both of their statements. Very important information. I'll give you a larger look at the two statements. You don't want to miss that. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Tracy Brag, CBS 46 News.
Tracy, thanks so much. Now, the two runoffs are among the most expensive Senate races of all time combined. Democrats and Republicans spent nearly $500 million. $255 million has been spent on the Ossoff and Perdue race. The other $241 million spent on Warnock and Loeffler. And I want to say that Reverend Raphael Warnock will be on CBS this morning, right after this newscast this morning. And records show 9 of the 10 most expensive Senate races happened in 2020.
Thousands of votes in Georgia have yet to be counted. This morning, poll workers are expected to meet once again to continue tallying up the results. CBS 46's Sabrina Silva joins us live outside the DeKalb Voting Elections Office. And Sabrina, we're hearing folks there had to count thousands of ballots by hand.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. And they're going to meet again today to finish counting off those ballots. But they were counting more than 18,000 ballots by, like you said, hand. And they also say that it's been an easy election, and we have a little bit more on what Sterling had to say.
I'm looking at so far, and this may have all of them, we're looking at 1.244 million votes, which was more than we anticipated, actually. We were looking at, that's today, that's election day votes.
And counting those votes came with some problems. In DeKalb County, some ballots still waiting to be counted, all due to voting machine issues.
We did get the big upload in from DeKalb County, which obviously changed the complexion of the situation and the vote counts right now.
But in a statement from the county sent out Wednesday morning states that, quote, Georgia's voting system provides built-in safeguards in the form of paper ballots that allows us to quickly process ballots that are electronically cast, end quote, meaning election workers counted over 18,000 votes all by hand. County officials say the tabulation will be done as quickly as possible. Now, we're not seeing the issues that we saw during the presidential election here in Georgia, which is why they're saying this is a lot easier. But coming up, we're going to take a look at why Georgia still has thousands, and I mean thousands of ballots to still count, which is very crucial to this election. Live in DeKalb County, I'm Sabrina Silva, CBS 46 News.
Sabrina, thanks for that report. Right now at 5:08, we're keeping an eye on today with the stories you need to know. The House and Senate will meet in a joint session today to count the votes of the Electoral College. At least a dozen Republican senators and over 100 GOP House members plan to formally object to the count, the final step in officially confirming President-elect Joe Biden's win over President Trump.
President Trump releasing a statement ahead of today's vote, though reports indicate Vice President Pence told the president he cannot block Biden's win at the count today. Mr. Trump is denying Pence told him that, saying, quote, the vice president and I are in total agreement.
Texas Representative Kevin Brady, the top Republican on the House Ways and Means Committee, has tested positive for coronavirus. Brady tweeted that he received the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine on December 18th and recently tested negative for COVID on New Year's Day. He says he plans to start treatment today.
And rapper, producer, entrepreneur, Beats founder Dr. Dre recovering in the hospital this morning after suffering a brain aneurysm. He released this encouraging statement on Instagram overnight. I'm doing great and getting excellent care from my medical team. I'll be out of the hospital and back home soon.
Alabama's Devontae Smith has won this season's Heisman Trophy. Smith became the first wide receiver in almost 30 years to be awarded college football's top individual honor, the last being Desmond Howard from Michigan in 1990. But his senior season isn't over yet. Smith and the Crimson Tide have a chance to win the national championship when they play Ohio State Monday night in the college football playoff. And my friend Rodney here is once again discounting the Ohio State Buckeyes. I had to throw that in there. We had a little bit of a gentleman's bet on the Clemson-Ohio State game.
I thought Clemson was going to destroy Ohio State. I owe Rob. I don't even remember what I owe you, but I know that I obviously lost that. I saw that alert, Karen and Rob, about the Heisman. So it's normally on Saturday night. So I woke
know.
up this morning. I was a little surprised.
It was news to me as well.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was happening, but certainly congrats to him. Also, the weather today is going to be pretty nice here across Metro Atlanta. If you have anything to do, you don't have to worry about any rain today. Here's a live look over Midtown. Sunrise this morning is at 7:43. Out the door right now, you will start near freezing in Metro Atlanta this morning. It's 35 degrees in the city, 32 in LJ, and 32 is your current temperature in Rome. So for today, it's up to 54 degrees, about average for this time of year. We'll call it partly cloudy today. Absolutely no rain is in your forecast. But again, starting Thursday, our next weather system will not only produce rain, but it will also produce the potential of winter weather up in the mountains, and that's something that will continue into Friday. So in less than 10 minutes, we are going to track that for you. But if you are like Rob and the cold does not stop you from grilling, then today is your day. It's going to be 54 degrees, but otherwise no rain expected whatsoever today. So you want to get a quick grill in, you'll be good to go. Now, Thursday, it's going to be poor because we are forecasting rain Thursday afternoon. If you want to get anything done Thursday morning, you'll be good to go. But by Thursday afternoon, scattered showers. And Friday's not looking bad, Rob, if you want to grill. It's going to be dry, but much colder Friday than what we're seeing today with highs only in the upper 40s. We will have more on that forecast coming up for you soon. In the meantime, a quick check of the roads, and we are still crash-free on this Wednesday as you get your day started, but we'll keep you up to date on that as well. And more weather and traffic is coming up in less than 10 minutes.
All right, Rowdy, thanks. Tensions are high in Kenosha, Wisconsin after the district attorney announced no charges will be filed in the shooting of Jacob Blake.
Now Blake's family is vowing to keep fighting.
Plus, it's a list we don't want to be on. The highly contagious strain of COVID-19 that spread rapidly through the UK has been found in 5 states, including right here in Georgia.
It is 5:14 on your Wednesday morning. Dry in Atlanta now, but I am already tracking the next weather system out in the central parts of the country that is moving our way soon. We'll talk about what you can expect for the end of the week. Some big changes in Metro Atlanta. That forecast is in less than 10 minutes.
Here's a hint, could be snow. All right, 5:14, thousands of supporters of President Trump actually expected to flood the streets of Washington, D.C. near the White House and the Capitol overnight. Protesters clashing with police officers at Freedom Plaza This is ahead of today's big rally. Now, the mayor of Washington, D.C., sending this stark warning as the protests pick up. She's asking people to stay away from the downtown area and to not engage with demonstrators. The National Guard also on standby in the event of unrest. President Trump has been calling on his supporters to protest in D.C. for weeks now, encouraging them to, quote, be there and be wild. The president maintains Democrats stole the election despite a lack of evidence to support those claims. 5:15 right now, dozens of House Republicans and at least 13 GOP senators say they will object the count. Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler says she's among that group. Those efforts will not overturn President-elect Biden's win, however. The Democrat-controlled House is expected to vote down those challenges. Well, developing this morning, the police officer who shot Jacob Blake in Wisconsin, leaving him paralyzed, will not face charges.
Yeah, that's right. Cell phone video captured Officer Rustin Shesky shooting Blake 7 times in the back as he leaned into his minivan following a domestic dispute. Blake's 3 children were inside the vehicle. Kenosha's district attorney says he reviewed 1,500 pages of police reports and 40 hours of video to arrive at his decision not to charge Shesky.
No Kenosha law enforcement officer in this case will be charged with any criminal offense. I'm going to also tell you, just because I think it is important, that no charge will be filed against Jacob Blake.
The prosecutor says Shesky acted in self-defense because Blake was armed with a knife and resisting arrest. The shooting left Blake paralyzed.
5:16, Blake's father says he wasn't surprised by the decision and he plans to seek justice from Congress. Civil rights activist, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, also speaking out about that decision.
Police have something called qualified immunity. We must bring an end to this madness, killing people without paying the price.
Now, the U.S. Justice Department says the civil rights investigation into that shooting is ongoing.
Kyle Rittenhouse has pleaded not guilty to all charges in connection to a Wisconsin shooting that left 2 people dead and 1 injured. The 17-year-old was arraigned during a virtual hearing. Back in August, Rittenhouse opened fire during a protest over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. His attorneys claim he was acting in self-defense. Rittenhouse is facing homicide and attempted homicide charges. His trial is set for March 29th.
5:17, the Georgia Health Department says a new highly contagious strain of COVID-19 has been found here in Georgia, and that new COVID strain was first detected in Britain, but is now spread to at least 5 other U.S. states. Here's what we know this morning. The Department of Public Health says the infected person is an 18-year-old who has not been out of the country or even recently traveled. Health officials found the new strain while analyzing lab samples from that man. Now, the Department of Health Commissioner, Dr. Kathleen Toomey, issuing this statement saying, quote, the emergence of this variant in our state should be a wake-up call for all Georgians. Even as we begin rollout of a COVID-19 vaccine, we must not let down our guard, end quote. Health officials are currently working to find other people who the man might have come in contact with. And the discovery of that new variant in Georgia comes as our state nears 600,000 confirmed coronavirus cases. In the past 24 hours alone, more than 6,100 new infections recorded here.
I don't know about you guys as we turn to our forecast, but I don't know this is winter. I know this is heated seat season, and I had the heated seats on as I was driving down to work this morning because it was cold.
Yeah, you're going to need the heated seats for the rest of this morning, tomorrow morning, the morning after that, the morning after that, and the morning after that. Basically, through like March, Rob, here across Metro Atlanta. Certainly cold to start your day, but it is dry, Rob and Karen. As we zoom out, though, I want to take you back to the central parts of the country. You can already see some rain developing here. Not much now, but this rain will fill in and eventually move eastward, and that's going to give us our rain chances in Metro Atlanta starting Thursday. So Thursday morning, when you wake up, you don't have to worry about any rain headed to work. Lunchtime is also dry. But after 3 o'clock on Thursday, notice we do get scattered rain starting to move into Metro Atlanta. By Thursday night, that scattered rain will continue in Metro Atlanta, while we'll start to see the potential of a bit of a mix in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains from Dahlonega northward. And throughout the night on Thursday, while the scattered rain will continue in Metro Atlanta, you'll continue to see the possibility of a little bit of a mix and even a little snow in the North Georgia mountains. So by Friday morning, notice that pink up there in the North Georgia mountains and a little bit of blue. That's where, again, a little bit of winter weather will be possible. That's not an issue for Metro Atlanta. It'll just be a cold rain here, but again, a bit of a mix and even a little light snow will be possible in the mountains late Thursday and into early Friday. So our forecast snowfall totals What you see here in light blue, that is where at least a dusting of snow will be possible late Thursday and then to Friday morning. That basically covers those of you from Ellijay to Dahlonega northward. And then those darker blues, those are the higher elevations of the mountains where you could see at least an inch of snow. So again, this is something we've already done before this season, and that will be possible again late Thursday and early Friday for the mountains, while we in Metro Atlanta will see just rain. Everybody's dry today, 54 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Rain on Thursday for Metro Atlanta, a bit of a wintry mix possible in the mountains. That'll be in the afternoon Thursday, by the way, and that'll continue through Friday morning. Now, the good news about Friday is that most of the day itself will be dry, but it'll be super cold. Your high is only 47 degrees on Friday, and it'll stay cold over the weekend, even though it will also be dry with partly cloudy skies. Good morning to you in Clayton County. Here's a live look this morning at 75 and Forest Parkway. It's the left-hand side of your screen there. Your traffic is starting to pick up, but still no crashes to report, and we'll see you again with more weather and traffic at 5:30.
All right, Roddy, thanks. It's 5:20 this morning. Amazon makes it easy for us to get anything we need.
They sure do. Just ahead, how you can now get a COVID-19 test delivered right to your door.
Hey, that's great. Plus, team coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown continues at 5:30.
But if you want to stay home, stay warm, here's what's coming up tonight for you on CBS 46. At 7, it's People, followed by The Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon, then The Neighborhood, SEAL Team, and SWAT at 10. Then don't go to sleep before you get everything you need to know on CBS 46 News at 11 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Tonight's primetime lineup is brought to you by Geico, now offering an extra 15% credit on motorcycle insurance. Visit geico.com for more.
You can now take an FDA-authorized COVID-19 test from the comfort of your own home. This coronavirus testing kit is now available on Amazon. One kit is currently available for $110, or you can get a 10-pack for $1,000. This is the first at-home saliva test to receive the FDA emergency use authorization for symptomatic and asymptomatic testing. The box includes an empty tube for saliva to be sent to a Los Angeles-based lab with prepaid shipping. The turnaround time is between 24 to 72 hours after the sample is received. And Amazon wants to make sure they can keep up with our spending by spending a pretty penny themselves on 11 new Boeing 767s. The company also bought some passenger aircraft, Jet and Delta, to turn into cargo planes. Amazon is building an air cargo network for years to make sure the rest of us get our deliveries as quickly as possible.
5:25 and some Atlanta icons receiving Moderna's coronavirus vaccine. Former UN ambassador and Atlanta Mayor Andrew Young, baseball legend Hammer and Hank Aaron vaccinated at the Morehouse School of Medicine. Aaron told us he had no problem rolling up his sleeve.
It makes me feel wonderful. I don't have any qualms about it at all. You know, I feel quite proud of myself of doing something like this. You know, it's just a small thing that can help zillions of people in this country.
These civil rights icons chose yesterday, Election Day, to make a point to get more African Americans signed up to get the vaccine. Also on hand right here, former Health and Human Services Secretary and Morehouse School of Medicine President, Dr. Lewis Sullivan, getting the vaccine. He called this a development, a marvel of science.
It is 5:25 this morning. Georgia's Senate showdown, of course, continues this morning.
Ahead at 5:30, hear from Congresswoman Nakima Williams about why these results are so important.
Thousands of votes in Georgia still to be counted as the world watches. Coming up, we'll take a look at how many ballots are still outstanding here in the state.
Right now on CBS 46, votes still coming in after two Senate runoff races. The balance of power still up in the air.
CBS News is projecting a winner in one of the Senate races, what Raphael Warnock said in his victory speech.
Stocks bounced back on Tuesday. Right now, Wall Street is waiting for the results of our Senate runoff elections.
And it's going to be a historic and chaotic day on Capitol Hill. What's usually a routine half-hour formality in Congress could go all day as Republicans plan to challenge the electoral results in several states.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake up Atlanta.
Time for your rise and shine. Wake up Atlanta. Thank you so much for joining us. Beautiful look over the city. Looks a little cold out there to me, but it's okay. It's Wednesday, January 6th. It is winter. I'm Karen Greer in for Greer.
And I'm Rob Hughes. Reverend Raphael Warnock declaring victory against Republican incumbent Kelly Loeffler in their Senate runoff. That means the race between Jon Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue will decide which party controls the Senate.
It's a razor-thin margin we've seen out there so far.
And it's not over yet. Thousands of ballots still waiting to be counted this morning. And of course, we have team coverage of Georgia's Senate showdown. But first, we want to get to meteorologist Rodney Harris pinpointing when we could see some rain with Atlanta's most accurate forecast. Rodney, good morning, man.
Good morning to you, Rob. Good morning, Karen. Happy Wednesday, everybody. You don't have to worry about any rain today, but I can tell you it's coming back soon, so enjoy today. But as Karen mentioned, it's super cold as you get your Wednesday started. 35 degrees, your current temperature, feeling more like 29 degrees on your skin when you factor in that northwest wind at 8 miles per hour. So you will wake up or at least head out the door to near freezing temperatures at 8 o'clock this morning, about 32 degrees in Atlanta, 47 degrees at lunchtime today, and 52 at 3. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds, but it will stay dry today. We will talk about, though, the potential for not only rain, but yes, the S word, a little snow possible in the mountains. So we'll talk about that as well. That's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, good morning to you in DeKalb County. This is 285 at Chamblee Tucker. This is near Spaghetti Junction. There was a bit of a crash here about 5 minutes ago. That crash has since cleared, so you are good to go around Spaghetti Junction right now. But we'll keep our eye on the roads, and we'll have more on your forecast in less than 10 minutes.
All right, Rodney, thanks. And a lot of you probably couldn't sleep last night, so we're going to give them right to you now. Here's a look at the latest numbers in Georgia's Senate showdown at 5:30. In that special election, Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock leading incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler by more than 53,000 votes. CBS News projecting Warnock the winner of this race, making him our state's first black senator. Warnock releasing this video message overnight, and CBS 46's Rebecca Schramm kicking off our live team coverage right now. Rebecca, Reverend Warnock actually declared himself the winner a couple of hours ago.
He did, Karen, and if the numbers coming into the Secretary of State's office continue to hold steady, Senator Kelly Loeffler there will be too big of a margin for her to overcome. She won't be able to request a recount, which means Raphael Warnock apparently has just flipped one of Georgia's Senate seats to blue.
May my story be an inspiration to some young person who is trying to grasp and grab hold of the American dream.
In his virtual victory speech, Reverend Raphael Warnock, senior pastor of the church where Martin Luther King once preached, promised to work for all Georgians, not just those who voted for him. He said Washington now has a choice to make.
Will we seek to destroy one another as enemies or heed the call towards the common good, building together what Dr. King called the beloved community?
We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
His opponent, incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, did not concede overnight. She did promise supporters she will try to block the electoral process.
In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. So I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us.
And as we begin to really crunch the numbers, it appears Republicans had a much smaller turnout than they hoped. Democrats say African-American turnout was tremendous, which apparently helped propel Warnock to victory. Live in Atlanta, Rebecca Schramm, CBS 46 News.
Rebecca, thanks. And we want to turn now to our other Senate race. Jon Ossoff leads over incumbent Senator David Perdue by more than 16,000 votes at this hour. This race could also have a historic outcome. If Ossoff wins, he would be our state's first Jewish senator. CBS 46's Tracy Brag is live at the Georgia World Congress Center. And Tracy, just like the first time around where we didn't hear from either of these candidates for a couple days, could be the same story again.
That's right. Neither candidate decided to speak publicly after the polls closed yesterday, but they did both reach out to their bases through social media. This morning, both Jon Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue, alongside their camps, and let's be honest, the rest of the world, are anxiously awaiting the results of their runoff election, which will decide which party holds the power in the U.S. Senate. This morning, Perdue's Kemp releasing a statement saying, in part, as we've said repeatedly over the last several weeks, this is an exceptionally close election that will require time and transparency to be certain the results are fair and accurate and the voices of Georgians are heard. Ossoff's Kemp releasing a statement saying, in part, the outstanding vote is squarely in parts of the state where John's performance has been dominant. We look forward to seeing the process through in the coming hours and moving ahead as John can start fighting for all Georgians in the U.S. Senate. Now, we can't understate all the focus that has been put on Georgia right now. You actually see that stage that has been built here behind me. And you heard me mention that the entire world has their eyes on these runoff elections. Well, that is not an exaggeration. Yesterday, while covering this race, I actually saw crews from Lebanon, Germany, France, Japan, literally all over the world, just to name a few, all here in Georgia covering this runoff race. So this is an extremely important election for the whole world. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Tracy Bragg, CBS 46 News.
Hey, Trace, and you're right about that. I've had friends from all over the country texting me from both sides of the aisle saying, hey, we're paying attention to what's going on in your state. Hey, thanks for that report. We're still waiting on thousands of ballots across Georgia, of course, to be counted.
And this all as we anxiously await results for the Ossoff and Perdue race. CBS 46's Sabrina Silva joining us now live from DeKalb County, where poll workers there had to spend the night counting thousands of ballots by hand, and they are not done yet. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. Yeah, we're hearing this morning from that those 18,000 ballots have already been scanned, but they should be tabulated sometime soon. But DeKalb County is not the only county we're waiting on votes from.
As you can see, it's still a very set of tight races out there.
Thousands of votes outstanding as the world awaits Senate election results in Georgia. In DeKalb County, more than 18,000 votes have yet to be tabulated after technical issues. Poll workers spent the night hand counting those votes as paper ballots and will be spending today recounting those ballots. In Fulton County, at least 4 absentee ballots still remaining, and across Georgia, at least 16 counties with incomplete counts.
Overall, we look like we have about 27,600 or so advanced votes to come in.
Now, Fulton County poll workers are expected to get back to work today at 8:30 in the morning and get back to counting those votes. And I talked to some people at the polls yesterday, and they tell me that their hope is that election results are not going to take as long as they did for the presidential election. Live in DeKalb County, I'm Sabrina Silva, CBS 46 News.
Let's hope not. A lot depends on this. Thank you so much, Sabrina. Now, Democrat Nikema Williams of Atlanta, one of 4 new members of Congress from Georgia sworn in earlier this week. This morning, she's speaking out about what Democratic wins in these races could mean for our nation.
It means that we have an opportunity to actually govern in this country, and we can get past all of the Republican gridlock that we've seen where the divisiveness is just for the sake of being divisive.
Now, you may remember Williams won the 5th congressional district seat previously held by the late Congressman John Lewis. And she says she's prepared to defend our democracy today when Congress meets to officially count the Electoral College votes for the presidential election.
Okay, Wall Street is focused on the runoff results here in Georgia this morning. Maribel Aber is live on the Money Desk and joins us with today's Money Matters. Maribel, how's trading shaping up for today, given what we know so far?
Hey, good morning, Rob. Well, stock futures have been mixed for much of this morning. Investors, again, watching those runoff election results from Georgia for control of the Senate. Right now, Dow futures are up about 70 points. NASDAQ futures, though, are down 227 points. Yesterday, stocks bounced back from Monday's sell-off with the Dow gaining 67. NASDAQ was up 120, and the S&P 500 added 26. 43 Bed Bath & Beyond stores will shut their doors by the end of February. The retailer announced last July it was planning to close 200 stores over the next 2 years, and 63 of them closed by the end of last year. A Bed Bath & Beyond spokesperson tells Wednesday that with the 43 closings, the chain will have completed about 60% of its planned closures by the end of February. The only Georgia location on the list of store closings is in Fayetteville. Some workers and employers may be heading for a showdown over working at home. Almost 30% of professionals surveyed say they would quit their jobs if they couldn't keep on working remotely. The survey from job search firm Live Career highlights the advantages of remote work. Almost 2/3 of people said they like the flexibility it offers. More than 40% said it improved work-life balance. You know, Rob, pre-pandemic, we'd pose that question to the water cooler, but now that's like a Zoom water cooler.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a great way of putting it, Maribel. I'm so torn on it. I love coming into work, seeing my friends and coworkers, of course, but then there is the convenience of working from home. I'm nervous, though. If you work from home, you'll just never leave your house. I have my groceries delivered, all of that stuff. So, Maribel, thank you so much, as always, for your Money Matters report.
Just shower.
Yeah, right? Crazy. Every Monday through Friday, you can catch that report right here on CBS 46. It is 5:40 this morning, and what's usually a formality is shaping up to be a contentious day.
Just ahead, dozens of lawmakers say they will contest the results for the 2020 election, and thousands of protesters are already taking to the streets.
Plus, music fans will have to wait a bit longer for the industry's biggest night. The Grammys have been postponed.
All right, Rob, I'm afraid if I work from home, I'm just going to be lazy as often as I possibly
Just never
can.
walk?
You've done that before, though. You did it.
I'm very good at it.
And you didn't like it,
I
did
did
you?
not like it.
Okay.
In part because I got super lazy. Good morning to you in Metro Atlanta here. If you're going to run today, maybe that's one of your New Year's resolutions. Today is not my day, but if it's your day, it's going to be better as you run later. Early this morning, it's super cold, so we'll call it poor. But after lunchtime today, we're in the 50s and it will be dry, so that'll be a great time for a run. We will have more on increasing rain chances. That's coming up after the break. In the meantime, good morning to you in Fulton County. This is I-20 at Fulton Industrial Boulevard, where your traffic is smooth, and we will also check the roads coming up. It is 5:43 on your Wednesday morning. A live look over Centennial Olympic Park. It's super cold, but at least it's dry. That's going to change for Metro Atlanta soon. A complete look at your forecast is coming up.
Federal officials are investigating a threat made against the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. According to CBS News, the threat was broadcast to multiple air traffic controllers in New York on Monday. CBS News obtained that exclusive audio.
You're flying a plane into the Capitol Wednesday. Soleimani will be avenged.
Wow, the Pentagon and other agencies have already been briefed about the recording. Federal officials don't believe the threat is credible, but they are investigating how someone was able to breach the aviation frequencies.
Happening today, Congress will meet at the Capitol to count the Electoral College votes from the certification of a U.S. presidential election. It's largely ceremonial. There's usually a little, if any, drama when Congress meets to count those ballots. But as Deborah Alfarone tells us, that won't be the case today.
Thousands of President Trump supporters have come to Washington, D.C. to protest the electoral results in a joint session of Congress today. The electoral vote count is usually a formality, but today more than a dozen Republican senators and roughly 100 House Republicans plan to contest the results from 3 to 6 battleground states. They're supporting President Trump's unsupported claim of widespread voter fraud.
What usually happens is that lawmakers read the results from each state. Then the vice president announces the final tally. But it's not clear what Vice President Mike Pence will do, or even can do.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
That was the president at a rally in Georgia on Monday. He followed up that sentiment yesterday, tweeting falsely that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Election law expert David Becker.
The vice president's role during this joint session of Congress is entirely ceremonial. He basically operates like a host at the Oscars would. His role is to open up envelopes and count what's in there.
It is highly unlikely the opposition will have an impact on the count. The Democrat-controlled House is expected to vote down the challenges. Several Senate Republicans have also spoken out strongly against the objections. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
5:46, and we're keeping an eye on today with the stories you need to know. The World Health Organization says that China's blocked the arrival of a team investigating the origins of the coronavirus pandemic. The director of the World Health Organization says 2 scientists on the United Nations team already left their home countries for Wuhan when they were told that Chinese officials had not approved the necessary permissions to enter the country. The arrangements had been jointly agreed with China in advance.
The new year is bringing on new, higher drug prices. Several large drug makers, including Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, will charge Americans more for more than 500 prescriptions this year. Most increases will stay below 10%, with the median hike below 5%, down slightly from last year.
4 U.S. intelligence agencies releasing a joint statement saying Russia is likely behind the massive hack that included some government departments. The agencies, including the FBI, say it appeared to be for intelligence gathering purposes rather than to inflict damage. The hack may have reached 18,000 organizations, including the Treasury and Commerce departments.
Former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter will not be attending President-elect Biden's inauguration on January 20th. That's according to a spokeswoman for the Carters. She says the Carters have sent their best wishes to Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, and they look forward to a successful administration.
Researchers in Europe are learning more about one of the most common side effects of COVID-19. In a study, about 2,500 COVID patients, researchers found nearly 86% of them had mild symptoms, and they reported a loss of smell, while only about 7% of those severe cases reported that loss of smell. The average patient regained their sense of smell after 22 days, but nearly 25% didn't get it back for 6 months.
2 new variants of the coronavirus are not likely to make the current vaccines useless. The new variants, one discovered in England and the other in South Africa, appear to be more transmissible. But a University of Pennsylvania expert says the human immune response can still deal with their mutations. That's because the immune system makes a variety of antibodies, so some of them are likely to work. And scammers are trying to cash in on the slow rollout of the vaccine for COVID-19. Government officials in both the U.S. and Europe say fraudsters are falsely advertising vaccine shots for as little as $150. Others promise spots on secret lists for early access. The vaccine is not expected to be widely available for several months.
The 2021 Grammy Awards being postponed due to concerns over COVID-19. The award show was originally scheduled for January 31st in Los Angeles. In a statement, the Recording Academy says to help protect the health of performers and audience members, that show's being moved to March 14th. But we may not be done with award season changes just yet. The Screen Actors Guild Awards are also rescheduled to take place March 14th. 5:48 right now, and you know what? Nice, brisk. It feels good out there, don't you think, Rob?
Yeah, it feels exactly what it's supposed to feel like. for the beginning of January. It'll be a great day, Karen and Rob. 54 degrees. That's your high temperature later on this afternoon with partly cloudy skies. I'm already tracking the next weather system, though, that will be moving in on Thursday. It's going to be in the form of another cold front that's going to be moving in from the south. So a heads up for those of you in Metro Atlanta. We will get rain back into the picture here pretty soon. In fact, here is that weather system that's moving in. You can see that it will definitely produce rain for us on Thursday. But here's what's going to happen with this. On the north end of this, of course, it's going to be colder, and it will be cold enough in the mountains and extending back parts of Tennessee and North Carolina and even parts South Carolina, where they're going to see a bit of a mix. That mix will extend down into the North Georgia mountains, but not as far south as Atlanta. So let's walk you through this here with the forecast map. Again, Thursday morning, completely dry when you go to work. Lunchtime Thursday is also dry, but by 4 o'clock, we do have scattered showers in Metro Atlanta. I'm not seeing heavy rain, but scattered showers. And then Thursday night, scattered showers will continue. Also Thursday night, I'm starting to see the pink and a little blue pop up in the extreme northeast Georgia mountains, the higher elevations. That's the mix that will be possible starting Thursday night. That'll continue through Friday morning in the mountains, while in Metro Atlanta, some light showers will continue again through Friday morning. Not heavy rain, but light showers. And then all the precipitation will come to an end by lunchtime on Friday. And that's going to set the stage for a cold but pretty decent weekend. So as we break down the timeline for you for Thursday in Atlanta, it's dry in the morning. It's dry for lunchtime. But at 3, 5, and 7 o'clock on Thursday, scattered showers will be possible. This is Atlanta. Now let's switch to the mountains. A little bit different for you on Thursday. It's dry at 8 o'clock, lunchtime, and at 3 o'clock. At 5 o'clock in the mountains tomorrow, showers possible for you. And then by 7 o'clock, that's when that mix will be possible again in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. But for today, everybody's forecast is the same. Partly cloudy skies, 54 degrees in Atlanta. Rain in Atlanta Thursday, a mixed Thursday night in the mountains. I have a 30% chance of rain in your forecast for Friday. That's super early on Friday. Most of Friday will be completely dry, but notice how it is colder. Highs are only in the upper 40s Friday and Saturday, although we do get the dry weather back, especially as we go into the upcoming weekend. Good morning to you. This is a live look right now at 285 in Fulton County at Roswell Road in the Sandy Springs area. Your traffic is picking up here a little bit on the top end of the perimeter, but we are still crash free, and we'll keep you up to date on the roads and your forecast and have more to come at 6.
All right, we'll be waiting. Thanks. Another airline changing its policy on emotional support animals.
Coming up, find out when that change goes into effect and what it means if you've already bought tickets.
Plus, it just might be geography that decides your 2021 goals.
New year, new parents, new cash from the IRS. If you had a baby in 2020, you could be owed more than $1,000 in COVID relief money. Parents of children born before December 31st qualify for $500 from April's stimulus rollout and another $600 from the second package if they meet certain income limits. Just make sure to point out your new addition on your 2020 return.
American Airlines, the latest to ban most emotional support animals from its cabins unless owners pay extra. Last month, the Transportation Department started allowing airlines to limit what animals can fly because passengers were taking advantage of the lax rules to bring their pets with them. Trained service dogs will still be allowed for free with proper paperwork. The new policy takes effect Monday. A similar ban from Alaska Air also starts Monday.
All right, listen to this. If you fail to keep your resolutions this year, where you live could actually be your excuse. A recent survey ranked cities nationwide based on several self-care factors. They range from prevalence of obesity to smoking and binge drinking to how many parks and gyms per capita there are. The cities most committed to their resolutions: Scottsdale, Arizona, Salt Lake City, and Seattle. Atlanta actually ranks 12th on that list, so not bad.
It sure isn't. Just take a look at this massive long line. This is outside of a California convenience store, and it's all for a chance to win a piece of that Powerball jackpot. It's up to $410 million, the highest jackpot since March of 2019. That store is located right on the border of California and Las Vegas. Since the state of Nevada does not have lotteries because they got every other kind of gambling, many people decided to cross over the state lines to try their luck. The drawing is tonight. I shouldn't say gambling because the lottery is helping in education and other things.
Did not know that Nevada does not have the lottery, though. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Makes not a lot of sense, as you pointed out, Karen. All right, it's 5:57 just about this morning. Democrat Raphael Warnock declaring victory as he is projected the winner, beating incumbent Kelly Loeffler.
Next at 6, we're going to hear from those candidates, plus a look at the other race. It's still just too close to call this morning. Stern Ossoff and Senator David Perdue.
And not all precincts are reporting just yet in this election. Up next in a live report, we'll tell you where thousands of ballots still need to be counted as our Senate Showdown team coverage continues next. Too close to call. The future of the U.S. Senate and the Biden administration now left to one race in Georgia.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for.
Democrats claiming one victory, but Republicans not going out without a fight.
There are a lot of votes out there, as y'all know, And we have a path to victory, and we're staying on it.
Minor bumps, but mostly a smooth process at the polls.
Understand that you get to live to fight another day. There'll be another election in 2 years.
I'm tracking rain back in Metro Atlanta very soon, plus some of us could see winter weather. Your complete forecast is just moments away.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake up Atlanta.
Hey, good morning to you. A big day here in Georgia and really all over the country. You're looking live at Washington, D.C. as we kick off the day after the Georgia Senate runoffs. It is Wednesday, January 6th. Thanks for starting your day with us. I'm Rob Hughes.
Rise and shine, sleepyheads. I'm Karen Greer in for Greer. And this morning, ballots are still being counted. That's right, as you were sleeping, still been going on, but the Democrats are celebrating a historic win with 98% of the ballots counted right now. CBS News projecting a win for the Reverend Raphael Warnock from the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church. Now becomes the state's first ever black senator.
And it is far from over in the other race, a razor-thin margin still separating Senator David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. We are, of course, watching the numbers very closely and hearing from all of the candidates this morning. But first, your weather and traffic. Rodney Harris doing double duty today. And Rodney, it was cold outside when we were traveling down to work this morning.
Yeah, and that's the least of your worries, Rob and Karen, because some big changes are coming. I want to get right to it. Starting Thursday afternoon by 4 o'clock, we have showers that are back in Metro Atlanta. By Thursday night, a mix will be possible in the North Georgia mountains. And whether you get a mix or whether you just get rain, it's all over by lunchtime Friday. But within the next 24 hours, we do have some changes coming here to Metro Atlanta. Right now, it is completely dry over the city, but super cold, as Rob mentioned. Temperatures are in the low 30s, and we're starting about freezing at 8 o'clock this morning as you head out the door. Lunchtime, it is up to 47 degrees and 52 degrees at 4 o'clock today. We will take a closer look at those rain chances for tomorrow. That's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, a good morning to you in Atlanta, in Cobb County, and DeKalb County, just about everywhere. We are crash free as you get your Wednesday started at the moment. But I'm also watching the roads, and we'll have more weather and traffic coming up soon.
Rodney, thanks. This morning, the focus of a nation still on Georgia. One race called for the Democrats, another still too close to call.
More than 4.3 million Georgians had their say. And we've got team coverage for you this morning. Our CBS 46 crews spread out all over Metro Atlanta, staying on top of every election update for you. We're going to begin right now with CBS 46's Rebecca Schramm, and she has a look at the Loeffler-Warnock race. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Karen. Well, the vote tallies are still coming into the Secretary of State's office, but yes, CBS News and other news outlets have projected that Raphael Warnock, political newcomer, is headed to Washington, D.C.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight for you. I will fight for your family.
In the early morning hours, Reverend Raphael Warnock declared victory in his race to unseat incumbent U.S. Senator Kelly Loeffler.
The other day, because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
Warnock pledged to work for all Georgians, whether they voted for him or not. Loeffler has not yet conceded. She told her supporters her victory would save the country from socialism.
We have a path to victory, and we're staying on it. That's right. We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
And Loeffler also pledged to continue to fight for President Trump. Coming up in our next half hour, I'm going to tell you what she told supporters about what she's planning to do today in Washington. Live in Atlanta, Rebecca Schramm, CBS 46 News.
Rebecca, thanks for that report. With Warnock's win, control of the U.S. Senate is within grasp for the Democrats. They hold 48 seats, 49 with Warnock. It shrinks if Republicans hold, but it's not enough for Democrats to take control. They still need Jon Ossoff to win as well, and then Vice President-elect Kamala Harris would become a tie-breaking vote. But this morning, an incredibly thin margin separates Ossoff and Senator David Perdue. CBS 46's Tracy Brag is live with more on what each campaign is saying this morning. And just like we saw the first time with this race, Tracy, incredibly close.
That's right. In fact, here at the Georgia World Congress Center, Fulton County election officials, I'm told, paused their ballot counting just after midnight. They're expected to pick back up here around 8 a.m. But one thing is for sure, the entire nation, no matter of fact, the entire world is anxiously awaiting the results of this runoff. This morning, both Jon Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue releasing statements perhaps just hours before a winner is declared in their runoff. Senator Perdue's camp releasing a statement saying, in part, quote, "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal resource to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Ossoff's camp releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "When all the votes are counted, we fully expect that Jon Ossoff will have won this election to represent Georgia in the United States Senate. The outstanding vote is squarely in parts of the state where Jon's performance has been dominant." Now you're looking at exactly what this is all about, the battle for the U.S. Senate. Now coming up at 6:30, I'll show you more of what either candidate had to say. I'll actually give you a closer look at their statements. You don't want to miss that. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Tracy Brag, CBS 46 News.
All right, we will be here waiting for that. Tracy, and thanks. 6:06, and the Georgia Secretary of State's office says the election process was mostly smooth. The average wait time statewide hovered around a minute. More than 3 million people voted early by mail in ballots. But we weren't without issues. In fact, a glitch in DeKalb County means workers are going to have to manually scan thousands of ballots there. Our Sabrina Silva live with more on those technical issues that, really make people wonder about the process. But every vote is being counted, Sabrina.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And especially by these poll workers that have to come back to work and continue counting those ballots. And here in DeKalb County, they had to hand count more than 18,000 votes. And the reason why is not that surprising.
Looking at so far, and this may have all of them, we're looking at 1.244 million votes, which was more than we anticipated, actually. We were looking at that's today, that's election day votes.
And counting those votes came with some problems. In DeKalb County, some ballots still waiting to be counted, all due to voting machine issues.
We did get the big upload in from DeKalb County, which obviously changed the complexion of the situation and the vote counts right now.
But in a statement from the county sent out Wednesday morning states that, quote, "Georgia's voting system provides built-in safeguards in the form of paper ballots that allows us to quickly process ballots that are electronically cast," end quote, meaning election workers counted over 18,000 votes all by hand. County officials say the tabulation will be done as quickly as possible. Now, we are hearing from the county that those ballots have already started being scanned. And here's the thing, Karen, I talked to a couple of people at the polls yesterday and I asked them, do you trust the voting system? And they told me, yes, they do. And they do believe that every single vote is going to be counted. But we are still waiting on thousands, and I mean thousands of votes across Georgia. We'll have more on that and what this means to this election coming up in the next half hour.
Certainly hope we don't have to wait as long as we did the first time around. Sabrina, thanks for that report. And turning now to the coronavirus. Right now, Georgia's public health officials are working with the CDC to track a new COVID variant that's now in Georgia.
You'll remember this is the variant discovered in the United Kingdom that's said to be a lot more contagious. The Department of Public Health says the first Georgian with the variant is an 18-year-old who has not been out of the country or even traveled recently. They detected the new strain while analyzing some lab samples from him. That variant has been discovered in at least 5 U.S. states, including New York.
The discovery of the new variant in Georgia comes as our state nears 600,000 confirmed coronavirus cases and nearly 10,000 deaths. Yesterday alone, our state added 6,100 new infections and 68 new deaths. Okay, we want to turn now to your forecast. And Rodney, I know you're tracking some stuff coming in tomorrow, and then, of course, just a chilly day to start here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Super cold as you wake up here on this Wednesday and get out the door, Rob. In fact, we have dropped now to 34 degrees in the city of Atlanta, but it feels cooler because of the wind. The wind is at 7 miles per hour right now, so that's making it feel like 28 degrees on your skin. So for the next several hours, we're going to be near freezing as you head out the door in Atlanta at 8 o'clock this morning. at 32 degrees. By 10 o'clock, it's up to 39 degrees. So really cold all morning long. If you're going to go out for lunch, it's 47 at lunchtime today. Eventually, we get into the low 50s. So the average high for this time of year is 52 degrees. I'm forecasting 54 degrees today. So just slightly above average, a pretty typical day with partly cloudy skies in metro Atlanta. But as Rob also mentioned, I'm also tracking the potential for rain. So let's get right to that. For Atlanta tomorrow, when you wake up in the morning, it'll be completely dry. At lunchtime, it's also dry on Thursday. But by 3 o'clock, we are seeing showers in metro Atlanta. This won't be heavy rain, but showers at 3 p.m., showers at 5 p.m., and showers at 7 o'clock on Thursday. So enjoy today because the rain is back soon, and we'll talk more about where that potential for winter weather will be tomorrow. That's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, good morning to you in Henry County. Let's check out 75 this morning as you go southbound around 675. This is normal for you. This is that construction zone, so your traffic is a little bit slow as you head towards Stockbridge, but we are still crash-free on this Wednesday. Let's keep it that way. We'll have more weather and traffic coming up in less than 10 minutes.
Rodney with the good news. Thanks, Rodney. It is 6:10 this morning, and we're staying on top of the Senate runoffs as election results continue to trickle in.
But it's not the only big political story we're watching today. Just ahead, the big plans for Republican senators, including Senator Kelly Loeffler and Senator David Perdue, as Congress certifies President-elect Joe Biden's win today. Plus,
mainly I was procrastinating during early voting, so I never really had the experience to vote on a regular day, so I just came out to experience it.
Actually, I just wanted to do it on the day. Normally I vote early, but today I just wanted to do it on the day.
Voters telling us why they voted in person and made their voices heard. Our election coverage continues after the break.
me?
Okay.
Oh, Rob, you said.
Welcome back. We are keeping track of the election results this morning. CBS News is projecting Reverend Raphael Warnock as the winner with 99% of the vote counted. Still, Senator Kelly Loeffler says she's not throwing in the towel just yet. Meanwhile, still too close to call for Senator David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff. Ossoff leads Senator Perdue by more than 16,000 votes.
Things are going to be rough. Things are going to get bad in the future.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones speaking to protesters gathered in Washington, D.C. ahead of today's so-called Rally to Save America. This was the scene last night. Protesters staying well into the night, and at least 6 people had to be arrested. Now, those supporters of the president are protesting today's certification of the Electoral College votes. President Trump's expected to address the crowds. All of it coming as Senator Kelly Loeffler and other Republican senators seek to challenge the election results today. John Lawrence has more.
President Donald Trump's term ends in 2 weeks, but he's looking for a last-minute Hail Mary.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us.
The Electoral College certification of President-elect Joe Biden's victory is Wednesday, and sources tell CNN Trump wants Vice President Mike Pence to derail the process.
We're standing on the abyss of the destruction of our democracy.
Despite reports from sources that Pence told Trump he didn't have the authority to block the certification, the president's team tweeted a statement Tuesday night saying the two are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Some Republicans, including Senators Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, say they'll object to Electoral College results from some states, some continuing to repeat false claims of election fraud.
Election crimes may have been committed in 6 of the sovereign states.
The expected objections will delay matters, but the end result will remain the same.
Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States of America, notwithstanding the delusional fantasies of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
As the congressional face-off takes place, some Trump supporters have already gathered in the nation's capital for a March to Save America, which the president plans to attend. I'm John Lawrence reporting.
In other news this morning, the Wisconsin police officer who shot Jacob Blake, leaving him paralyzed, will not face charges. The incident happened back in August. Officer Rustin Shesky was captured on video shooting Blake as he opened the door to an SUV. His children were inside that SUV and witnessed the entire thing. Kenosha's district attorney says he reviewed 1,500 pages of police reports and 40 hours of video to arrive at his decision not to charge Shesky. Wisconsin's Department of Justice says Blake had a knife, which was found on the floorboard of his SUV.
Caught on camera, a food delivery worker dropping off food, but picking up a puppy and taking it with her. The 8-week-old puppy was a Christmas gift for the children inside this home. With help from DoorDash, police tracked down that 26-year-old suspect and found the puppy. The woman admitted to the crime. The puppy is back with the family this morning. 2 Atlanta legends joining millions of Americans receiving Moderna's coronavirus vaccine. Former Atlanta Brave, Hammer and Hank Aaron, former UN ambassador, and Atlanta Mayor Andrew Young vaccinated at the Morehouse School of Medicine. Aaron told us he had no problem rolling up his sleeve.
It makes me feel wonderful. I don't have any qualms about it at all. You know, I feel quite proud of myself of doing something like this. You know, it's just a small thing that can help zillions of people in this country.
Another legend, former Health and Human Services Secretary Dr. Louis Sullivan, who was also a former head of the Morehouse School of Medicine, got the vaccine as well. And he called this vaccine's development a marvel of science. All right, and I looked at our weather right now. We're going to see, perhaps, if we go to the mountains, a little frozen precipitation. I like to talk about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Karen, you keep pointing out the snow because I think you secretly want the snow, right?
I love snow. I mean, come on. Who
You're on the right
snow?
show then, because Rodney loves the snow.
Yeah, we all
love the snow.
Only problem is you're going to have to drive to go get it because it's not going to happen here in Atlanta. It's not going to happen in Cobb County, not in North Fulton County or Gwinnett. But if you drive far enough north, you do have that potential as we head toward the end of the week. For today, everybody's super dry. 54 degrees is your high temperature, a mix of sun and clouds. If you're going to go outdoors for lunch today, I'm only going to give it 3 stars for lunch and dinner now. The highs are in the low 50s, but at lunchtime, we will still be in the 40s. So that's chilly for a lot of people. It'll be dry but cold. And same thing for dinner time. Around 6 o'clock, we would have already hit our highs, so we're back into the 40s. So the bottom line, it'll be cold if you do want to have dinner or lunch outdoors, but it will stay dry. Things change on Thursday. So Thursday morning, it's still dry as you head to work. Thursday at lunchtime, it's still dry, but by 3, 4 o'clock Thursday afternoon, you can see these scattered showers moving into metro Atlanta. This is not heavy. I don't see any orange. There's no red on here at all, just some greens and yellows, which indicate some light to moderate rain for Thursday afternoon. That will continue through Thursday evening. And what I want to point out and what Karen wants to see is that pink that you see. It's way up there, though. You really got to drive up into the higher elevations. I'm talking about Rabun County, Towns County, Union County. This is Thursday night at 8 o'clock. It's not much, but a wintry mix will be possible there. And that could continue off and on through Friday morning again in the higher elevations of the mountains. In the meantime, for us in metro Atlanta, it's just a cold rain that'll continue. Again, not heavy rain, but a cold scattered rain starting Thursday afternoon, continuing through Friday morning. And whether you see rain or a mix, it's all over by lunchtime Friday, which will set the stage for what'll be a dry weekend here across metro Atlanta. So for today, 54 degrees with Atlanta's most accurate forecast. Rain Thursday, rain super early Friday. Much of Friday is going to be dry. It'll stay dry through the weekend. But notice the highs over the weekend only in the upper 40s, 51 degrees by Sunday. That's still cold with lows in the 30s. And a slight chance of rain comes back into the picture for Monday. Good morning to you in Atlanta. We are on the connector this morning. This is right around 10th Street. Your traffic is starting to pick up. So a heads up for those of you headed toward Midtown Atlanta. More weather and traffic coming up for you at 6:30.
We'll take it. Thanks, Rodney. It is 621, a $20 drug commonly used to treat head lice, now finding a new purpose.
Interesting. Just ahead, how the drug may be fighting COVID-19 and preventing hospitalizations. Plus, Beyonce and Taylor Swift will have to hold off on possibly adding to their trophy collections because the Grammys are postponed. The new date set for the spring.
I guess I shouldn't dance over here for that one. Trending now this tweet, recognizing the historically black college and university education among Democrats. Yep, that's right. It says, if a Morehouse man becomes a U.S. Senator while a Howard alumna is the vice president, and both were aided by a Spelman woman, I never want to hear any more talk about HBCUs not preparing you for the real world. The user pointing out that Reverend Raphael Warnock went to Morehouse, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, Howard, Stacey Abrams credited for helping the Democrats make progress in Georgia, a Spelman alum.
As COVID-19 hospitalizations surge, one Texas doctor is using a head lice drug to keep patients from ending up in the hospital. Dr. Han Fo specializes in internal medicine. So far, 50 to 60 of his COVID-19 patients have used the drug ivermectin. Half of them were over the age of 65. The doctor believes the drug has helped them avoid the hospital. One study shows the common head lice drug can kill the coronavirus within 48 hours.
It prevents COVID from replicating. It also decreases the viral load. There's going to be doubters out there listening to this story. Many of my colleagues are going to question this, and I asked them they need to read the articles.
Dr. Fo says the drug also appears to decrease the risk of getting the virus by 20 to 50%. He's only seen minor side effects like headaches or rash, but like any drugs, you should consult your doctor. An FDA-authorized COVID-19 test is now on Amazon. The Dexterity test got approval as the first at-home saliva test for symptomatic and asymptomatic people. One kit costs you $110, though. It includes shipping for you to send a sample to a lab. The turnaround time, 24 to 72 hours after the sample is received.
6:26 on your Wednesday. Music's biggest night of the year being postponed because of COVID-19. The 63rd Annual Grammy Awards scheduled for later this month. Well, the Grammys are now going to happen March 14th. In a statement, the Recording Academy, CBS, and the show's producers cite rising COVID cases and hospitalizations in Southern California as a big factor for that decision. This year's top nominees, Beyonce, Roddy Ricch, Taylor Swift, and of course, those awards here on CBS. Hip-hop mogul and founder of The Beats, Dr. Dre, says he will be back home soon after being hospitalized for a brain aneurysm. The rapper and producer posted on social media saying he's doing great and receiving excellent care.
It is 6:27 this morning. We're tracking all of your election results.
Just ahead, a look at the razor-thin margin between Senator David Perdue and Democrat John Ossoff.
Plus, Democrats celebrating after Reverend Raphael Warnock's historic win, why Senator Kelly Loeffler says it's not over yet.
I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia.
Right now it's 6:30 on Wake Up Atlanta. The first step towards shifting the balance of power in the Senate. Reverend Raphael Warnock declares victory.
Meanwhile, the other race between Republican David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff remains too close to call. The newest numbers straight ahead.
And it's not over yet. Thousands of ballots are still waiting to be counted this morning in some of our state's largest counties, with one running into some technical issues.
This is CBS 46 News. Wake Up Atlanta.
Good Wednesday morning. Take a look while you were sleeping where things stand right now, 12 hours after the polls closed in Georgia. CBS News projecting the Reverend Raphael Warnock as the winner over incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler. Right now, he leads with more than 53,000 votes. While the race between Senator David Perdue and Jon Ossoff a little closer, with Ossoff leading by more than 16,000 votes. We're going to take you live to Washington, D.C. right now. The nation's capital waits to learn what will happen right here in Georgia. Thank you so much for waking up with us on this Wednesday after Election Day. I'm Karen Greer in for Greer.
And I'm Rob Hughes. Much more, of course, on the election coming up. But first, I want to get to Rodney for your weather and traffic. Rodney, it was a chilly start to the morning, still cold.
Yeah, still super cold. We're going to be around freezing as you head out the door this morning in Metro Atlanta. Live look over Centennial Olympic Park, where we are down to 34 degrees. When you factor in the wind, it feels more like 28 degrees on your skin. So by 8 o'clock this morning, we are seeing temperatures again around 32, 33 degrees. At lunchtime, it's up to 47. And the high today will be in the low 50s. It's dry today, but we do have rain that's back into your forecast. And of course, the big question is, who is going to see snow by the end of the week? We'll break that down for you and have your complete forecast coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, good morning to you in DeKalb County, Lithonia, as you hop on I-20 this morning, headed westbound toward Atlanta. This is Panola Road at I-20, where your traffic is starting to pick up a little bit, but you are crash free, and we will see you again for more weather and traffic very soon.
All right, Rodney, thank you. Millions of Georgians casting their votes to make their mark on American politics.
Already we're seeing the historic impact. We have team coverage this morning. Our CBS 46 crew spread out all across Metro Atlanta, staying on top of every election update. We begin with Tracy Brag on the Perdue Ossoff race that is still up in the air at this hour. Tracy.
That's right. It's an extremely close race. In fact, neither candidate has agreed to speak to the media since the polls closed last night. But one thing is for sure, they have both released statements on social media to their bases to let their folks know how they feel about the runoff. This morning, both Jon Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue, alongside their camps, and let's be honest, the rest of the world, are anxiously awaiting the results of their runoff election, which will decide which party holds the power in the U.S. Senate. This morning, Perdue's camp releasing a statement saying, in part, as we've said repeatedly over the last several weeks, this is an exceptionally close election that will require time and transparency to be certain the results are fair and accurate and the voices of Georgians are heard. Ossoff's camp releasing a statement saying, in part, the outstanding vote is squarely in parts of the state where Jon's performance has been dominant. We look forward to seeing the process through in the coming hours and moving ahead as Jon can start fighting for all Georgians in the U.S. Senate. Now, there is absolutely no doubt that all eyes are on Georgia right now. You can see this huge stage set up here. And you heard me mention that the entire world is paying attention to this runoff. Well, it's true. Yesterday, I actually saw crews from Lebanon, the UK, Japan, Germany, France, just to name a few countries, all here covering this runoff race. So again, all eyes are on Georgia as we anxiously await the results of this runoff. Reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Tracy Brag, CBS 46 News.
Yeah, Trace, and if you're like me, too, you have friends texting you left and right. Of course, we're covering these races firsthand here in Georgia. Thanks for that report, Tracy.
And it is 26 minutes before 7. The two runoffs are among the most expensive Senate races of all time. Combined, Democrats and Republicans coughed up nearly $500 million. Around $255 million has been spent on Ossoff and Perdue. The other $241, well, that's spent on Warnock versus Loeffler. That puts the race as the second and third most expensive Senate race ever. For the Democrats, it appears to be money well spent. Reverend Raphael Warnock securing a historic win over Senator Kelly Loeffler this morning, poised to become Georgia's first ever black U.S. Senator. CBS 46's Rebecca Schramm live with more on what both Warnock and Loeffler are saying. And let me say that Warnock is planning to be on CBS this morning, right after this newscast this morning, Rebecca.
He is, Karen. A lot of people will be watching that. You know, if the numbers coming into the Secretary of State's office hold true and hold steady, the margin between the two candidates, Senator Loeffler and Warnock, will just be too big for Senator Loeffler to request a recount, which means Raphael Warnock appears to have flipped one of Georgia's U.S. Senate seats to the Democrats.
May my story be an inspiration to some young person who is trying to grasp and grab hold of the American dream.
In his virtual victory speech, Reverend Raphael Warnock, senior pastor of the church where Martin Luther King once preached, promised to work for all Georgians, not just those who voted for him. He said Washington now has a choice to make.
Will we seek to destroy one another as enemies or heed the call towards the common good, building together what Dr. King called the beloved community?
We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right.
His opponent, incumbent Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler, did not concede overnight. She did promise supporters she will try to block the electoral process.
In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president. So I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us.
And as we begin to really crunch the numbers, it appears Republicans had a much smaller turnout than they hoped. For the Democrats, the African-American turnout was tremendous for this runoff, which helped propel Warnock to victory. Live in Atlanta, Rebecca Schramm, CBS 46 News.
Rebecca, thanks. We're still waiting on thousands of ballots across Georgia to be counted, and this all as we anxiously await the results in the Ossoff and Perdue race. CBS 46's Sabrina Silva joins us live in DeKalb County, where poll workers actually had to spend the night counting thousands of ballots by hand. Sabrina?
Yeah, Rob, this morning we're learning that those ballots have already been scanned and they're set to be tabulated sometime soon. But DeKalb County is not the only county we're waiting on for those votes.
As you can see, it's still a very set of tight races out there.
Thousands of votes outstanding as the world awaits Senate election results in Georgia. In DeKalb County, more than 18,000 votes have yet to be tabulated after technical issues. Poll workers spent the night hand counting those votes as paper ballots and will be spending today recounting those ballots. In Fulton County, at least 4,000 absentee ballots still remaining. And across Georgia, at least 16 counties with incomplete counts.
Overall, we look like we have about 27,600 or so advanced votes to come in.
Now, poll workers in Fulton County are expected to be back at work counting at 8:30 this morning. And I talked to some folks who were out there hitting the polls yesterday, and I asked them, do you trust this system? Do you believe that all votes are going to be counted? And they told me, yes, they just hope it's not going to take as long for the results as it did for the presidential election. Live in DeKalb County, I'm Sabrina Silva, CBS 46 News.
We certainly all have our fingers crossed that will not be the case. I wish it wouldn't be the case that it wouldn't be cold outside, but we know in the first week of January, that's what we're going to get, Rodney.
Absolutely. And come March, Rob, you'll have all the hot weather you want for much of the year. But at the moment, for those of you who like the cold temperatures, it's your day. It's 34 degrees right now in the city of Atlanta. For those of you in Canton, good morning to you. In Cherokee County, you're starting at 32 degrees, right at freezing. For the kiddos today, if you do have to actually physically go to school, I'm going to give it a C for the ride to school. It's just too cold outdoors. It's dry, but 32 is cold. But then later on this afternoon, we'll improve that to a B plus, 52 degrees, which is about normal for this time of year, and partly cloudy later on today. That's what you'll notice today, the clouds. But again, it's staying dry today. That changes, though, on Thursday morning. It's dry but cloudy as we head toward Thursday at lunchtime. It is still dry, but by 3 o'clock on Thursday, scattered showers are moving into metro Atlanta. This is not heavy rain. These are not storms, just a little light rain that'll be moving in, and that'll continue throughout the day in metro Atlanta. And as I mentioned earlier, as you go up into the mountains, you will have the potential of a little bit of a wintry mix. So we're going to pinpoint that for you and really break down that wintry mix possibility that's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, good morning to you in Cobb County. How about a check of 75 this morning at Windy Hill for those of you in Smyrna, Marietta, as you hop on the road this morning. So far, your traffic traffic is looking good. It's been a pretty good day on the road so far this morning, but I'm watching and we'll keep you up to date and have more weather and traffic in less than 10 minutes.
Thank you, Rodney. 20 minutes before 7, just ahead, millions of Georgians shaking up the political power in the nation's capital. Political reporter Greg Bluestein joining us live to analyze just what's happening with Georgia politics.
Coming up, can Democrats gain control of the Senate? We'll speak with Georgia's projected Senate runoff winner, Raphael Warnock. Plus, Bianca Smith takes the field as the first black woman to coach for a professional baseball team. Coming up on CBS This Morning.
Notice it at all. This is my beautiful hotel at the Grand Hyatt.
Hey, Greg. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you gotten a chance to enjoy that bed?
No, I haven't.
You might
I'm
as
waiting
well.
for, yeah, it was definitely an all-nighter. I mean, I think I watched TV on the bed, but I didn't really.
You might as well have gone home to Dunwoody. I mean, you've been up all night.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but it was a lot easier just to go upstairs and
Oh,
not
yeah.
bother my family, because I did
Oh,
a few
yeah.
overnight TV hits too.
Thank you so much for doing this. Appreciate
course.
you. And go Dogs. Welcome back. 6:43. Democrats are celebrating a historic win this morning with 98% of the ballots counted. CBS News projecting a win for the Reverend Raphael Warnock. He now becomes the state's first ever black senator. John Ossoff leading over incumbent Senator David Perdue this morning by more than 16,000 votes. A lot on the line for both parties this morning in the Georgia runoff. So let's bring in political journalist Greg Bluestein for some perspective. And Greg, you know Georgia politics, covering the governor, state politics for years now. You've been up all night covering this race at the GOP headquarters. So tell us first, what was the mood, and were you surprised the national outlets like CBS declared Warnock with so many districts still out?
Yeah, no, I wasn't surprised because most of the votes still out are from heavily Democratic areas like Chatham County, Savannah, Metro Atlanta. There's still thousands of DeKalb and Fulton County ballots that are being tallied, and so there's just no path for Kelly Loeffler to overcome Reverend Warnock's pretty sizable lead at this point. And same thing with Senator Perdue. It's going to be really hard for him to overcome about a 16,000 vote deficit he faces with John Ossoff.
So does it appear that many voters split their tickets in this election, both in November and now?
There's some ticket splitting. There's also some undervoting of maybe someone just voting for Senator Perdue and not Senator Loeffler, or voting for Reverend Warnock and not John Ossoff. And I think part of it, especially when it comes to Senator Perdue, is he was a known quantity in the Republican Party. He ran for office in 2014. He was a rock star among some Republican conservative groups, whereas Kelly Loeffler is newer to the party, newer to statewide politics, I should say, appointed last year or 2019 by Governor Kemp, and had to face a really tough challenge from Doug Collins, or maybe some of his supporters withheld their votes from him.
What can you say about that bombshell call to the Secretary of State, Raffensperger, from President Trump? Did that shape this race at all?
It shook the race, and it made certain that Trump would continue to influence the outcome of this race. You couldn't, instead of talking about the Democrats, instead of talking about really the Senate incumbents, we were all talking about President Trump yet again. And so I think that he has just influenced the race in every manner possible.
And what do you see as next as we await all of the votes being tallied this morning? DeKalb County, your home county, still with some issues. Were these big problems?
They were problems, but compared to November, compared to June, I thought going into this that we wouldn't have any sort of outcome until Thursday or Friday. And overnight, it went surprisingly smooth and faster than expected. That's in part because the state election board's rule that required counties to start processing the absentee ballots last week, not telling them, but least doing behind the scenes work processing them last week.
All right, Greg Bluestein from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Let's check in with Rodney for a look at our weather.
All right, what an amazing day in Metro Atlanta, Karen. We are looking at temperatures that will be into the low 50s later on this afternoon under partly cloudy skies. No rain today, but as we switch over to pinpoint radar and we zoom out, we already are starting to see some shower activity across the central portions of the country. That's going to fill in and eventually make its way eastward, and that's going to give us our next best chance of rain in North Georgia. It is a low pressure system that is moving in from the west, so normally you just see rain with this, but it's going to be cold enough as you go north of Atlanta to where the rain will start to change over to a bit of a mix, especially in the North Georgia mountains. So let's break that down for you with our forecast map again. Thursday morning, it's dry. Thursday at lunchtime, it's dry. By 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, some light scattered showers in Metro Atlanta. That'll kind of continue off and on. But if you look up into the mountains, you can see that pink and blue showing up. So let's investigate that further. Let's pinpoint this map down to the mountains. You can see how it's still mostly rain in the mountains, but there will be times, especially in the higher elevations, where you will start to see a bit of a mix. This is Thursday night at 7 o'clock as we continue throughout Thursday night and into early Friday. You can see how this is mostly green. So it will be mostly rain in the mountains, but you will also have the opportunity of a mix and even a little bit of snow late Thursday through early Friday morning. We're really talking about Rabun County, Towns County, White County, perhaps Union County is where this looks like the potential will be at its highest. So who gets to see snow? It is the North Georgia mountains where that mix will be possible, basically from Ellijay to Dawsonville to Dahlonega and northward. And as you go further south into Metro Atlanta, really all of Metro Atlanta, it is just going to be a cold rain. So that's something we'll continue to track for you here over the next couple of days. In the meantime, today's looking great as we look at Atlanta's most accurate forecast. 53 degrees in Atlanta and dry. For Metro Atlanta, scattered rain Thursday afternoon through early Friday morning. Much of Friday is actually looking pretty good. It'll be dry but super cold. The high on Friday is only 47 degrees. And that's going to be the story through the weekend. Dry, partly cloudy skies, but 48, that's your high on Saturday, 51 by Sunday, and a very slight chance of rain as we start next week. A look at your traffic quickly, and as you can see, we are still crash-free as you get your Wednesday started, which is certainly good news. But I'm also watching the roads, and we will have more weather and traffic coming up.
Can't remember the last time that happened, Roddy. Thanks. It is 6:49 this morning. One Senate race just too close to call this morning. Incumbent Senator David Perdue and Jon Ossoff reacting to the election results so far and as they wait for more ballots to be counted.
So
election results and Atlanta's most accurate forecast are ahead in less than 2 minutes. But first, Genevieve Gorder with America's Steals and Deals.
Hey guys, I'm Genevieve Gorder and welcome back to America's Steals and Deals, where I bring you super cool products for a huge savings. Now today, it's a very popular brand that sells out immediately every time we do it. So get your internet ready. I'm talking about Wrinkles Schminkles. These are a series of medical grade silicone patches that go on all of the areas that we naturally wrinkle, whether that's in our forehead, under our eyes, the neck. Don't get me started with the neck, around the mouth and lip area, the décolletage or chest area, and now for hands as well. So what they do, these patches stick onto your skin. After 1 or 2 hours, they work with the natural moisturization capabilities of your own skin. So there's no chemicals involved in this. It just traps and seals in that moisture. When you take off the patch, it's like you've had a fantastic facial on your hand. All that skin is plumped up and rejuvenated. We've been using these in entertainment industry for years. Traveling, a fantastic time to put them on. Before a big date, before a big event, we all do this, under eyes especially, just to make you look a little bit more awake. Today we're offering a great discount on these. Again, these last for a long time. You simply just clean them off and keep reusing. We're offering a 30% discount today. I urge you all to invest before they're gone. To take advantage of this deal, you can go to asadeals.com.
it is 6:53, and we're tracking the ballots coming in from the Senate runoff races this morning.
And we'll begin with Rebecca Schramm.
Rob and Karen, with the final tallies almost complete, it appears Democrats are poised to take both of Georgia's U.S. Senate seats. CBS News and other outlets declaring a winner in one of the races with a current lead of more than 53,000 votes. Political newcomer Raphael Warnock is set to become Georgia's first black U.S. senator. He gave a virtual speech early this morning. His opponent, Kelly Loeffler, did not concede overnight. She did pledge to her supporters that she will continue to fight for President Trump as he tries to overturn the results of the presidential election.
I'm Tracy Bragg. All eyes are on Georgia right now to see who will win the runoff race between Stern Ossoff and incumbent Senator David Perdue here at the Georgia World Congress Center. Fulton County election officials say they've paused their ballot counting. They're expected to pick back up around 8 this morning. Both candidates releasing statements this morning, hopeful of the outcome as their two parties battle royale for control of the U.S. Senate.
I'm Sabrina Silva. We are still waiting on thousands of ballots to be counted across Georgia. 16 counties in the state remain with incomplete counts, including counties in our viewing area. In DeKalb, more than 18,000 votes have yet to be tabulated after technical issues. Poll workers spent the night hand counting these votes as paper ballots and will be spending today recounting those ballots. In Fulton County, at least 4,000 absentee ballots still remaining.
Today, the House and Senate will meet in a joint session to count the votes of the Electoral College. At least a dozen Republican senators, including Kelly Loeffler, and over 100 GOP House members plan to formally object to the count. It's not expected to